Chris has no use for it.
Welcome, Dagbert.
Hola.
Oh yeah, I've got a fucking portable portal. And I got those goons in my bag. I do not have the president of Zambia. That he is no longer there. The goons are still in there. Chimba and Chitalu.
How many times are we gonna fuck the Zambians over?
there's an entry in his fucking inventory that just says old bitch. I know who that is. Oh god.
Just put a high roller in the bag.
I mean, he's got his retainer in there. It's on his inventory. It's Isabella.
All right, everyone ready?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Alrighty, so let's start from the top. Dag, who are you? Where are you?
Okay, so he is Zane Wild is, I'll say right now, he is fucking up a section of Siberia that he is torn out of from Scar. And he's randomizing the shit out of the area.
Sorry, you're doing what to Siberia?
Randomizing the shit out of its entire existence.
Huh.
He's
Okay.
hallucinating vividly.
Ah, okay.
But the hallucinations kill people.
So at some point during your hallucinations, you see a large storm forming.
Okay. It's cool.
And lightning starts crackling within it, and then there's a bolt of lightning that lands like unsettlingly close as like the hair on you stands up.
Oh fuck yeah,
And-
he's like, oh fuck yeah! He fucking dances a
And-
bit at that.
And as lightning like fades from your eyes, you see the figure of a man standing there.
What does he look like?
An old man with a beard, in robes, holding a staff.
Are we going back to Aquillionan? Hell yeah.
Alright, so Zane fucking strumming the guitar, they're all putting on a show as he walks forward. He's like, what's your story, Pops?
I am here for you, and he extends his hand, so like in a booming voice.
He grabs your bicep, doing that long arm handshake. He's like, I'm here for you too, brother.
All right. As you do so, you and all your bandmates, I assume, have you seen Marvel movies?
Yeah.
You know, like the crazy retro trip that the Asgardians like gateway bridge through space thing does.
I don't know that, but it's probably like...
You're basically flying through a
2001.
fucking rainbow. Yeah, you're flying through a rainbow.
Yeah, it's like by God,
into
it's full
space.
of stars thing.
Yeah, basically.
Alright, cool. They enjoy the ride.
Franklin.
Alright, I'm changing characters. I'm gonna bring Lawrence Edward Tyson Brownville III Esquire, also known as the True Mage.
Okay.
He is currently in the Hollow Earth at his pyramid complex. He's in New Israel.
What do you mean the Hollow Earth?
The hollow, you know, about the whole thing about you go inside the Earth and it's hollow. The inner Umbra, the Agartha.
The inner Earth, I've heard it referred to as.
The inner
Where-
Earth. Yeah.
Where there's lizard
Okay,
people
cool.
and the Nazis ran away too.
I thought that was the dark side of the moon.
That
That
too.
too.
Okay, so You're in your pyramid office. Do you have a window? Is it like, magnificent?
Yes. Yes.
There's a dark and brooding storm outside, and lightning starts like streaking, probably setting the ominous mood of the inner earth. And
Alright.
like, are you doing anything in particular? Are you like looking out your window all
He would be
cinematically?
studying his texts, his research.
Cool. You have that moment where there's a flash of lightning, and then you see the silhouette of something in the reflection of whatever screen you're looking at.
Oh shit. Damn, it was nice and sunny a moment ago. Thought it was always supposed to be sunny in this place.
Yeah, so so as you say that, another like flash of lightning and a silhouette of a man can be seen in the nearest reflection as you turn to look at him. Similarly described old man standing in your office.
Oh shit, how'd you get in here? Guards!
Your guards are not necessary. I am not here to hurt you, but to ask you for aid. And he extends his hand.
I mean, cannot bring my guards though. His guards are he has a military force. 3.
He thinks for a second. It would prove difficult, but a small amount, I suppose.
Okay, he'll bring like 5 or so bodyguards or something.
Okay. Um,
Don't bring military. Not after last game.
Here's the picture of his pyramid. Here you go. Here's Lawrence and his guys.
what the fuck am I looking at? This is beautiful. Okay. Alright, so, yeah, similar, get sent through a fucking rainbow cauldron of space.
Oh shit.
Jeff?
Yep. All right, Chris is currently at the old Ark warehouse, just fucking skulking about, feeding. You're probably the camera would likely see him dragging a hog-tied naked old woman into a room, and then yelling to I forgot the fucking what the hell is Patient Zero's name? Do I even know a name? Is it just Patient Zero? I think it's just Patient Zero.
She would just go by Patient Zero.
Yeah,
But she would also, like, as a side note though, she would accept any name you call her by.
he's probably just gonna yell honey. Just
Because she's a lupus.
yeah. Oh. Honey, here's your dinner. And yeah, he slings what looks to be a 75-year-old woman into a room.
It's at.
Yeah, there's a
It is
mirror.
consumed.
Yeah, he's not winning, right? He just shuts the door and he's gonna go outside because he's
It's
gonna also
raining as you step outside.
Oh, fuck! Hate the rain. Okay, it's raining.
So, what are you doing? Like lighting a cigarette or something?
Although he's actually walking over to a what looks like a Neolithic tent where he's gonna check on a fucking cave woman and a small cave baby.
So, as you're walking
The
across,
lore here is deep.
It is.
there's a streak of lightning that flashes nearby, and a tree like explodes from it. And I just kind of simply like look over. You see, like from the aftershock, an old man standing like not too far away.
Standing in the split tree.
So yeah, Chris will whip around and stare the guy down, knowing what time of the month it is and so forth.
He extends a hand. I have need of you.
One sec. He He goes back in the building, comes back out with a big ass green army duffel bag, and then just grabs your hand. Like, doesn't say a word aside from just grabs your hand.
You get, rainbow bridged away.
Rainbow Bridge. All right.
Get yeeted. All right. AJ is at the what's that mansion called, Jeff?
Oh, the Spencer Estate.
Yeah, I'm at the Spencer Estate in Kansas. Now the Orena Estate in Kansas. Probably watching TV after a long day in the science lab weaponizing the T-virus.
Okay. Because I just came from there, and it's currently thunderstorms and raining. You've been experiencing this kind of weather for the past, week or so.
Oh shit, power's out again. Fuck me.
Yeah, exactly what happens. The power goes out.
AJ's watching Train Spotting, and he's explaining to a couple of random stoners that he was selling drugs to, like, "Hey, don't you think that guy looks like me? That the main actor, he kind of looks like me, right?"
So the movie goes dark as the power just shuts off from a lightning strike outside. Pretty sure it hit one of the power poles.
Mm-hmm. He's just gonna be like, "Oh fuck, that lighting's close, man."
You hear a knock on your door.
Oh, what the fuck? Hang on. So the guy, whoever's outside the door, hears a shotgun cocking, and you hear a voice from inside yelling, "Are you with the Pope?
No.
Prove it!"
You asked me this last time.
No, I didn't. I've never heard you before. Out of character. That was Corbin, man.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, my bad.
They both have problems with the
Everyone
Pope.
hates the Pope.
Yes.
Sorry, then he'll rephrase that. Why does everyone ask me, who is this Pope?
He's a prick. So the over and opens the door and peeks out, like eyes bugging. It's just like, oh yeah, you're definitely not with. Do you speak Latin?
Yes.
Then you're definitely not with the Pope. Let's go. Hang on, let me grab my shit. This is for a game, right? Let me grab my shit.
He waits.
Runs upstairs, comes down with his golf bag full of weaponry. And then from where you're standing, you see that he wasn't actually holding a shotgun. It was actually like a noisemaker that sounds like a shotgun when clacked. Like this guy just built this noisemaker as a deterrent.
That's great.
All right, he heads out and he stops on the porch and yells back at his stores like, "Hey, just let yourselves out when you're done. Don't steal anything." And he fucking shuts the door and goes, "All right, let's fucking roll."
He extends his hand.
And I take it.
Cool. You flash through space and time itself. Yada yada yada. All right. You guys all kind of awake in on a bare stone floor. Some hay kind of brushing against your face as you get up. You seem to be in some kind of storeroom with some really makeshift just beds out of straw and maybe a blanket.
Zane stumbles up and says, "Okay, where are we now?"
Oh, Insane! It's Zane the Insane and the Midnight Marauders. Shit, dude! I was at one of your parking lot shows, I don't know, a month ago.
Oh hell yeah, brother!
Yeah, when I was visiting Jacksonville.
You're the guy that we went to that fantasy world with.
Oh shit! Yeah, that too. Yeah, fuck.
Who are you people? I don't know any.
Yeah, man, hold up.
Wait, no,
I don't
actually,
know
I
any.
know.
Do I? I don't know. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
What games?
You ran that one.
Wait. No, that was Nico on that one. Were you on the Hunt Showdown game?
I've been on 3 of those. But yes, Hunt the Butcher. Is that the one you're talking about?
Chris.
Hunt the Spider.
Chris was on Hunt the Butcher with Gango.
Yeah. I was on the Hunt Showdown one where I think we were hunting the spider.
No, yeah, that was the second one. I played that game, but not as great. No, I
Riddle to the Inner Earth.
Oh wait, weren't no, you ran that game. No, he does not go on that one.
Updog Online.
No, that was. Yep, none of my characters have met, or this
Okay.
character has not met Lawrence. This
Roger.
character's met
Okay.
none of these people.
All right. Well,
Who are you people? I don't.
I mean, I'm AJ.
Zane spins around. He is now using awe that is affecting everyone to think he's really cool.
Oh shit!
And then he's going to like extend a hand, like elbow high, Chris,
Here we
to
go.
one of his hands.
Still
Hang on.
waiting for
Now I
all
have
or
to
does
roll
it just
something.
happen?
I forgot. Well, while he's
Does all
rolling
just
that,
happen, or
yeah, there's
roll
no
something?
resistance roll. You can spend
Roger.
willpower, but it has to. It's annoying.
Alright, whatever.
Plus, you might not immediately know. Oh, I don't really think this guy is cool. There must be something going on.
Chris will
That's
probably
true.
not think that until you play music because he has an arrangement that makes him hate not classical music.
I wonder who gave him that.
I can imagine.
Some faggot.
So while Chris is like rubbing his head from just something he does when he wakes up, he's gonna reach
Wait.
out and shake your hand.
Chris has the thing that makes him hate classical music?
Yeah, he got that. I forgot where he got
Then
that.
he has to have gone on a game with Lawrence, because Lawrence is the guy who's fucking doing that.
No, Conrad was on those games, and I pretended to be working on a laptop so that I had nothing to do with the terrorist act.
I don't remember where Chris picked that up. Probably.
Yes, I believe they have met. If that's where the classical thing comes from, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna Chris while he's rubbing his hands through his hair, he's gonna reach out with his third arm that's under his shirt and shake Zane's hand with it.
Hey, what's Zane's psychology skill?
Zane's psychology skill 0.
Okay.
I forgot about this.
See what happens. Fuck my shit
All right.
up.
Yeah, you soak with your wits. So go ahead and roll your wits to soak.
What is that? Oh,
1, 2, 3.
All right. You after that 3 soak, you're gonna take 3 bashing. When as soon as the presence hits AJ.
He's gonna be like, someone just fucking punched him. And now he's gonna break the handshake.
Chris just goes, yeah, I have that effect on people.
Fuck, I think I just got hit by one of the hangovers is happening.
Oh yeah, delayed reaction hangover? That's weird, man.
That is weird. I'm gonna look around. Do I see anything in particular in this room?
You see what appears to be a opened crate that's pretty wide compared to tall. Quick look inside. You see that it's stacked up with what appears to be clothing, linens, and shit like that, and a stack of paper on top of that.
All
Oh
right,
shit.
I'm gonna read that. Look through those papers.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
want to see this too.
So-
I want to look at them.
The stack of papers contains a note. Well, actually, hold on. Sorry, I got my system. It contains a note and 4 invitations, which are sealed with a wax stamp and sigil.
All right, this is all written in English.
No, but at the same time, you can kind of read it.
I was gonna
hard for you
say-
to explain.
I realized I realized that because I can gain dots in any knowledge, I can basically know any language.
You certainly can. Although, if Chris has any trouble reading that, what you guys are going to see is him pull a woman by the hair out of his bag and go, "What the fuck does this say? Can you read this shit?"
Fuck. She's gonna stammer.
Yeah. And is any of
the
it written
folded-
in Aramaic or he? Let me get.
Is it written in Hebrew or Egyptian?
Well,
Alright,
he said we can understand it, so whatever.
Yeah.
you
fucking-
can make out the note. The other ones that look like invitations, you can't really read unless sorry, what is Aramaic?
Old ass. Fucking.
Old ass
Language.
pre-Hebrew
Pseudo-
Semitic language.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got Aramaic, Sumerian, and Infernal. Turns out 3 dots is 4 languages. So there's
Hey Ben,
Okay, you know what? Roll me Sumerian.
Ben, I can read it.
Okay.
Is there a roll for that? What do roll for languages? So you can
Give
use-
me a like
Intelligence linguistics.
Yeah, that'll work.
But Ben, I can read it. I have that language now.
Yeah, so you can all read the note. It's written in English that just looks like a very interesting, like, what is it, handwriting, very blocky and simplistic, but you can make it out for the most part. The other notes are kind of like envelopes that are wax sealed.
All right.
If you succeed, you get that. So, Dylan and whoever the hell's rolling Sumerian.
I got 3. Isabel has 3 successes on that.
It's definitely an old language, like older than Sumerian, but you can kind of, similar to the thing with like German you guys were talking about earlier. They seem to be invitations, like very formal invitations from one Count Gratis.
Okay, so she's basically just gonna kind of twist her head to look at Chris and go, some guy named Gratis, some Count Gratis. Goes, all right, that it? And yeah, and he just shoves her back in the bag unceremoniously. Oh, okay, no, we're in a room. Never mind. Sunlight doesn't matter.
Yeah. The note, if you read, if anyone cares,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
says, these are invitations to get you into the Count's event tonight. Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
I have a potato in my mouth. In the box are clothes. You may browse through. Attend the event. We believe that the Count is subject to an attempted assassination. Stop it at all costs. However, try to do so discreetly.
Oh fuck! All right, we gotta stop an assassination.
Life is above, but his life is paramount.
Okay. Hey, so what about guns?
I have guns if that's what you're asking.
No, I mean, do I have to use my sword to do it, or can I just shoot the fucking guy?
Well, we have to protect him, I guess, when we find it, unless you're asking the note. I don't think there's nobody in here with us.
AJ is asking the note as if he expects it to speak.
No, it just says discretion is advised, or discretion is requested, but the Count's life is paramount.
You know what? Fuck it. I don't need to use a gun. I can. We can. You want to just flex on him? Let's flex on him. I'm just gonna flex on him. I'm just gonna fucking hang on. And he fucking pulls like what looks like a needle out of a gun. Like he like unloads a dart gun, and he just palms it and puts it in his pocket. He says, "But I'm not wearing that shit. Those clothes look like garbage."
What do the clothes look like?
Clothes. Yeah.
It's well, when you start, they're very simple as you pull them out. Mostly white, different colors. Basically pseudo-Roman. So
Nice.
pseudo-Greco-Roman. So they have some of the like longer ones, like loose, like a collection of like belts and sashes, stuff like that.
Lawrence is gonna look at his goons and look back at himself in his traditional Egyptian knockoff clothes. Like, yeah.
Ironically,
I
that
don't
might
need
actually be suitable.
Yeah, LARPing as a pharaoh.
What are the clothes for? Are we playing dress up?
Well, we're gonna also. You know who else probably fits in just naturally? Zane.
Zay, what are you wearing?
That picture above the Israelites. He's wearing a stolen Void Engineer Void suit with a bunch of colors
maybe
splashed
not.
onto it, and a cape.
Cape. Chris is gonna grab the loosest fucking toga-looking thing in there and just throw it on over his like practical vest and shit. He's not. None of his guns are visibly out.
I'm gonna take one of the tunics. We're gonna wear the tunics over the armor.
AJ's gonna like gesture at himself in his like regular street clothes and be like, "What do you guys think?" You know what? I'm just gonna say I'm from a faraway land.
I mean, I don't know. Probably won't work.
Yeah, fuck it.
That's what I always say.
Man, where are we even?
If you turn over the back of the note, there's some crudely drawn instructions on it. Like,
We are not.
crudely drawn map with a
We
path.
are not in Kansas anymore.
Are we in another fucking one of those heavy metal worlds where they're like there's like deserts and like giant skull buildings?
I don't know. I'm gonna look at the map. I see none of that. Do I see a name for this place?
Nope, like it's a hand drawn like map. Like it shows like an X and then like a line with an arrow pointing to what seems to kind of go through like a couple of like turns, some like notable buildings, including one that looks like a temple of some kind, and then it points to a larger building on a hill. It's like a really crude hand drawn map on the back of the note.
So I'm gonna point out the map to the gang and be like, I guess we're here. I point to the X, and then I'm gonna look around and see if I can figure out which way we're supposed to go. And
Yeah, there's a door, some windows. You can tell it's nighttime out. Or like just past dusk, I guess. Slightly like a little bit of light in the distance, but getting darker.
We better get moving. Can I study the map and try to, like, look out the window and look at the map and try to figure out the location? Since if we can see at sunset, we have a sense of direction. Try to.
Okay. With survival,
Okay.
like difficulty 4.
Alright. One success.
Yeah, I mean you get a pretty decent sense of where you're supposed to go. You can kind of make out from like the window that there seems to be some more hilly terrain in a particular direction, and if this end location's on a hill, it's pretty straightforward.
Alright. Let's get moving.
Let's roll out.
Step out of the building. It's a simple, just wood door. As you exit onto a cobblestone street, it's seems to be a town, fairly decently sized. A lot of square stone buildings, and as you follow the simple directions on the map, but the landmarks stand out, like a town square with a statue that at first looked like a couple of scribbles, but then you kind of realize it's a bird of sorts. All right, cool. Guess that works. You make the proper turn past the giant Roman-ass looking temple with a bunch of columns, and eventually head towards what appears to be some villa on the slight outskirts of town, but like overlooking it on a nice hill. The pathway up itself is fairly well lit, nicely like furnished and gardened, well maintained. The fragrance and aroma of exotic flowers like blowing past. It's you can tell it's just decadent on approach.
Fuck, it's another one of those heavy metal worlds, and every time I go to these, you have to kill somebody.
Well, today we just have to stop somebody from dying.
Yeah, and if we do have to kill someone, fuck it. But anyone looking at him will notice that when Chris does this smile, because he's when he says that, he just big old fucking smile, just rows of nightmare razor teeth in his mouth. Just
AJ says, "You're a." AJ actually like squints. What's the gauntlet here, Ben?
On a rating of what? Sorry.
What's the gauntlet rating?
What's like the scale?
Well, with 1 being in the middle of a cairn, and then 10 being like in a laboratory. The more wild and rural and close to the spirit realm this place is, the lower the gauntlet.
Probably like.
Well, it's not 8, so I'm able to do it.
Yeah.
I see into the Umbra. I look at Chris and I go, "Oh, you're a fucking Fomor."
I don't know what that is. He actually.
Oh, you're possessed by an evil spirit.
Oh fuck! You know, now that you mention it, he's got that look that those fucking mutants got. You know?
Yeah, no, he is a mutant.
I mean, yeah,
Hang on,
okay,
man,
that
what?
checks out. Doesn't even change his facial expression. Just yeah, okay, that checks out.
Does this white man eat like radioactive goop or something?
Oh,
I mean-
my girlfriend bit me.
He says, "Imagine if the radioactive goop has eyes." AJ says to Lawrence, and it can fly around in the spirit world and possess people. And that's what happened. He got possessed by flying radioactive spirit goop.
That flying
Oh,
radioactive
he got
spirit group
possessed
had
by
great tits.
man. He got possessed by one of them Yakubian spirits.
You know,
AJ
I don't know if that was an insult.
thinks for a second. He goes, "Yeah, something like that." Considering that Yakubian is basically shorthand for everything you don't like, right? Yeah, then yeah, definitely Yakubian spirit.
All I know is said flying radioactive goop has a great pair of tits.
Oh, you got bit by a Fomor, and it. Okay, yeah, I get you.
So there's like this zombie bitch with like huge tits that bit you, and now you're a mutant.
Well, she's not a zombie, but she's not a vampire, and she's not a werewolf. It's really kind of complicated, but
Oh, it's those dudes. They're like zombies. They're like vampires, but they don't die in the sun. And they got some like hot bitches sometimes too.
You know, I've never seen her in the sun, and she starts pulling out a pamphlet with the word Impergium written on it. I don't actually know what that. Actually, he might know what that means by now.
Oh, Impergium, yeah. So, like, you don't know what that means? You want me to tell you? I know what Impergium means.
Oh, I know that she's mighty keen on making it happen, and I'm mighty keen on making her happy. So.
Oh, that's bad. That's bad, dude. You know what the Impergium was, right? The Impergium is when all the fucking shapeshifters, like millions of years ago, dude. Like when humanity was still, like we were still like barely monkeys, right? Like the Impergium is when a bunch of fucking shapeshifters went apeshit and just genocided humanity, just knocked its population down by like 90%, just total fucking slaughter.
Whoa, wait, this shit actually happened?
Yeah, a really long time ago.
Holy shit, that's fucking.
See, that was back when. That was around the time when the Yakubians escaped from the caves. You see.
Actually, I'd say it was probably earlier than that. It was probably back when everybody was still African, dude.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. It was around the time when the Yakubians escaped from the cave. We were all in Africa, and then Yakub created the white man.
Whoa.
What I'm hearing is fucked up.
So wait, white people were invented, and shapeshifters almost killed humanity.
Yes. Well, I don't know about the white people being invented part, but the shapeshifter part, yeah, definitely. Yeah, my buddy Hank told me about that shit. It was a big mistake.
Yes.
Shit, I want to ask a fucking shapeshifter about that if we see him.
Well, I mean, I know a couple. If you want to hang.
Yeah, they're around. It's just I never knew about that shit. Like how they go way back and they like had wars and shit.
Oh yeah, no, it was a fucking genocide. That's why if most people see a shapeshifter, they fucking spaz. They lose their shit because of the like basically genetic PTSD that's been handed down from that event.
Oh fuck, that's crazy. That's fucking,
'Cause, I mean-
fucking nuts.
Because I mean, think about it, right? Holocaust or some shit. Think about like a Holocaust, right? You kill like 11 million people, right? That's bad. That's fucked up. That's generational trauma right there. But now make it worse. Make it even less civilized. Make it so that it's done directly with hand-to-hand combat. Every single one, hand-to-hand combat.
Like when the Yakubians invaded Mother Africa.
Chris has a facial expression that would remind you much of a man on death row seeing a naked woman 5 feet in front of him.
AJ says, "Yeah. Anyway, your girl wants to do a genocide, bro."
Yeah, he says nothing. He just smiles and looks like he's about to rape something.
Are you okay? You good?
Man, why is
No,
this
I'm
white?
fine.
Why is
I'm
this
totally
white guy
fine.
like this?
Now this, you see this shit, he fucking pats Chris on the shoulder. This is when a dude is trapped and there's no other way out except down. You know what I mean? He needs to be free, and this is the only way he can do it.
AJ grins. This is good pussy can destroy a man, I guess.
Well, let's get. I mean, I assume we were actually having this conversation while walking.
Yeah, we are walking.
Yeah.
So eventually, huh?
How dark is it getting?
It's getting dark, but like I said, this path itself is fairly well lit with
Oh,
lanterns.
never mind then. Gotcha. Continue. All right.
It's got the low wall on the side of the path, the really nicely prim and proper, like flowered trees that would provide shade during the day. It's fancy as fuck. And as you approach what appears to be the estate itself, that only continues to hold true. 8-foot tall walls covered in like flowering creepers themselves. A couple of carts outside, no horses, but you see maybe someone that a path around that might lead to stables in the rear. But what catches your attention are the two armed and armored men standing outside of the opening in the villa's wall. They look like Romanesque soldiers wearing blue and silver trimmed uniforms.
AJ walks up and waves hi and is like, "Hey guys, how you doing?"
They look at each other. Can we help you?
AJ's gonna shuffle around in his pockets and pull out the crumpled invitation and show it to them. We're going to a
They
party.
look at each other, and one of them takes it and studies it. Looks you up and down. And so dice ready. You're on a group, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So he looks to you, looks to the rest of them. Very well. Shall we announce your arrival? And he kind of like hangs the question in the air as to who the fuck you are.
AJ says, "Is that customary?"
Typically for guests of importance.
Okay, well, I'm AJ, and I'm the delegate from I'm the dignitary from Florida, the mystical, magical, far off land of Florida. And he says this with absolutely straight face.
All right, you wanna give me like a manipulation subterfuge?
But I'm telling the truth.
Then manipulation persuasion.
I'm straight up telling the truth. Well, what difficulty?
Difficulty 6.
3 successes.
He looks at you questioningly and then nods and and he gestures to the rest. And the rest of you, are you the delegation from Florida?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm the delegation from the lost tribe of Israel.
Okay.
AJ
Sorry,
leans over and whispers to Zane and says, "Man, this is the most formal I've ever been on one of these."
Yeah, it's getting kind of stuffy in here.
You just put like one of the pieces of clothing over your combat equipment, you said?
It's his spacesuit.
Yeah.
My like plate carrier and shit's under my toga or whatever. There's also a third arm under there. Just letting make sure you're
A third leg.
I mean,
He checks all of your envelopes, and as they seem to all be in order, he then nods and gestures for him to follow. As you do so, you enter a fairly well-appointed courtyard, complete with the shallow ponds with fish swimming in them and like lily pads, and a nice large tree in the center flowering, and torches all around.
Nice place.
Yeah, villa entrances. Yeah, do you say that loud, I assume?
Yeah, it's just a nice place.
Indeed, the Count spares no expense.
Hey, so tell me about the Count. Does he have any enemies? You know, like people that want to kill him?
It is not my place, but
Oh,
would
come
there
on.
be...
Speak freely.
He looks to you. Would there be need of gods like me if he did not?
Yeah, I get you. I get you. Well, I mean, you wanna talk about any of them? Like, you know, they're in a specific country, or like, you know, specific organization, or like a religious cult. You know.
Give me a manipulation persuasion difficulty 9.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I don't pass.
I said that is not my place.
Okay, all right, man. Jeez, you know, you don't gotta be all tense. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Hey, dude, chill. It's fine. It's fine.
He gestures towards a large arched entrance with sound and light coming from within. And as you step into a large open room with various art pieces and busts around, with various groups of individuals kind of milling about, he steps adjacent to the door after you and announcing the delegation from Florida and the Lost Israelite tribes.
AJ walks in and throws up the double peace sign like he's Nixon.
Um,
Zane walks
Coming
in.
at you from Jacksonville.
Zane holds his hands up high to greet the congregation.
the kind of like muted and quiet conversations seem to get even quieter as everyone starts looking at you, and then the sound of like murmuring and whispering can be heard as you enter.
Well, as everyone else is being friendly and cordial, I am going to very openly reach into my duffel bag and pull out a pair of night vision goggles. They're X-ray night vision goggles, and I'm gonna start scanning the crowd. I'm looking for guns, weapons.
Everyone here is armed. Calling it now. Fucking everyone here is armed.
Did they check us? They didn't check us for weapons, did they?
That's why I'm calling that everybody here is armed.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you're probably right.
You see various other guards kind of posted around entrances and exits. However, some of them you do see similarly dressed guests as to the clothing you saw, in long robes, and some of them kind of a cross between that and some of the men more martial, where they are in armor, breastplates, and have like laurels on their heads, definitely carrying uh, um, and swords on their hips. Yeah, like there are people that are very visibly armed in here.
Okay, so like everyone's okay. Well,
Not everyone. There's like some that are less arm dressed, like they're more in just simple like tunics or togas or whatever the fuck the Greek wore.
gotcha, but nobody like in the middle of the crowd of normies. Keister
No.
bow or something. All right.
Keister to bow.
Zap carry your bow, bro.
We have to fight a fucking that character has fortitude if they Keister to bow.
A full fucking Basanian longbow too. Just
Instant death. In before
Alright.
the guy we're protecting is going to get attacked by Conan and friends tonight, and we're going to die.
I've got a plan. All right, so Yeah, that's what Chris does. He just looks like the fucking weirdo wearing night vision goggles in the middle of the day. Well, actually, it's not middle of the day. In the middle of a crowded room of people.
Yeah, it's
Is
not
there
like
a-
super dense, but there is quite a bit of people here.
Is there a punch bowl or anything nearby?
So, no, but you do see very scantily dressed women with their hair like tied up, walking around with trays of drinks and other edible items.
Zane's gonna swipe a drink.
AJ will swipe a drink and he'll offer. Let's see, what do I have?
All of them are like an 8 and above, by the way.
AJ will swipe a drink and then hand one of the women a baggie full of tablets, and he says like, "Hey, you looking to have a good time too? I know that you're wait staff, but you want to enjoy this party anyway?"
She looks at you slightly confused, and like kind of frantically looks around. God, give me like a fucking difficulty 10 manipulation persuasion.
10 willpower. Fine, willpower.
I'm just gonna have to start slipping people MDMA.
2 successes.
I should not be talking to you, please.
Okay, fine. Here, just take these and distribute them to all your friends. And he hands her a bag of MDMA tabs.
She takes them and seems to like question for a second, like start something, but then like
One
frantically like looks away and then just like starts walking off because
one each, no more.
While she does that, give me a what is it? Perception alertness.
Okay.
You're the CIA. You're not CIA. You're the fucking undercover cop. Molly's a party.
I'm just giving them away. Perception alertness difficulty what?
Difficulty 7.
That's funny. I have 1 point botch.
Oh, nice.
You get too distracted by the sway of her ass as she walks away to notice anything important.
Hell
Woo!
yeah.
Well, so I see you do that. I'm gonna ask you, hey man, what were those pills?
Oh, that was a shitload of MDMA.
Oh shit. Okay, I got that.
Oh,
Good.
oh shit! You holding? You got fucking bro. Let's start passing that shit out.
All right. Anybody got some shot? Are there those ladies? Were they carrying around glasses? Like,
Dude,
yeah,
no
they're like
one's-
goblets of wine.
No one is getting assassinated if everyone's fucking, dude.
Yeah, no, that's good. I got LSD.
Dude,
I got MDMA.
I'm in on this plan.
I got shitloads of LSD too. I have a fucked shitload of LSD.
I literally have a contractor bag full of liquid LSD and liquid MDMA. Two bags.
Fucking hey, dude, are you a drug dealer?
No, but I've thought about it.
You want to be?
Maybe.
I am, dude. Dude. We could, dude. Where did you get all that shit? Who's your supplier?
I make my own. He gives you a big old nasty smile.
Oh, so you're a fucking Fomor mutant, fucking acid-making drug dealer, bro. I don't like the Fomor thing's not my thing. But hey, if you want to hang out, I got a chemistry lab back home.
Wait, does that guy make drugs?
Yeah. You heard what he said.
I make a shitload of drugs. What drugs do you want? We should probably find a bathroom. Probably shouldn't do this in the middle of,
Wait, you could just make it on the spot?
Yeah.
Okay, how much
I'm gonna look
cocaine?
for-
How many grams of cocaine can you make at a time?
Dude.
190 pounds in grams.
Huh!
Still making that.
Hey,
Lawrence
listen.
will calculate it for you with
AJ
his
puts his
lightning
arm around-
calculator.
He puts his arm around Chris and goes, "My dude, listen. Do you have any mysteries you want to solve or any knowledge you want to unlock? Because I'm pretty good at that. And I think we're partners."
That's just
Or Lawrence is
that
gonna,
is just
he's
shy
gonna,
of
like, count the numbers on his fingers.
1,000 grams.
Yeah, Lawrence will give the exact number of it.
Man, you ain't making no 1,090 grams of motherfucking coke on your shit right now.
Yeah, how do you make that much?
Hey, just follow me, and I'll lead you to. Is there a bathroom that's clearly visible? I'm guessing there's not signs.
Dude, fuck it, dude. Just do it here. No one's gonna say anything.
Yeah, nobody here knows what drugs are, dude.
No one.
Yeah, no.
Fuck them.
just follow, and I'm gonna like find the nearest woman with the goblet, and go bathroom where? I can just fucking demand to know where the bathroom is.
Just point, don't speak.
Did she respond? Or...
She's typing on her tablet. Figure out where the bathroom is. Just to do her accounting.
Oh, I gotta look at what is my fucking pool for conjuration.
Oh man, Chris and AJ are about to be friends.
Cocaine. 190 pounds, you said?
Let me check his weight. His weight.
Alright, 190 makes sense then.
195. Close.
195.
Well, I'll wait for us to be told where a bathroom is, because that's what I'm trying to find.
195 pounds worth of fentanyl.
What the fuck?
Where's the bathroom?
I don't know. You start just wandering around.
Well,
No, we asked a bitch,
Oh,
and then AJ said, "Point, don't speak."
yeah, I barked at her where's the bathroom, AJ.
she points to one of the exits that has a guard flanking it.
Nice. All right, they just piss outside out here.
All right, so yeah, I'll just take us outside around the corner or something. Is there a place where there aren't guards? Is what I'm looking for.
So
Dude, why do you
go
care?
into
They
the
don't know what
corridor.
coke is.
Just do it, dude. Who cares? Who cares about cops? When was the last time you cared about a cop?
All right, fine. You know what? Fucking okay, I summoned 195 pounds of cocaine in a pile in front of me.
AJ whoops and says, "Normally I don't do coke, but you know what? This seems like a great time."
Okay, wait, hold on. You just summon a pile of cocaine?
Yes,
Yes.
190 pounds.
Because it's my body weight. Whatever I summon can be up to my body weight. Doesn't have
He just summons a coke statue that looks like him.
basically, which immediately falls apart.
Well, Zane's gonna fucking
trash bag for whatever's left.
Zane's dunking his head in the fucking powder. Gonna take a giant snort. He's gonna be like, "Yeah, it's the real shit."
It should be pure, like literally pure. Like chemically, it's pure.
So as you do that,
we're gonna fail. We're gonna fail this fucking game.
One of the guard that was like nearest the exit that you're kind of heading towards when you does this. He kind of sees you like moving, and he's had an eye on you. And as you just produce out of nowhere a statue of cocaine that falls into a pile, he kind of like visibly takes a step back and like.
Not only does that happen, but Zane is immediately face fucking it, and AJ's just going, "Oh shit!" Like.
Yeah,
so people start like looking, and oh god, the guard he gestures and starts like very hastily, but like as discreetly as a man in full armor, power walking towards your position can be.
Look at this shit! Look at this shit! Holy shit! We're gonna make so much fucking money, dude.
Zane,
you and me, we're gonna make so much fucking money.
Zane is going to run and jump and like dive into the cocaine like snow.
AJ has already grabbed Chris and is like half whispering, half yelling, like, dude, listen. You wanna know something? You wanna know some crazy shit? Okay, so like there's vampires, right? You know about vampires. So here's the thing, man. Like a lot of them can't do drugs, but I got a fucking plan. To synthesize fucking Vitae and shit, man. Like
what's going on here? The guard yells as he approaches, and his hand rests on the pommel of his sword, and like AJ, quick look around, sees that like every other guard in the location is starting to like come towards you.
Parlor trick.
This is a regular. It's a cultural thing from the Lost Kingdom of Florida.
Yeah, it's a parlor trick, basically.
consider it a gift for His Majesty. I don't speak a lot.
His Dukeness.
I think it would still be Majesty.
Hey. He look. He just looks between you guys
We
talking.
present these
utter
rare spices to his
Don't-
county shit.
Don't use too much. No, seriously, don't use too much. You'll get a fucking heart attack.
Extremely
What
exquisite
are
rare
you-
spices.
talking about. Where did this spice come from? And
Who's
as he does so, another one of the guards kind of steps up and looks
Ooh,
between you and
ooh,
slowly reaches down and takes some in his finger and rubs it together, and then he goes to smell it.
Hey Ben, I want to make a roll. But as soon as he says that,
Yeah.
So- I add 4 dots of legerdemain, and then I want to make a manipulation legerdemain roll. So when he says, "Where did this come from?" I want to do the quarter behind the ear trick.
Oh my god.
I
And
forgot.
so, yeah, I'm
Oh my god. Okay, sorry. What?
I'm assuming the difficulty's not higher than 8. So
No.
yeah, so when he says where did all this come from, AJ reaches behind his ear and pulls out a quarter. It says the same place this coin did. It's a magic. It's a parlor trick, man.
He looks at it, steps back, looks at it, kind of shakes, looks at you. A trick.
Yeah, it's illusion.
You're not a sorcerer.
No, fuck no.
He, kind of seems visibly stiff, and as the other guy goes to smell the white spice, he 2-point botches his stamina endurance roll. So he gets a big fucking snorful.
He fucking loves cocaine.
Also, I forgot to mention earlier, Ben. I have horrible burn scars. Should probably have pointed that out.
We're gonna die.
I hope so.
Someone's gonna die. Oh,
So he sniffs it and then starts coughing a little bit. As he goes to step up, his nose kind of starts bleeding because he got a way larger amount than anticipated. And he's like, oh, because I was looking around and panting. The other guards look at him and then look to you.
You feeling okay, buddy? You need something to drink?
Hey, dude, just ride the lightning, okay? Don't panic. Just ride the lightning.
Yeah, so it's
was
kind of hyperventilating, blinking a lot, and trying to just trying to put his hands out to get his balance, and he's like, I feel, and then the one that was looking to you, he kind of he relaxed a second, and you said no sorcerer, then he stiffens. What is this? What have you done?
It's a rare spice called cocaine.
Zane stands up and he walks up to the man, puts a hand on his shoulder, holding a snowball of cocaine. He says, "I've already done 5 times as much as this," and then he snorts the entire snowball. And he's like, "You'll be fine."
That's just healthy.
Hold on.
Oh, I have eidetic memory. That's good. Forgot. I've played this character so damn long.
So as you rest your hand on him, he seems to kind of snap at you, and he goes to shove you off and backs up a little bit, and then he falls to the ground. And some of the guests kind of gasp, and the other guards at this point they kind of start drawing their weapons, not just having them out, but they're utterly confused still at the point of what, but they all look to you, and one of them who has a larger crested helmet, he steps out and levels his sword at well, I guess that generally you, but I guess you don't, since you've been kind of talking to the other guy the most.
Yeah. Okay, what's he doing?
He levels a sword at you, not necessarily threatening, but really just
Yeah, I
pointing
get
to
you.
you. He's muscling, you know.
Yeah. Hey, dude, what's up? Take it easy. Take it easy. What's up?
Everyone calm down. It's like it's like not handling your booze. He's just had a little too much.
He had a lot. That was a lot. I did say don't take too much.
He looks to him, then looks back to you. Is he? Will he live?
Let me check.
Zane
And
walks
I'm gonna.
over. Zane walks over with the fucking cocaine all over his hand. He gestures at it with 2 fingers. The cocaine all over him. He's like, he'll be fine.
All right. What difficulty on perception medicine to determine how likely this guy is to go into a heart attack?
Difficulty 8.
I have 2.
Like, he's fit. He's got that going for him. He's never done drugs in his life, but he did an insane amount of cocaine on accident. Probably gonna want some water and should lay down and try not to do anything exertive.
So AJ turns to the guys and says, "Yeah, he had a lot. He had a lot. He'll probably live if you give him a bunch of water and you sit him down somewhere."
He looks to you, gestures to one of the guards who sheaths his sword in turn and helps him off the ground, and they start moving away. And he walks up to it. Why did you bring something so dangerous into this household?
It's not dangerous in small doses. He just took too much.
Because you gotta live dangerously to feel good, you know?
I mean,
AJ kind of strokes his chin and puts his one arm across his chest. He says, honestly, I just wanted to see if he could. It's a Florida thing.
Florida is weird. Gotta say that for sure.
Hey, listen. I understand you're pissed off. Okay, how can I make up for this? I'm a man of many talents. What would you like me to do? How can I make up for this in some way?
He purses his lip. To me, no. He gestures to his guards to sheath their weapons again. But you will come with me.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll go.
All right. As you walk
want
off,
all of us, or you just want him?
all of you. So as you walk off, you see some of the other guards start yelling at not yelling, but ordering some of the servants around and trying to regain and settle down the commotion.
Leaving the giant mountain of coke in the floor.
I want to have taken at least 100 of that. I want 100 grams of that in bags. My retainers were on that shit.
Just literally pocketfuls.
Yes, and bagfuls. We need some of our Ziploc bags topped off.
You could literally just take the trash bag full.
Honestly, I don't need to win this game anymore because AJ and Chris getting together is a gift enough, actually.
So you follow him, and 4 of the guards also escort you as you head through the complex of this quite large estate, villa, manor thing. It's big. It's nice. Eventually, you get led to an open air patio, kind of overlooks a small garden, like a story up.
Mm-hmm.
Well lit table, more guards. These ones, extremely fully, heavily armored, carrying pole arms. They look menacing. But on this patio is a middle-aged man, got a kind of mustache, goatee, beard, wearing a blue tunic, nice silver belt, but nothing too ostentatious. And he looks at you, eyebrow raised in curiosity as you get ushered onto the balcony.
AJ bows and says, "Good evening, Your Excellency."
And who are you?
I'm AJ from the mystical land of Florida. These are my companions. This is Zane the Insane and the Midnight Marauders. They're troubadours. This is Lawrence, the last of the lost Israelite tribe, and the true mage. And this is
Okay,
Chris,
right.
Not a sorcerer.
not a sorcerer. Yes.
I understand that there was a disturbance. You brought something as a gift, I come to understand.
Yes. An exotic spice called cocaine.
Hold on, there's a phone call.
Oh man, you know what's
Alright.
gonna? You know what we should do? Oh man,
I'm listening.
I'll tell you later after when we have a moment to talk in character.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because this
Um,
is who I just had a great idea.
An exotic spice. And he raises an eyebrow from Florida.
Yes.
I have not heard of this land,
Yeah,
nor do I remember inviting anyone from such a place.
I reach in my pocket and pull out the invitation and show it to him.
He takes it. This is indeed one of mine. Yet,
Okay, check it out. Look, I'm gonna come clean with you, Your Excellency, because we're not your enemy. All right, check this out. Some weird old dude in a hood with a stick, right, picked us up, and he told us to protect you from an assassination attempt tonight. That's our mission. We're here to keep you alive because apparently someone is going to try to kill you, and so our job is to make sure that you don't die.
he looks at you, then looks to the guard, and looks back at you, and then he cocks a smile. And how do I know that you are not assassins yourself? After all, he gestures, your stunt did get you a meeting with me.
Yes, and we haven't tried to attack you yet, have we?
I have my own staff. I don't think I require any assistance.
Not no disrespect to your staff, but the old hooded man with the stick who put us on the Rainbow Bridge would not have called us unless the attempt on your life was far more than your staff could handle.
We're like experts.
Yeah, we're experts.
So, you're telling me that a mysterious old man, who's apparently a benefactor of mine that you cannot name, sent a group of sorry, sent a group of entertainers a a group of entertainers and what their knight and squire. He gestures to the burned individual.
I mean that's not really what we are, but sure, yeah, that's close enough.
I find this hard to believe, as I'm sure you can understand. And another phone call. I'm sorry.
Hmm. Maybe Chris should have leaned into the sorcerer a bit.
That would have gotten us all killed.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't do it.
I know what setting we're in.
I have no
Prom
idea.
would have our heads cut off.
I does Crom deal with a 50 caliber Desert Eagle? Probably pretty well.
Sorry, where was I? Phone
He
calls
was
after phone calls.
he was making fun of us for being normies.
Right. I find that hard to believe.
Well, okay, so here's the thing, Your Highness, or Your Excellency. We're all capable of some pretty amazing things. All of us. And we that's why we're sent to help you. We're above and beyond the normal man, and we're here to protect you from a threat that is clearly above and beyond the normal.
You got any particularly big bad guys that want you dead? You know,
Yeah,
So-
cultists, enemy armies, monsters,
vampires,
So-
werewolves, the whole
vampires, werewolves. Yeah, that's a good point.
A servant slips past you carrying a small leather bag and very humbly presents it to the count, who takes it, opens it up, and seems to like pour out onto the table some of the obviously cocaine.
Whoa, yeah, Your Excellency, do not take too much of that.
And dabs an entire lot. No. So what exactly is this spice that you brought?
It's an extract from a coca plant boiled several times over, synthesized into a powder. Makes you
And-
hype. Makes you really fucking hype.
What is hype?
energetic.
Energetic, yeah, amped up, excited.
Fucking awesome.
Yeah, what he said.
Takes it. Takes it and kind of like rubs it in his fingers.
If you take too much at once, though, it does put kind of a strain on the heart.
Like
Do
usually
you have to prepare it?
No, you can just snort it. It's already been prepared, basically.
Wait, Zane, show him a normal person amount, not a you amount.
He's going to reach into a bag and he's going to like grab a handful. Okay, this is I'm pretty sure what like starters what beginners start on. And he's going to snort.
Nah, dude, that's about 5 times what a beginner starts on.
Hold on. I like get enough on my pinky nail and hold it up to Zane. Like this is how much you should use.
Says who?
Medical science?
Fuck those guys. Fuck science.
Mm,
It's like alcohol, my liege. You gotta build up to it. You know what I mean? You can't just chug the whole keg of mead.
yeah, if you start with too much at once, it can really fuck your day up.
Hmm.
But you also get
Interesting.
the worst part behind you if you start off harder earlier.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I do it all the time. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
That is exactly why you don't know what you're talking about. You're a superhuman drug inhaling machine. You don't you're not normal, Zane. You're capable of doing amounts that would kill an elephant.
The
And see, if we wanted you dead, we would have just told you it's completely harmless.
guard who escorted you approaches and like starts like whispering something in his ear. Can't really make it out. He kind of nods. And in larger amounts, it is lethal, correct?
Potentially.
I mean, but so is any medicine, right?
Right, yeah. Anything is lethal in large enough amounts, am I right? But yes, no, it's pretty feasible to do enough at once that you have a heart attack and die.
He kind of like wipes his fingers on his robes and then seems to study again. Wherever this Florida is, you seem well versed in alchemical ways.
Yes, actually, where I'm quite the apothecary, and to a lesser extent, so is Zane here.
I'm just an artificer. Different trade.
Yeah, he's a craftsman. And
I'm
Lawrence
a wise
is
man.
Lawrence is a man of knowledge.
Kind
I
of
can
cracks a
teach you the
smile.
ways of teachnology.
AJ visibly cracks a smile.
He smiles and begins nodding. Very well. I do not know where you are, how you got an invitation, but you have piqued my curiosity. You may stay and enjoy the festivities of my gala.
Yeah, just don't die, Your Excellency, because otherwise we came here for nothing.
Plus, you seem like an alright guy.
Yeah, you do seem pretty cool.
Well, Marcus and his guards here, and he gestures to them, better do their job.
If you
They
would
mark
like, I can have some of my men accompany them and assist them.
The Marcus, the guard, seems to study you for a second. Give me a something persuasion. You can do charisma or manipulation.
I'll do.
Oh my
Can I
god, my dice
do
today. My fucking dice
subterfuge?
today.
You always whine about your dice when you're GMing, Ben.
You just need
I'm just saying, man. Some days they like me, some days they don't.
What difficulty?
Some days they just like us.
6. That is true.
One success.
Fine. Extra pairs of eyes on the perimeter couldn't hurt. And he raises an eyebrow. And you know nothing of this threat that you're supposed to protect us from.
Not specifically, but they never tell us much of anything before we go out to do something. It's part of the fun, you know? It's part of why we're experts.
Well, if you find anything, inform me at once.
Right. Well, same goes to you, Your Excellency. If you see anything out of the ordinary, just try to stay where we can see you. That would help a lot.
Yes, he kind of waves you off. As for now, I have to go meet some of our guests. It's about time I've shown my face in my own villa. And he kind of starts walking past you. Clearly now
Oh, Your
on to
Excellency.
other things.
I have an idea. Zane here is a musician. Would you like me to play you an intro, Florida style?
He pauses.
I play the best shit ever. Like you can't even imagine the shit that pops off once I start.
I mean, is it Eric Zahn? Do you know any Eric Zahn?
Fucking Eric Zahn.
This is still the informal beginning of the night. Perhaps once the festivities begin, you could entertain the guests while the fights go on.
Oh, there's fights?
Oh, sweet.
Oh, now you're talking.
Sick as fuck, dude. You guys party over here. What is the name of this land?
He looks at you completely puzzled. You are in glorious Aquillionia itself, of course.
This
How
place
have you
is
traveled these lands and not know where you are? We are hundreds of leagues from the nearest border.
I said Rainbow Bridge.
He blank face.
Yeah, we took the Rainbow Bridge here.
Yeah, we took the Rainbow Bridge.
We didn't see any signs.
Yeah.
Also, where's the bathroom? Do you guys have a place to piss?
Dude, it's fucking the classical age. You just go piss on a bush, bro.
Well, fine. Fucking. Just know if there's a designated bush.
There is a latrine on the first floor. Kind of gives you vague directions.
Oh, good. I'm gonna go there. I just immediately turn and go there.
Alright, after he departs, and you guys start also running away, and I heard you guys wanted to talk about something. I have to go quickly move something for my mom. I'll be right back.
So yeah, AJ hustles out following Chris. Says, dude, we could set up here.
Yes, we could.
I'm assuming that you can summon things other than drugs, right?
Oh, fucking literally whatever.
Okay, yeah, so I'm a scientist and an engineer, and a professional one at that. And dude, we could set up here.
Yeah, we certainly could. And like by the time we get to the latrine, assuming it's like a single fucking pot kind of deal, I'm gonna go in and shut the door just to keep bystanders from seeing, and I'm gonna pull Isabel out of the bag, like just fully out. So, so you see that girl who I pulled out earlier come out with me. She's wearing old ass like robes, so I think she'll fit in pretty well.
Yeah, okay.
Like,
Looks at her, goes, "Why you got a bitch in a bag, dude?"
yeah, that's a good description for her.
Yeah, same as DB, bro. What the hell?
Who?
Friend of mine, fellow Floridian.
Oh, fucking Florida. Anyway, yeah, no. Well, listen, she can do this thing where she can look like whoever. She's got Mask of 1,000 Faces type of character. So I don't know if that's useful, but she needs to pull her fucking weight every once in a while.
Okay, so she's a spy.
Yeah, she's clearly cowed, so she's not gonna say.
What is she? Is she a human?
Oh, she's a goddamn vampire. Fucking.
Oh, she's a kindred. What clan? Do you know?
Fucking clan are you? And Bali. She like winces away from Chris like he's about to slap some shit out of her.
The fuck are those? Those fucking goth vampires, right?
I don't know, man. I met her in hell, literally hell.
Oh, fuck. All right. Awkward. Anyway, so check it out. Look, you can summon materials. I can help build them, right? I'm assuming you can build too, right? You said you're an artificer, right? So here's the deal, man. What if we just stay here after this shit's over, and we help his excellency, dude? We just help him fucking do whatever the fuck he wants. We bring in indoor plumbing. We bring in fucking literacy, right? And like you saw those bitches walking around the lobby, right? They were all solid as fuck. Like we could just be stacked with riches and bitches. We could be kings here, and we don't even have to do the work of being kings.
It's true. And shit, it's not like we have anybody to fear. What's the best thing they got? Like a trebuchet? Like I could easily make us a fucking cannon.
Well, I mean, we wouldn't even we don't even have to fight, bro. We just sell our expertise to the king.
Well, yeah, I'm saying if someone attacks the king, there's no reason that we can't literally have the king roll over whatever with a Sherman.
Yeah, exactly, right? We teach him fucking germ theory, teach him sanitation.
We're just gonna play Civilization in this place, aren't we?
I mean, come on, dude. Look, but we get all the riches and all the bitches.
No, I'm about it. It sounds way the fuck awesome. I wonder if this thing works. And like he pulls out. It's a portable portal. So I can't remember exactly what size that is, other than it fits in the bag and it spins up to basketball size. I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's gonna turn that thing on. GM, does this actually, yeah, the portal works across Umbral realms. Does it work?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, cool. So I can just see the fucking inside of the warehouse because I don't think I had it on Conrad's ship. It just goes back to the warehouse. Oh, good. We can still get back and get shit from our world if we need it.
Oh my god, dude, we're gonna fuck, dude. We're gonna fuck. We're gonna be fucking. We're gonna be gods, dude. We're gonna be fucking gods here.
Yeah,
We are gonna have so many bitches.
Man, you really. All right, well, yeah, we can certainly do that shit. Fucking
Well, I mean, you know, like if bitches are like a status thing, it's not really about that. It's about here. I don't have to worry about the Pope, and here I don't have to worry. I don't have to worry about the fucking feds. All right, like I'll have a place I can go where I won't be fucked with by the feds, but still in arm's reach of normal reality if I ever need to go back.
Oh, speaking of fucking which, you're a chemist, right? Or you know chemistry?
I know everything.
Okay, well, figure out what the fuck this shit is, because I really don't know. And I pull out a coffee can full of blue goo.
Okay, that he like stares at it and stares at it and goes, "Where the fuck did you get this?"
Some tree in fucking Sri Lanka,
Tibet.
Yeah, no, he doesn't know.
Oh yeah, he's like, Sri Lanka, Tibet. I'll be honest, dude. I'll be honest. I have no fucking clue what this is. But I can find out.
Oh God, was I with you on that? I remember this.
Yeah, Shaw was there.
I have the title of that game written down as a manticore appears. I don't remember if there was a real name, but I'm not changing it.
Oh my god, dude! I don't know what this is, but I can certainly find out, given access to some equipment, you know.
Yeah. So,
Oh, shit. Anyway, let's go fucking wrap this game up. Let's go wrap this game up. Let's fucking make it work. But you and me, we're friends now.
yeah, sounds good.
Alright, so what is the plan?
Well, we're gonna make Aquillionan more of a superpower than it already is.
I meant the current plan for the game.
Oh, we haven't even gotten there yet.
Goddamn.
I guess Chris probably would mention, like, all right, guys, here's the thing. Whatever goes in this bag stays in this bag until I pull it out of this bag. And I mean anything. He reaches in and pulls out a ladder until it hits the ceiling. Anything, he shoves it back down in. So, worst case scenario, we shove the king or what the fuck ever into this bag, and we get dumb bitch over here to pretend to be him. That's like a fallback plan. I'm sure there's probably a better plan, but
That was some body double shit. That's smart. Well, I can see into the spirit world. So like if whatever's coming for the guy is suspicious on the spirit world end, I'll see it. And if there's any spirits around, I can maybe, maybe if they're chill, I can talk them into helping us out.
oh, okay, cool. Didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, that's how I can tell you're a mutant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can usually talk to those dudes on the other side.
Scratching his nuts with his third arm.
Been way easier getting them to do shit because I figured out how to like supercharge them so that they can do shit. Like I give them like inspiration that lets them use their powers and shit. They're all about that.
Nice.
Oh yeah, here's Zane, and I reach in my bag, pull out a shot glass of LSD.
He's gonna take it and
I guess some LSD. Seem like the type.
Oh, you like acid? Hang on. He reaches into his pocket, pulls out an entire sheet, and hands it to Zane.
We're just dumping drugs into Zane. You want any, Lawrence? I don't know. I don't want to make assumptions. Dude.
Damn,
Yeah,
you guys are always doing all these drugs and shit.
You look like a priest. You look like a priest, so I assumed you didn't have drugs. But yeah, you can have any you want. I don't give a shit.
I ain't no priest, but I'm a teacher. I gotta teach my children.
What do you teach, bro?
I teach them the truth. I teach them about the true word, the black man and his power, and his melanin, and how to better himself to enhance this power.
I see. Can you describe that in ignorant cracker terms?
You see, I teach them how to be the better them by breaking the chains that bind them to the slavery of their soul.
Okay, yeah. I still don't quite understand because that's literally what all of us do.
No, I think I get what he's saying. He's a freedom fighter. He's out there like liberating people's souls. Shit. That's what I'm about.
Yeah, I don't see how that doesn't apply to literally all of us.
The black man. I mean, I do it for my fellow ebenoids.
That sounds more racist than anything I could think of to say. Like, I feel like that if I said ebenoid, I'd get canceled.
You probably would. I mean,
is that's definitely one of those your word, not mine situations. I'm gonna avoid using that term.
And I thank you for that.
I'm just gonna keep calling you guys black folks or African Americans or whatever the fuck.
Where are you from? Where do you operate out of? Like, where did you start saving people?
I've been bringing my fellow when I go. You see, originally I'm from New York, aka the streets. But on a game, I found a passageway into paradise. And from then on, I have brought my people to paradise.
Oh, sweet. So you're also about like finding people to bring to the other side to like bring to paradise.
Yes.
That's also what I fucking do. I make it so like they can just walk there. Except I get that you're helping your people and that's cool, but like I take everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if our
It is what it is.
congregations, like if our peoples like meet up, you know, I bet we can hit it off. You know.
Okay, I'll keep it in mind. You white for a cracker. I mean, you know.
Anybody got like a plan A aside from, you know, a gesture at the fucking vampire again?
Well, I mean, like I said, I'll keep an eye on the spirit world, and when push comes to shove, I can sword fight pretty well, and I can shoot pretty good. And if worst comes to worst, and our boy gets hurt, I got some medical equipment on me that's, well, it's really good. We'll just say that.
Oh yeah. Can you heal? Can you like use that shit on me? Cause like this hangover's not going away for some reason.
My supply is real limited, so I prefer to save it for emergencies.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I haven't been able to synthesize more of it.
I can make her give you some blood. That shit works pretty good.
Oh yeah, that shit does work.
Vampire blood. Yeah, give me looks around. Is there like do we got containers around here?
AJ fucking reaches in his bag.
So, are you like doing this in one of the hallways, or are you like back in the main room doing this?
We're probably like in a corner of the main room by now.
Okay.
AJ pulls out an ornate clay jar with Egyptian glyphs all over it.
Wait, do I have any?
All right, fucking. He's gonna take that jug. He's gonna be like, oh cool, look at these Egyptian glyphs. And he's gonna fucking pass it to vampire.
Yeah.
Give me some of that blood.
Dylan, do the glyphs actually mean anything? Because Lawrence can speak Egyptian, and he has linguistics
I was
Egyptian.
basically out of character holding it up like, look at this.
Yeah,
Lawrence.
I got it from a bunch of Setites, so I'm sure it says something, but I have no idea what it is.
Okay. Yeah, Lawrence will just remark, oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. Where'd you get this? This looks original.
A bunch of Egyptian vampires.
Egyptian vampires, you say?
Yes.
Lawrence has encountered those.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you
call them. They're called the followers of Set. I got in Darkblood's basement. You want to talk to him?
Interesting. Maybe.
I
Yeah,
forgot about
I have words I would like to exchange.
Yeah, they can turn into snakes, dude. It's crazy.
that. Just be careful.
Wait. Hold on. They turn into snakes?
I mean, some of them can, yeah.
Holy shit. That's when I was in Israel and I had to fix plumbing for this chick that could turn into snakes.
Huh.
So, as you're loudly saying that, if anyone, give me a perception alertness check.
We're gonna get fucking murked, bro.
Zane is paying zero attention to anything that is not directly in front of him.
What's the difficulty?
What else?
Difficulty 7. Yeah, grab people.
Perception awareness. I have
Oh,
one. No. Yeah, I have one success.
What are we rolling?
Perception awareness.
What was the difficulty?
7.
7? Okay, cool. 4.
1, 2, 3.
no successes.
1, 2. Oh my god. I rolled 2 9s, an 8, and a 10. So fucking Jesus Christ. No, wait, 3 9s. God damn. Okay, so 5 successes for Chris. Fuck.
Oh, that's another thing. I have the most dangerous knife on Earth.
Did you say that? Yeah.
Right, so
He hisses that at Chris. I have the most dangerous knife too. Now that I remember that.
I heard 1
What type of
success
knife
and
you
3
got?
successes.
Yes.
I got 5.
And 5? Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, this is a super good roll. Holy shit.
Yeah, you guys see a woman nearby dressed in long white kind of robes with like the open back and the thing where it kind of like just goes up and over the chest and then around the back of the neck, but like super lightweight. Kind of like stiffen, like when you have your conversation before, like look over at you and then like quickly like snaps back to her conversation, excuses herself, and begins like walking away, kind of briskly.
Someone get her.
Uh-oh.
She in the
Where's she go? Yeah, AJ goes, where's she going?
But
Spit and follow.
she doing something. Zane's gonna fucking follow.
Oh, never mind. Not gonna bother trying to stealth with Zane following her.
No, fuck stealth.
Yeah, Lawrence
AJ is
is
going to
following.
follow, but not closely.
All right, is anyone even attempting stealth? You all just gonna like mob after her.
We're gonna mob this bitch.
AJ's. Oh wait, real quick. Does she look goofy in the Umbra at all? Is there any weird spiritual shit around her? Mind you, this is not seeing her aura. This is just seeing that if there's spiritual activity surrounding her that's fucked up.
like just fucked up spiritual activity, like it has to be
Oh,
evil or
I can
anything.
see basically any spiritual activity.
Okay, yes, there is spiritual activity around this woman.
What kind? Can you describe it at all? Because like if there is a spirit following her, for instance, I can see that fucker.
It's less that there's a spirit following her, more that like her spirit itself is showing in the Umbra to a degree.
More so than a normal person's.
Way more so than normal persons, but the aura itself, I wouldn't say it's kind of like a like a breeze around her, but it's like always on the very verge of like, you know, potentially like a storm. Like it's a strong gust, but still like mild, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. AJ says, "Hey
There's a
guys,
certain force behind it that you can sense.
guys. Let me follow her. Let me do the talking. Okay, she's got some umbral shit going on, guys.
Okay, that's fine. Just hey, let dumbass here get a look at her if you get a chance, like in the eye.
Yeah. No problem. Here, come with me, Vamp. Come with me, vampire bitch. Zane, stay here. Keep an eye on the main room, dude. We need you for crowd control. I know you can do that.
All right.
Hey, what should I do?
Whatever the fuck you want, man.
Alright.
I trust your judgment.
Yeah, Lawrence is just gonna mingle. Lawrence is gonna mingle.
The most normal person here is the Israelite mage.
The most normal here is the black Israelite wizard with a private army.
Now, Zane and the gang will mingle as well, attempting to rolling awe and getting people to try drugs.
It's good that I'm out of the room. You would take bashing from that.
Yeah. All right. So yeah,
Did your military goons also dress up?
They look like the picture. Like they look like they do in the picture I sent of the pyramid with the guy. The true mage, that's Lawrence. And the
Never mind.
actually, one thing to note is Lawrence, he's black, but he's like pitch black. He's what the fuck is it called? Narlathotep or whatever?
Yeah.
The black man.
He's Vanta Black.
He's fucking he's Mr. Popo.
He's like a shadow.
He's Vanta Black.
I'm gonna picture Mr. Popo from now on. He's always Mr. Popo.
Got it. So you'd be so as you
He's just got kind of a light that sucks away light.
So both of you, I mean, if you're whatever role you're doing to like mesmerize them, and you can give me however you're going about it, kind of like persuasion, just to mingle.
He's not. He doesn't have any magic. So Lawrence is actually just engaging in normal conversation.
All right, give me something: persuasion, charisma, manipulation. However you go about your conversation. Jeff, are you going with Dylan or?
Yes.
His retainer is.
Yeah, Chris kind of like tags along, but not up front. Like he's not gonna.
You hang back a distance.
Yeah, he's following at a distance. That's the word.
So AJ's just gonna like sort of like discreetly slide after this woman, And then like when she's got a distance away from the audience, AJ's gonna like slide up to her and be like, "Hey, good evening, man. Good evening, ma'am."
So she rounds the corner, and like you go to like slide up after her, and as you do so, she's like facing you, and you like kind of stop. You say that, and she looks at you, and she has a very stern expression as she looks at you. Who are you?
I'm AJ.
Does she? I don't want to interrupt, but does she by chance make eye contact with Isabel, who is with AJ?
Yeah, I suppose so.
What's her self control?
Her self-control.
Yes.
4.
Okay. All right. So I know my. I'll let you know what I'm rolling, but go continue with AJ because I got.
AJ says, I'm AJ. I'm from Florida.
She narrows. That land must be very far away.
Extremely. And you are?
Samara,
From?
Aquillionia.
Nice to meet you, Samara of Aquillionia. Listen, I couldn't help but notice. Like I can see, he gestures like vaguely. I can see things that sometimes other people find hard to see. And I couldn't help but notice you've got a very strong spirit. You have a really impressive spiritual aura. You know what I mean?
She stiffens and like looks at you. So, I take it that you are similarly blessed.
Probably not. I'm just very smart.
So if you wanna communicate to me any of that, I got 4 total successes with the onion, which is literally all the things: derangement, secrets. If she's got, like, I doubt that she has a haven, but like an example is a secret entrance.
Jesus fuck.
Since the sin is really fucking good, and that's dot 1.
Yeah, Sense the Sin is fucking amazing at .1.
Yeah. Honestly,
Okay.
it's kind of shit.
Well, I guess like surface level first, right?
Yeah. I mean, however you want to interpret it.
Well, her biggest secret is that the most surface level secret is that she is currently trying to get away from you and find one of the guards. Second surface level secret is now that he's like caught on is probably the fact that she really doesn't want to reveal the nature of said powers. In this case, it would be that she is a priestess of someone called Mitra.
Okay. Do I get anything else? Any derangements or anything like that?
Derangements. God, you get like derangements and stuff like that. Like, okay.
It can get really stupid.
I didn't go that far as building her, but yeah, let's go with like nightmares. That's definitely one, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Okay, so she's a priestess of Mithra. I'm saying it Mithra. I'm saying it wrong. That's the big thing. She's priestess. And she's looking for. She's looking for a guard, or she's looking for like a specific guard.
As far as you can tell, a guard.
I'm sorry. Say it again. You broke up on me.
As far as you can tell, just a guard.
Oh, okay. So Isabel just says bluntly, "Why are you looking for a guard?" And she's like giving her the fucking stink eye. Like that moment where they made eye contact, she's fucking just stink eyeing the shit out of her. The evil eye, as it were.
I was going to try to report you discreetly, but it seems that my fears were correct.
What are you going to report us for? What did we do wrong?
At first I was suspicious, but now that you can see into my soul and looks at the thing, perhaps beyond, I believe my assumptions were correct.
What was your assumption, woman? Come on.
She like reaches behind her and like draws a pretty simple like just knife.
AJ,
You are
AJ rolls his fucking eyes and goes, "Really, really?
that you are foul servants of the snake god Set.
No, we killed those guys.
Who's Mithra?
Fucking Setites? No, fuck Setites. They're garbage.
What, Setites? No, fuck yeah, fuck those guys. They're pieces of shit. God, all they ever do is talk about how cool they are. Fuck those guys.
AJ sets down his golf bag and unzips it and pulls out a big ass Kopesh and says, "See this? I got this off a killing one." Mind you, in the golf bag, you can see an assortment of swords and guns and more guns and more guns.
Who's
You would handle something handled by their corrupted so readily.
I mean, they're just animals.
I'm sure you washed it off.
Yeah, that too. I did wash it.
Yeah, I mean, so who's Mithra? She's just asking like a bitchy girl who went through someone's phone and found, that you were talking to some other girl. You know what I mean? That's the voice tone.
She actually looks at her dumbfounded.
Look, we're foreigners, okay? We look. He turns to the vampire and goes, "Go. Turn around for a second," he says to the vampire.
Okay, she's going to, and that's when she will, of course, see Chris tailing her.
Don't say shit. All right, so listen, Samara, right? Look, we're not from here, all right? We don't actually have any stake at all in your local politics. Our religious and cultural and ethnic backgrounds are so wildly different from anything you've ever heard of before as to make it completely nonsensical to both of us. So we don't serve the god Set, although there is a similar cult of servants that serve a god called Set in my world, and that bears investigating. I didn't know you had those here. But listen, we're from so fucking far away that trust me, we're here for one thing and one thing only. And he leans in. He says, "We're here to make sure that the Duke survives the night. That's it. Nothing else. That's it." So I apologize for my friend's rude behavior, but her kind are not given to politeness, right?
So, then I suppose you have heard the rumors too.
Not really. Look, let me tell you what. Some old dude in a hood some buff old dude in a hood with a stick just showed up, told us he needed our help, yeeted us across the Rainbow Bridge. We woke up nearby and we came here.
She like seems like study you for a second and like you're serious.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's not even the weirdest thing that's happened to me this month, but you know.
By Mutu's blessing. There have been rumors that I've heard.
Go on.
Movements in the court. If you know nothing of these lands, then but yet you know of Set, then know this.
It
To
might
the south.
just academic point of interest here. It might not even be the same Set. Just saying, it might be actually a different. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, Set has his dominion of followers and worshippers to the south, the lands of Stygia, Kush, and many others. They have been at war with us and Aquillonia's client states for many generations. And like the two snakes they are, they do not limit themselves to the battlefield.
Right. Okay, so you're saying that these Set dudes, these Setites, right? That they're probably going to try to assassinate the king. What's their most common method?
Well, like all foul snakes, their venomous bite, of course. Whether that be through their blades or other poison.
Okay then. Do any of them drink blood and only come out at night?
If you are speaking of the Nightkin, I do not believe that. No.
Okay,
She like looked confused. Like, I've never heard of them utilizing them.
they're all basically human. That's what I'm getting at. Got it. Then yeah, different Setites.
If you could call them that.
Different Setites, because all the Set followers in my time, they actually, I guess, you call them Nightkin? Yeah, they're all Nightkin. All the Nightkin are Setites, and all the Setites are Nightkin. Where I'm from.
That sounds like a horrendous place.
Not really. There's not many of them, and they're kind of not very powerful at all. Like the idea of a bunch of those things getting together to like start a war is unthinkable because there's not enough of them.
Well,
They just sell drugs. All right. Well, listen. You don't have to report us, but go ahead if you think that's the best thing for you. I just wanted to make sure you weren't an assassin. You have a good night. Call me. I'll yeah. But we can talk later. And he's gonna like awkwardly shuffle off.
okay.
And he's gonna grab the vampire by the collar or whatever and be like, "Come on, you dumbass."
And she's going to, since she knows that Chris is behind her, and Chris has a fucking flashlight that'll kill her. So
Did you? And as we're going off, AJ's gonna like let go of the vampire. Be like, did you have to be such a bitch? Or
before she gets a chance to answer, like Chris slaps her just fucking right across the face. Yeah, sorry about that. I knew that was a risk, but fucking shit.
So, Dag.
If we're cut back to me, I also want to say Zane is using awe to hype himself up, telling everyone he's about to like blow their fucking minds with the best music they've ever heard.
Okay. It just affects everyone.
Basically, yes.
All right, so yeah, you get people interested. There's a lot of different delegations, some from fairly different lands. A lot of like talks of like cultural exchange, yada yada. As to that point, Chris gets like constantly asked if he's from Kush
If he's from Crush.
or sorry, not Chris.
Lawrence.
Lawrence. Yeah, if Lawrence is from Kush, because like you probably don't know what that means, but everyone's like keeps like
No,
inferring that and
I
asking
know,
that.
I know Conan.
He just says, "I'm not from Afghanistan. What are you talking about? I got,
It's Afghanistan.
I got Kush. I'm not from Kush." And he pulls out a big ass bag of weed.
Fucking Conan's names are ridiculous.
Yeah, out of character, but in character, Lawrence is like, I don't know what that means. I am from Israel.
What is that? Is that like south of Jafar? Or what Israel will be even be on that map? Anyway, so after mingling for a little bit, you give me a perception alertness check, difficulty like 5.
All of us, or Zane and Lawrence.
The ones that stayed behind.
Gotcha.
3.
Jesus, 1.
So you notice that one of the servants kind of like stumbles and trips over someone, just like spilling a huge amount of wine all over them, much to a large commotion. And she kind of like stumbles back and seems like regaining her footing and kind of apologizes, then starts like uncontrollably laughing. And eventually one of the guards comes up, starts like yelling at her, to which she just kind of like laughs more, and then he like slaps her across the face and starts dragging her off.
What the fuck? I don't know where Lawrence is. How big is this crowd?
It's really sizable. Probably like around 80 people or so.
I think you'd be able to pick Lawrence out of a crowd.
Probably.
Yeah. I'm gonna look for the shadow man.
You're gonna look for the Shadow Man wearing like full Egyptian garb. He's also wearing Egyptian garb, if that matters for
Um,
Alright.
I don't think you can miss Lawrence in this room.
So I'm gonna seek him out, and I'm gonna say,
um,
did you see that shit, man? These managers are fucking intense, you know? I think one time I had to be a waiter, and it fucking sucked, man.
so, sorry, how many successes did you guys get on those perk alerts?
Oh,
3.
1.
So, as you're saying that, you with 3, you see that like the individual that got covered in wine starts wiping it off, and then like seems to actually have been talking to the host, the count himself, to which is like frantically like apologizing to him, and he kind of like storms off in a bit of a huff down like a separate corridor. One of his aides, like or attaches, following, while another one stays to talk and try to middleman with the host.
Zane's gonna fucking say to Lawrence, this, dude, what if this is it? What if this is the kill plot? Like they lure him away. Should I follow him?
Yeah, that might be the best.
Should I follow him, or should I like stay out here in case like shit gets real?
Hmm. Sid, you got all the crowd control.
Fuck it, I'll follow him.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll stay out here and keep watch.
So you follow him, and as you do so, you get closer. You hear him yelling for a private room and for like a servant to bring him water. And as he gets directed to there by a very like frantic-looking slave girl, you see that he slips into a room not too far down one of the side corridors. His aide just like constantly like consoling and apologizing and trying to trying and in vain to keep him from making as much of a mess as possible, just dripping wine down the corridor.
Fuck it up.
Zane's gonna run up on him. He's gonna be like, "Hey, wait! Someone's trying to kill you. Like, what if this is it?
This isn't the host. This guy was talking to the
This
host.
wasn't the king. The guy we have
The
to
count.
protect.
No, but he was talking to the guy that you're supposed to.
No, what happened was one of the servants I slipped MDMA to dumped wine on a guy that the count was talking to, and that guy's all pissy now because, like, how dare the servants dump wine on me? He thinks it's a coordinated insult.
If this isn't the guy, then Zane's like, wait a minute, it's not the guy. Probably the fucking drugs that I've also been handing out. All right, this looks normal.
As you turn to leave, give me another perception alertness check.
I got 10, 9, 7, 9.
Okay. You hear something get knocked over in the room, and something breaks. You hear some like muffled voices, and then like a loud thump.
I'm gonna fucking run over and see what's going on.
You run slam open the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking open the door.
All right, yeah. Dude that's covered in wine is on the ground convulsing. Either blood or wine is pooling out of his mouth, and his eyes. He like fell into a pedestal, knocked over a vase. His attaché is kind of frantically just like panicking the fuck out, not knowing what the hell's going on, trying to like just like grab him and you know, not really knowing what the fuck to do.
So are we supposed to protect the count or the host? But it was the host, right?
The same. The count is the host.
Yeah, this is a guest.
Yeah, this is a guest. That's
Okay, this is a
fucking
rando.
seizing up and dying on the ground. Yeah.
What the? Okay, well, fucking Zane's gonna fucking see him like ODing and he's gonna be like screaming. He's gonna be screaming, JT? What's his name? Just screaming that at the room.
Do you want us to roll to hear that, Ben?
Sure.
Yeah, he's gonna boost his decibels too. He's just fucking screaming random initials.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Difficulty.
I mean, like, is he like you can like increase your volume, right?
Yeah.
This is Zane bass boosted.
Difficulty like 6. There's only like a fucking heart playing or something right now.
All right. So yeah, AJ like slaps Chris on the shoulder, like, dude, let's go check it out. Zane's yelling more than usual.
Lawrence will hear
That
it.
was
It's like,
muted
if you
shit.
excuse me,
All right.
I have
So
some business to attend to, and Lawrence will come over.
you and everyone else here, is it for the most part, people kind of start like looking around, like, what the fuck is going on? You begin moving, as well as some of the guards who start responding. You guys arrive to see the guy on the ground kind of just finish, just like in his final throes, as he just goes like limp and clearly just like viscera just
no.
pulling around him.
I pull out the old timey first aid kit syringes and stab him.
Okay.
I give him 1. Does that save him?
So, yeah, he's like in his death throes, like, blood's like pulling out of his eyes and mouth, and you hit him with it, depress it.
I just stab it straight into his fucking heart too. I don't really know how to use these, so I just stab it straight into his fucking heart like it's an epinephrine syringe.
So as you do so, he kind of slumps, like where he was like once like seizing and like thriving. It kind of just goes limp, but you see the faintest movements of his chest, and as you kind of like roll him on his side, and the blood just like dribbles out of his like throat, you can kind of hear the faintest like sloshing of partially dissolved lungs barely working.
AJ says, I think he's gonna make it.
Cool.
Oh, that's good.
Well, fuck.
I fucking knew it. What did I tell you, Lawrence? I said this was gonna happen.
Wait, so get back in the room, guys.
Yeah. Lawrence sees everything's alright. Say, you guys got this. He's gonna like.
You
step
turn
back
around,
out.
there's like guards are like standing outside. What's going on here?
Hey,
This man was
look,
poisoned.
Some guy was having a problem. We have it under control. You guys can check it out, but we have it under control.
So they start filing into the room.
AJ pulls out one of his vials of vampire blood.
Lawrence is gonna say to the guards, "We have it under control. This might have been a distraction from the real intruder, because it wasn't the count. It was some dude."
So that
AJ
all the guards are over here and we're over here. And then
AJ pulls out a vial of like said vampire blood and dumps it in the guy's throat, so it'll allow him to heal a lethal. He's gonna be like, "Wake up, guy! Come on."
All right. So you do that. What's everyone else doing? As
Lawrence is heading back to the main room to go and make sure everything. His guards, by the way, would not have come over without him calling them.
Okay.
Or,
Is
somebody
there-
saying that Lawrence wants him there, but
is there anything
gotcha.
his
resembling?
guards are still doing their thing.
Is there anything resembling a stage?
Yes, actually, there's what appears to be a like 4-foot deep pit, on the far side of like the room. Like it's outside, but it's in its own courtyard, just hanging over some pillars from the big main room. The pit itself is like 4 feet deep, and there's a kind of, what would you call it? I guess you can call it like a stage, just like a raised wide
Just a-
dais on the outside of
A
it.
raised area that gives me good acoustics. So Zane's gonna fucking say to his drummer, go out there and like set shit up. Get ready. Gonna fucking run out and like him and the groupies. Can I have spirit groupies? Spirit retinue?
That's a tough call. But
I don't want any special powers. I want like a snake that walks on 2 legs and like a giant head.
like random like jagglings, basically.
Literally random. They just look weird.
Yeah, just random jagglings. Then yeah.
Okay, so
That's pretty funny.
yeah, so these spirit groupies are also gonna like help drag shit out there. Fucking set up some speakers and a generator and the drum set, and then Zane's gonna fucking run back in and like kneel over the guy, like get his blood vial ready. And he remembered he had.
AJ's gonna keep fucking monitoring this guy's condition. Did the vampire blood seem to help him at all?
Yeah, so he seems to kind of like be coming to coughing like more. He's like barely lucid, but the dude's like fucked up. Like it looks like he was dissolving from the inside out.
Yeah. AJ goes, wow, that is a nasty poison. I want some.
So as the groupies are setting up, and Franklin, you head out into the main hall.
Yes. That is correct.
You hear a kind of someone scream, and from one side of the room there's commotion, and then people start like backing away as
continue, sorry.
sorry, like what do? You start like pushing your way there?
As I'm pushing my way there, I'm going to draw my clave.
All right. As you do so, you kind of break through the edge of the crowd and anyone who's there. So, Dag and your crew, as soon as you're setting up shit nearby, you probably start making your way there. Sorry, a horrendous scene of what seems to be a couple of people. Can't really make out much more detail than that. Currently enveloped in a pool of snakes, and there's more of them that are kind of just like spreading out, like full-on cobras. Can't really tell where they came from, but there's what look like human shapes currently like wrapped around them, like dozens of snakes biting them individually, just writhing on the floor.
Oh fuck.
Very good.
What's something I could do for this? Just a bunch of snakes wrapped around some people.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
There's also like
What
more snakes that are currently like chasing down other people and heading in your general direction. It's like a, how do I put it? Like a literal pool of snakes, like a puddle of snakes.
And the source looks like it's 3 people? Or where's the source?
The source is hard to tell. It seems like they're kind of just crawling up through cracks in the stones themselves, but it looks, for all intents and purposes, like where you're standing. If you just take a quick glance down, that it's just like a normal cobblestone. It's very unnatural.
Okay. I'm trying to think of how I could apply one of these. In the meantime, I'm gonna say everyone get back. And I'm gonna, like, if any of them get too close, I will act defensively with my clave.
Yeah, people are running back. Some of the guards nearby, the ones that didn't because not all of them ran in there, are also drawing their swords and trying to stab at them, but they're barely outnumbered and also trying to always on the back foot to avoid getting bit by them. As you do so, you do notice that the count is amongst the people, kind of towards the rear of the press. He does have his two more heavily armed guards in between him and the snakes, but he's close. And
Yeah,
they're spreading out. So if you're gonna hit them, you can give me a
I'm
roll.
going to make my way over to the count.
Okay. You're definitely probably gonna need to attack some snakes on the way, or you're gonna risk getting bit.
Oh, what roll? Or
You can either
attack
dodge past them, or you could try to just stab at him. It's a swarm, so you can just hit it.
swarm. Do I want to do the funny?
Yes.
I think I'll do the funny. I'm gonna cast Fireball on the swarm of snakes.
That is pretty funny.
And that would be, what is that? Manipulation occult.
I roll his entire paradigm as a
difficulty.
stand-up comedy routine, but he just kills
This
people.
this group definitely.
What's the difficulty? Oh, it's effect plus. Yeah. Okay. So effect will be 3 dots, 7 occult mastery, 6, and I have 11 dice to do it. Alright. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 6 successes.
How much damage is that?
To,
You're gonna hit
that
it.
would be with 3 dots, that'll be 4 ag. And then since I got 6 successes, for the next 6 rounds, it does half of that. So,
Oh shit, my food's
2
here. Hang on.
ag.
I'll be right back.
So first, the initial hit is 4 ag, and then for the next 6 rounds, it does 2 ag.
Okay, so yeah, you just fucking explode. How big is the radius?
I assume it's controlled, so it's as big as I need it to be. Yeah, relatively speaking. I don't know.
Yeah, so
Sorcerer doesn't give radius. It's just fireball.
in Sorcerer Revised, it does for Hellfire.
Oh, I'm using the rules I was using from Sorcerer Original.
Oh. No, whatever. They're pretty much the same. You have 3 dots, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's like up to fucking 20 square feet, so you're probably pretty fucking good either way.
Alright.
Alright, so yeah, you just let loose a giant fireball at the group of snakes. And they start slithering and burning. And everyone screams because there was a massive explosion in the center of the Great Hall. What is everyone else doing? Because there's screaming, there's explosions, there's a dead guy who's no longer dead.
Now, when I'm trying to slide the guy over to the corner of the room where he won't get fucked with, and I'm turning him on the side. I'm gonna tell a guard to watch him, and then I hear the explosion. I'm running toward the Great Hall. AJ's running toward the Great Hall, going, "Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck!" And while he's running, he's pulling out a Tech 9.
Okay. As you do
he's
so,
also gonna, when Lawrence's paradigm is he thinks sign language does magic shit. So
so you fucking Naruto cast everything?
yes.
Unironically.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He thought it was simpler to tell you the sign language thing. You understood that it was about Naruto anyway.
He does have linguistics, Black American Sign Language.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like linguistic Shippuden. Oh my god. Okay. You need to like get Hellfire at .5 and make a ritual that's a touch spell where it's like you just poke them in the butt and they explode. Anyway. So I assume everyone's just gonna start pressing their way through the crowd towards the explosion.
When I get back to the room, I'm unloading a mag into the bunch of snakes.
Okay.
Jeff, Doug.
Yep. So what I want to do
Specifically- Specifically, the edge of the snakes to like get them away from the crowd.
So the snake pit is in the main hall. So
Yes.
So test 1 for Chris when he re-enters the main hall is whipping out his flashlight, which is actually just a portal, similar portal to the one earlier, only this one opens up directly to the sun, and pointed at the snakes. He's gonna see if they're vampires.
The snakes are not vampires.
All right, so flashlight does nothing except for be ungodly bright, and if there's any other vampires in the room, it's bad news bears for them.
Such as your retainer.
Yeah, well, thankfully she's behind me. So I mean, if they don't immediately start smoking or freaking out,
No, bro, that would not protect.
Yeah,
opens
that-
up near the sun. She's still taking the ag.
Yeah, she's.
They are smoking, but that's because they're on fire from the fireball.
right? Yeah, well, I mean, actually, shit, if they're already on fire, that would mean don't bother with the flashlight.
Well, Zane's gonna fire his fucking guitar into the snakes.
Oh Jesus.
Fucking over and over, just blasting those fuckers.
Oh, I'm on the wrong character sheet. No wonder I can't find my fucking inventory.
All right, so you guys quickly begin thinning the number of the snakes.
In the process, Zane's also blowing apart the fucking floor. Because
Yeah, I'll
this
start
brick's concrete.
Damn.
Going to be like blowing apart the actual room around the snakes too.
Like with my fucking AK, probably.
Okay. So as you do so, you're blowing it apart. Everyone, give me a perception awareness check.
Difficulty.
Difficulty 8, because you're pretty fairly distracted with a giant pit of snake and all the explosions.
Ooh, okay, so I got two successes on Chris and
I get a botch.
2 successes.
0 successes on Isabel. Oh, wait,
Okay.
no, you said difficulty 8, 1 success. My bad.
So those of you that succeeded, you notice that you start hearing like the people around you who were screaming. Their screaming kind of starts dying down, probably because you're handling the snakes. But then you start realizing, you start hearing some like coughing in the distance, and then the repeating thud. And as like you go to blast the snakes, you turn around and you see that like people in the crowd, they're starting to like cough, and some of them are like starting to faint. And as you do so, you see that there's this kind of like miasma moving its way across the room.
Oh, shit.
Does it look peculiar in the Umbra?
No.
Oh,
AJ yells, "Poison gas!"
fucking, and at that, I yank out of my bag 2 gas masks because I learned my lesson on that one game. And I'm going to hand one to AJ and put one on myself.
Okay, AJ putting on the mask before he puts it on, he yells, "Zane, Lawrence, cover us! Chris, how much can you fit in that fucking bag?"
All right, so can you say that without doing the fake yell?
Yeah,
I understand most of what you said, but at the end,
Lawrence, Zane, cover us. Chris, how
Yeah.
much can you fit in that fucking bag?
anything that fits past the hole, anything.
Then AJ just points at the bag and yells, "Duke first, then everyone else."
He's just gonna nod and fucking start making a beeline for the Duke. He and Isabel.
And I'm helping him.
Zane's gonna shoot the roof out to try to create some like airflow out for the fucking miasma.
All right, roll damage. You don't have to roll to hit the roof.
All right.
Oh man, is Zane actually raising the roof now?
God damn it.
All right, motherfuckers, welcome to the show. Tonight we're gonna blow the roof off this place.
Somewhere Jack Black approves.
And 4. God damn it. 12 damage on that roof's fucking going out.
Wow, yeah, you
Hopefully it goes
put a
away.
hole in the roof.
Is this like a magic cloud, or is this like moving by normal, like airflow?
Looks like normal.
Okay, I'm gonna fucking shoot a fucking wall out. I'm gonna wherever there's not fucking people around. I want to fucking
Yeah, you got
blow a
wind
window
powers,
out.
right, Franklin?
Yeah, I do actually.
no,
I'm gonna do something.
And
Oh no.
was not expecting to synchronize with a fucking black Israelite and a hair metal guitarist.
Synchronize is the word I'd use.
Nigga,
Lawrence is going to use Dust Storm Jutsu. He has the Dust Storm ability in the Path of Hellfire.
Nice.
So he's going to summon a cloud of dust and try to use it to disperse the gas.
Okay.
And like you're gonna probably push the gas out through the holes I made.
Let's see. I only want .1 of the effect, the bare minimum, because this shit is painful.
Yeah.
So that would be difficulty .1.
The poison gas cloud one is also fun.
5. Alright, so that's difficulty 3 now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, and one more. 9 successes.
Jesus, these rolls. Wonderful.
Scouring everyone within 20 feet per success for 1 turn. So, it's here for 9 turns. Just a massive dust cloud.
How much? What's 20 times 9? Would be what? 400? No, I did that wrong.
Oh,
that
no,
would
no.
be
I mean,
180.
Yeah. 20 feet per success. So yeah, 180 feet. Just get covered in dust.
Alright, so everything.
Yeah. This is Lawrence's escape. if I ever needed to escape from somewhere, this is what he uses.
It's a smoke bomb. So yeah, gonna fucking make a beeline for that dude, for the Duke.
This is not ag, by the way. This is normal damage. So, not trying to kill anybody.
You know, just 9 turns of lethal damage.
It's fine.
Will regenerate it.
they're wearing armor. They got soap. They'll be good.
Yeah, not all the guests are, but yeah, you know, whatever.
Well, it was also 9 turns of AJ and Chris chucking people in the bag to save them.
Yeah, starting with the dude.
So you run up to him. His 2 guards in the full heavy armor, they're still standing, but they were kind of like wavering on their feet. They see you approaching, and they kind of like lower their pole arms slightly weakly towards you, and they say, "Halt! You're with that sorcerer."
Where's the sorcerer? AJ says.
As a dust storm just starts kicking up.
How is AJ going to handle this? Okay, you know what? I'm going to do the meme. I want to roll manipulation subterfuge to look right behind the guys, point and go, "Holy shit, what is that?" and start backing up.
Okay, roll manipulation subterfuge. Wow, that is
Is this in combat then?
yes.
Okay, what's the difficulty?
Difficulty 8, but it doesn't really matter.
I got 1 success.
Cool, you got a 1-point botch.
Nice.
So the one looks around and he like seems to squint through there and he taps the other one on the shoulder and goes, "What's that?" And the other one like looks around also. And they both turn around and what, you showed the dude in the bag?
Yeah, Chris and his retainer are gonna have to do that.
Alright.
Which I think they can handle it.
Alright, cool. So he's like getting past by the storm and you grab him, he looks like, What's going on? And then you just shove him in the bag.
Yeah, head first.
Oh no. Oh no. So as that happens, Dylan,
Yes.
the guard next to you.
Yeah.
So you get covered in blood as you hear him like kind of like gurgle for a little bit, and then his fucking head explodes.
I roll dodge. I'm rolling
Okay.
dodge. I don't know. What do you do when you see the guy's head explode next to you? You dodge.
Yeah, you duck for sure.
It doesn't matter if you can see what's coming or not. It doesn't matter if anything's coming. You roll dodge. AJ rolls dodge and go like it's a full fucking sacrifice dive away from the exploding head. I'm assuming successes don't matter because I'm not actually being attacked.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You just like dive to the ground out of the
Well,
way.
it's an amazing fucking dodge. Oh shit!
It's perfect.
All right.
Executed.
So everybody like rolls initiative as you look at that, and you see the other like armed guard. He like draws his sword and like takes a step, but then he kind of like freezes for a second and then like starts coughing up blood. And you literally see his armor like burst open as a gout of blood just kind of shoots out of his chest, and then his heart actually like rips out of his torso and flies about 30 or so feet to the figure of someone that you see standing in the whirling sand.
Oh fuck! AJ is screaming. All right.
All right. So rolling initiative, I heard.
Yes.
All right. Let me.
Ooh.
8. What's mythic dex 1 give you? Not 6.
+4.
4. So I've got 6.
Methinks.
Get mythic dex and mythic wits and just actually always go first.
Plus 13. Plus
Yes.
8. So
Get mythic wits and mythic perception.
Also base. I got 21. 17.
I got 13.
Yeah, I just posted an active. It'd just be easier. For me,
Oh,
if you don't mind.
Yeah, we'll do. Oh, I should roll for Isabel too. I forgot she existed.
Feels so nice to just cast magical effects without worrying about the technocrats.
Right? No, AJ is totally going to suggest to the party that we make a fortress out of this place.
Oh, they sure will.
I mean, save the fucking count's
Oh, no,
life.
what
Just ask him for a fucking castle.
We're not going to ask him for a castle. We're going to ask to be on his retainer squad.
I just want to be a duke, or well, he's a duke. Duke Junior. Just make me a knight, motherfucker. Or actually, I don't even want that. I would just want to be like the fucking head nigga what hit shit with a hammer.
Or do you want to be Rexar? Or Rexor or whatever.
He's just Hephaestus in this universe. That's what's happening.
No, you don't understand how dummy it is that AJ and Chris now know each other.
Oh, it's wonderful. I didn't think about it until you.
And Chris is currently unaffiliated with Conrad.
Sure.
We're gonna open a workshop, my dude. We're gonna redo Arc.
Well, the thing is that when you talk to Chris about his philosophy on life, it's about killing the human race over and over.
That's fine.
It is just brainwashing, though, and brainwashing can be broken.
That's fine.
But it
I don't-
hasn't
I mean,
been
no.
yet.
Like,
Yeah.
look, it's okay. He's manufacturing. His philosophy doesn't matter. I'm sales. My philosophy matters.
Okay.
Until he
It
manufactures
rolled really
lethal
well, but
doses.
not 21 well. Jeff, you go first.
Okay, this thing's about to get fucked in the face with bullets. Are there a lot of people around it? I'm just trying to picture. Here. Or is it just cleared the floor from all the fuckery?
A lot of the people have passed out. There are some others that are a little bit more resilient that are kind of just like either like slumped or crawling around or kind of just stumbling about because they got dazed by it pretty hard. But luckily, you were able to stop it before it came to you guys and anyone that was like on you essentially after seeing dude's head explode, pit of snakes, sandstorm, everyone passing out, and then the heart getting ripped out. They're running the fuck the other way.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, who can blame them?
That I had this gun. So Chris is gonna have to drop 2 dice to draw his gun. That being the AS 115 assault rifle.
Oh, the good gun you got from my game.
Yeah, the one that does 8 damage and is super good.
It's baller. Yeah.
It's super baller. So yeah, he's gonna yeet that shit or yank that shit rather out of his fucking thing, and he's gonna shoot this motherfucker. And what's my firearms master? Oh, I don't have firearms mastery. Surprisingly, that is actually really surprising. But yeah, I'm still gonna shoot this guy. I'm gonna split my die pool in half and shoot twice.
So, how long until you get Dag to play at one of your Black Panther rallies?
I mean, I'll do it.
I know they help me, but they are right.
Play some black metal.
First shot is 3 successes. Second shot is 2 successes.
Okay, one squad.
Well, he's probably not close enough to make eye contact with, and I need to look up Eye of the Worm.
Roll damage with 1 success for your first shot. The second shot misses.
All right.
So, as you do so, you see one of the rounds like punch into the figure, and as the second one comes into, you see, or rather don't see, as it kind of like seems to just move out of the place and then back.
All right, should be 5 damage. This is.
It kind of like shimmers almost and displaces for a second, and your round passes through.
All right, so five damage. It's armor piercing incendiary. So if you take tag from fire, then
Ouch. Double ouch. Yeah, so you fire into it, and the round burns, or is incendiary, a clean hole all the way through like the figure's shoulder, and you see the tracer come out the other side, continuing on. It kind of stumbles a little bit. The other round passes through its like faded silhouette for a second as it does that. Since we're on the Naruto like topic, that anime thing where they kind of like blink side to side slightly, really quickly.
yeah.
Yeah.
And is that your turn?
Yep, that is my first action. Yes.
Right, because mythic text.
Because mythic dick.
Okay. So it strides forward, and as it does so, it reaches its hands out to the side, and okay. You see some of the unconscious bodies around it start writhing, and blood begins pooling out of them and towards the figure. And as you do so, or as it does so and gets closer, you see it's kind of like getting sucked up into it. not as good of a roll as I hoped, but it still happens. And you can all give me like a difficulty 6 perception alertness check, mainly because the sand's still going around, just to try to identify any more features of it, because it is like approaching and getting closer.
Could I make it occult? No, yeah, never mind. It's just to identify features. Never mind.
Could I make an occult roll?
You could also attempt an occult roll, also, yeah.
Okay. What
Well, I'll be doing that. Thank you.
difficulty what?
Difficulty 8 for the occult.
Perception or
Yeah, perception occult.
okay.
Okay, Adobe. I'm rolling one of my largest dice pools then. Oh wow. That was a very poor roll.
Does this have anything to do with Kabbalah? Because I rolled a 10 and I don't know if I have a specialty for this.
Don't think so.
I got 1 success.
Oh, I have 6 successes.
It was half successes and half ones.
What was that for you, Dylan? Occult? Also?
Yeah, I did the occult. Yeah, it's 1 success.
Anybody do perception alertness?
I
I mean, you can do them both. Like, they're for different things.
Oh. What's the perception alertness at?
6. For the occult, Dylan,
Yes.
pretty obviously magic of some kind. However, like you can tell that the blood is definitely flowing into it. You're betting it's probably healing.
Yeah.
With your, what was that? 6 successes or something?
6.
Okay. It's definitely a sorcerer of some kind. When it got shot at, in terms of like what you would know, it's using some sort of displays. I mean, fucking successes. It's using correspondence, some sort of correspondence ritual to try to dodge.
Oh.
It's
To
definitely
enable
also trained in blood magic. Huh?
to enable it to dodge in places where its physical stats aren't high enough. Yes.
Neat.
Well, let's see who he likes. What I'm gonna.
Obviously doing blood magic. To which, yes, it's definitely absorbing the like life essence around it. And there's something else. There's something like you get the sense that you're looking at like a veil or something. Like there's something obscuring it some way. Who got perception alertness?
I got 5 on that.
1.
I got 4 on that.
As it's approaching, you make out the features of someone wearing fairly like, you know, standard looking armor and clothing from around here, but it's the guard guy that you met earlier, Marcus, and he has like a shit eating fucking smile on his face as he's walking towards you guys in the sand.
Okay. Well. AJ remembers you just can't find good help these days.
Kind of snickers at that. I was hoping this would be easy, but then you had to come along.
It ain't over yet. Still seems pretty easy. He says it ain't over yet. It still seems pretty easy to us.
Anyway, so it spent its first action healing. That means it is Franklin's turn.
Fireball Jitsu.
Okay.
Alrighty. I'm going to use the 3-dot effect.
Hey, Dylan.
Increases
Yes.
damage.
I'm really kind of mad.
Why?
Because you drugging the hostess actually fucked up the poisoning plot I had originally.
Good.
You're welcome.
Well, you should have been there the time that Gengyo and Chris drugged an entire party to get Xavier laid.
Of snooty British people.
Yeah. And
Wow.
then Hank beat McCullough.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Hank beat the fuck out of a McCullough. Just absolutely thrashed it.
Okay, 1 second. I need to look something up real quick.
I also got to look up Eye of the Worm and see how that works. Begin.
I should have had more successes, but I rolled some 1s, and I'm not happy.
Hold on.
Gift idea: auto reroll 1s on specialty rolls.
Subtract 4 from your roll.
Shit. Then that did not work.
So you throw your fireball at it, or at him, and as it flies towards him, you see it just kind of like get like sucked out and extinguished before it reaches him. You feel him implying his will on it. Obviously, as counter, you had successes. Counter spell, counter magic. Pretty straightforward.
Shit.
Mage fight.
Mage fight.
That's your turn. AJ.
Okay.
Wait.
Hmm?
Zane, you're jumping in, right?
Yeah,
that's it.
it's clearly time to kill, like he expects.
It's all right. So let's see you at the bottom there. All right. Yeah. So what? Hey. You blew a hole in the roof, and now all this shit went down.
Blew 2 holes in the building so that the poison cloud would go out. Fucking Lawrence is pushing. Shit.
No, that was a great way to do it, guys. That was actually really fucking good.
Just might have accidentally made everyone choke to unconsciousness.
I'd rather choke than fucking die of poison.
Yeah.
Alright, that's what the gas mask is for.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm wearing one, aren't I?
Yeah.
Ballin'.
After that game with Nelly.
You know?
I need to have someone commission that photo of just. It's just fucking what is it? Ewan McGregor from Trainspotting with the gas mask in the middle of like a fucking Roman villa getting assaulted by a sorcerer.
Just the 4 of us together would make an amazing commission art piece, honestly.
Oh god, yeah.
The true mage, the 3-armed Fomor, the fucking obvious heroin junkie, and the fucking actual hair metal band.
It would be so expensive. Oh my god.
On a Conan set in a sandstorm, surrounded by snakes and fire.
The one I just got was $85 for 2 characters.
I feel like I'm describing some douchebag dude's back tat. Like,
it's a plot to a movie. Sci-fi original, probably.
No. He has to start playing music, and then everyone can pop a willpower and start sharing some bullshit. Let's see, do I want to attempt to do this to him? He clearly has counter magic. Should I do this?
buff me, Dag.
Does
I'm about to do something really fucking stupid.
Does AJ use? Was he using a gun? Is he getting ready to shoot?
AJ has an AK, yes.
Okay. So then, I'm going to be rolling 13, 15.
Hey Ben, how far away is that thing?
Like 20 feet.
20 feet, huh? That is kind of far to just run in one round.
Range attacks against like 2 in front because the sandstorm, I believe, is increased by difficulty.
It's okay. Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Sandstorm.
Yeah.
Soundtrack to the War of Rage.
7, 8.
Man, this is even more of a problem. This is not going to work. This thing I'm going to do is not going to work, but it'd be awesome if it did. And so I'm going to try it anyway, and that's why I want the buff.
Well, first of all, for Lawrence, what does sorcery use? I think it's manipulation occult. I'm just gonna guess.
Manipulation occult, yeah.
Yeah. Zane's gonna have to
Hellfire
guess what you need. So you take 5 to manipulation occult rolls. 5 dice.
Oh god.
Okay, and so next is going to be AJ. G. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nine. Okay, so AJ, take 4 to Dex Firearms.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And then Chris, gonna assume Dex Firearms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Jesus. 9, 10, 11.
Jesus Christ.
Take 6 to Dex Firearms, Chris.
6.
Ballin'.
Fuck.
And then one of the guitarists is going to fire off. Now, the Dex guitarist is going to give Zane a buff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Zane's getting +5 to charisma performance.
7. Should have 7 plus 8.
Yep, so Zane handed out dice boosts like candy for this
No,
turn,
this
for this round.
is hot. This is hot.
Disgusting.
No, I'm gonna fuck it up now. I'm about to notify the ancestors. I'm gonna fuck this up.
Do have ancestors background. Can do. Will tell Buddha. Fucking Buddha.
The Buddha.
For this fucking character. It's so stupid.
All right, let me know when I'm in.
Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's it.
No, it's AJ's.
All right, so check this out. I'm splitting my dice pool to do a whole bunch of bullshit here.
Okay.
But the first thing that's happening is I'm firing 2 shots at that motherfucker.
Okay.
Or sorry, 2 semi-auto bursts.
I should also set the stage that everyone is hallucinating extremely vividly, and they feel supercharged by some narrative.
Don't fucking say that, because now you have to roll wits to soak my intelligence and damage.
I mean, I'll do that.
Okay, hang on. Roll like shit. Roll like shit.
Zane doesn't know that. He's just fucking getting hit for no reason.
That's 2 or 3 bashing total.
Soak 2.
All right, you're fine. Alrighty, so Ben, he has 2 successes on the first shot and 3 on the second coming in on him. And remember, his defense penalty goes up.
Yeah, I know. Miss first, hit second with 1.
Hit second with 1. Alright. So successes plus weapon plus 3. 6. This is the incoming AK damage. Incoming AK damage is garbage, 4 lethal. And
Okay.
his initiative goes up by 4. And my initiative drops by 2 for next round. However, I spend my next 2 dice to pull the dart out. you-
Wait, not the dart.
The dart. You know the dart of which I speak, then.
Not the dart.
Dart.
Oh my fucking god.
Yes.
Oh my fucking god.
And at the beginning of this turn, I used intuitive knowledge for Mythic Intelligence 8 to grant myself a secondary skill of what is it? Secondary skill of performance in dart throwing. And so now I'm rolling Dex dart throwing, called shot to his eye.
Dylan.
Dart.
Dylan, he failed. He failed his dodge roll.
Good. Well, hang on though. What is the difficulty increase for throwing it through the fucking sandstorm? I could still fuck this up.
Like,
Oh, I'm gonna willpower it, but still.
Franklin, does it say?
Oh, it's GM's choice. It's up to you. There's no like. I mean,
Oh,
actually,
let me check. Revive.
technically,
I'll have revive.
everyone who's in it is blinded.
Oh,
Okay, blinded's a +3.
no, there you go.
Yeah.
And then called shot to the eye is a +3, so that's +6, so I'm at difficulty 12. Alright, let's go. Willpower. But difficulty 12 reduced by the secondary skill, so that makes it difficulty 11. With the 1 willpower, I luck reroll that. I luck reroll that.
That's disgusting.
Last chance. Last chance. Fuck, I don't get it. I missed.
Wait,
Okay.
Another luck. 3 luck.
I already used it once.
Oh, I missed that somehow.
I didn't announce it. I just re-rolled a thing. I don't feel like I'm actually required to announce when I re-roll it as long as I actually track it, but I absolutely did use it, and I absolutely just fucked it up. No! It was gonna be so cool! I just needed to roll a single 10. Damn you, Franklin!
Oops.
Oops.
Okay. It is Isabella.
Oh, what the fuck is Isabella gonna even try to do to this bitch? Well, she probably couldn't see where the dart went, despite Auspex, I imagine.
With Auspex, you could probably track it.
She's gonna go after that dart.
Um,
She's honestly, she's shit in the fight, so.
the dust storm. Yeah, you can see through like Auspex and shit like that. The smoke cloud does block
smoke
like
cloud,
thermal
too.
and there's a smoke cloud one. It's poisonous smoke that you can do
Oh, that's
ag
right.
with, and it 2 gas mass and 2 turns of exposure. And it also blocks thermographic and night vision.
God, that would have been
That's the
so
source
funny.
of
I
that.
would have straight up just deleted that guy.
That's spicy. Well, I mean, she is a kindred, so she typically poison probably doesn't matter.
No, that's not poison. He's doing the dust storm, which is just blinded. So Auspex
okay.
sees through it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, she's just gonna
Is
go.
the
she's
poison one a sorcery pack?
Yeah, Sorcerer Revised. Check it out.
I am going to check it out because that sounds great.
Alright, yeah, that's Isabella's turn. She'll use her entire dice pool to try and get to that dart.
It's one of the rights for Hellfire. She's gonna get the dart? Is that what you said?
Yeah, she's going after the dart. Full dice pool.
Okay. Okay.
Logic being, if you just saw a man with an AK, use the AK as a distraction to set up the dart. What the fuck is in that?
Yeah. She
It's-
just banked a lot on that dart.
Okay. Jeff, extra action.
Yes, okay. First off, can he make eye contact with me from here?
Blinded.
Oh shit, damn it.
Yeah,
Well,
blinded.
So much for Eye of War. Alright, well, I know it's dumb. Alright, so base difficulty 6 plus 3 for being blinded, not gonna do a fucking call the shot. Let me look at what my total dice roll is now. Oh, I got a +6 from Zane. Fucking insane. 12 plus 5, 17. Alright, first attack. Thank you, Mythic Dex, is going to be 3 dice. So it's just the odd man out. So, willpower. First shot has 3 successes with willpower. I do this just to keep up with it. So there's the first attack. Then second attack, willpower, has 1 success. So there's willpower. Phew, shit, yeah. 2 successes. I love Mythic Dex. It takes up so much time. And I'm just eating this guy's dodge pool alive. 2 successes. So let me count. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11. There's 2 successes on that one. Oh, no, 1 success. Forgot about the difficulty.
I'm a fucking idiot. I could have still seen it with Umbral Sight.
Oh, you really could have. 1 success again.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking, I am using a decent amount of willpower. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 2 successes. And last but not least, willpower. Oh, Jesus fucking. 2 successes. Alright, so there's my total amount of successes on all of those attacks. I really don't feel like rolling damage if I actually hit. It's going to be a lot of rolling. That's Chris just boom, 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 boom.
There you go.
Okay. Alright, so I just got to start subtracting. So you got 1, so...
No. That's your totals after.
Oh, that's what I hit with. Okay.
I subtracted for you. I made it easy for you.
Thank you. 4, 5, 6. And here's 9. Okay, first attack hits with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. API, of course, it's all API. So there's 5.
It's ag.
Yeah, it's ag. Assuming fire makes them take ag.
Okay.
Then I gotta add 1 more dice for that second actual hit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on that one that's a really good one. Then I take away a die for the next 4 damage rolls. 1, 2. Okay. The whole strategy there is just to eat that damn dodge penalty up. So I 1, 2, 3 on that one. 2 more of these. And then 1, 2. Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's a lot of 8s in that one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 on that one. And this is the last one. I need to add 1 more dice. So, and I dropped the fucking dice. Come here, you. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 on that one. Okay, there we go. There's all my damage numbers. Lots of number. Watch this.
Okay. Well. Okay.
That's a lot of bullets, Jan.
Well,
So-
it's a 20-round magazine.
Bold cotton strategy. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, so even though it's like trying to flicker in and out of your shots, you still see like the puffs of sparks as like the fire and incendiary rounds hits it. And eventually it stops kind of flickering and stops moving because goddamn, that's an actually retarded amount of damage.
Because it was a hail of bullets.
Yeah, it's a lot of 308. This thing's a 308. It's fucking nasty.
It's a 308 with recoil dampeners and stabilizers and all kinds of dumb shit.
I used to think it has a thermal scope, not that it matters what that
You
was.
get, you guys didn't even get the good models that have the cesium rounds.
Yeah. Ooh.
All right. Well, yeah, it fucking drops.
So it falls over dead. Assuming combat is combat over now.
Effectively.
Yeah. At which point in time, Chris will kind of notice that, oh shit, I think it died. Hold on. He's gonna pull out those X-ray thermals and look for a skeleton.
AJ, being unable to hear or see, just pulls his dagger out and charges forward, yelling, "For Aquillionan!" and starts waving the knife around where he thinks the thing is.
Okay.
Do I see AJ skeleton wailing above a cooling skeleton?
Yes.
I'm just gonna cut my
Okay.
hand and yell, AJ, it's dead.
AJ goes to take its. AJ like feels around for the corpse and goes to take its head off with the knife.
Fuck, he's just like Nelly. I say that out loud. Just what's up with you people always going for the throat?
Well, there's a reason for that. You'll find out soon.
Out of curiosity, was Isabel able to find that dart?
Yes.
Okay, so she's probably also going to wander back over to where the corpse is.
I assume the sandstorm's gonna end sometime in like a couple, like a minute or so it goes away.
Yeah, each round's like 3 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so in a couple
We
minutes.
took like no, it would take like a few seconds because I only got so many successes. It would probably take
Yeah,
like
that's
30
true.
seconds for it to clear.
As the sandstorm dissipates, you see Isabel very plainly sneaking Morrowind style with that fucking dart in her hand, pulling out the dagger. She thinks she's gonna stab this guy. The fuck are you doing? Why are you sneaking? Just starts yelling at her. Give him back his fucking dart. I don't know what's in that thing.
AJ, covered in gas mask and sand, holds the head up and loudly proclaims, "To anybody who's still alive, we killed the sorcerer!"
Yeah. So now that you look at it, even though you're pretty sure you saw the face of Marcus the Guard earlier, what you see now in that armor is a more gaunt-looking individual with very angular face and like facial tattoos that emulate like snake fangs and very decorative relief in a like purplish dark ink.
Yeah, so AJ's just gonna wave the head around like a trophy, like, see, we did it.
I want to check his robes. I want to search him.
Okay.
Chris is gonna slap the shit out of Isabel and take back
Just
the syringe.
violently beating her.
Yeah, basically. Compared to what she was gonna do to him, I mean.
I know, I think it's
Aw.
hilarious. Like anybody else who sees this going, wow, that poor woman, but everybody who knows is like, wow, that's getting off easy.
Yeah. But yeah, he takes the fucking syringe from her forcefully and gives it back to AJ because he doesn't know what the fuck's in it.
So
AJ
outside of the
AJ goes, whoa,
armor,
fuck, careful with that thing, man.
Alright.
I don't know what it does, but it ain't good. So he holds it up and says, you know what's in here?
Fuck no.
Enough acid to send an elephant to another dimension, and also a white powder that I don't know what it is.
Oh.
Given to me by another high roller.
Oh. Alright, continue, GM. Sorry.
Oh, in addition to the guard armor that he's wearing, including like the accompanying sword, you find what appears to be like 3 vials of some sort of black powder or
Snatching
black
them.
liquid.
Oh, it's liquid. Okay.
Okay.
Snatching.
Do you drink it?
No.
But it's black, and that means it's good, right?
You know,
Pure ebony.
Pure
Yeah,
melanin.
it's pure melanin. Clearly, that's where he was drawing his power from. Stolen.
The ambrosia.
The stolen melanin.
All right, and then we're gonna take the guy out of the bag.
Yeah, after that, once everything cools down and Yeah, I'll take him out of the bag. You're all right.
Also, for him, no time has passed
Yeah.
since
So
going in.
Comes out of the bag, like kind of screaming, like, "What are you doing?" Looks around. What? My Mitra's blessing. What happened here? Like bodies everywhere, people unconscious, destruction. You know, the blown up floor, blown up ceiling.
AJ rips the gas mask off, makes eye contact with the count, thrusts the head forward like in a victory pose, and yells, "We have slain the sorcerer for Aquillionan, and you!"
And all of my other guests. And he like looks around.
No. That was him. That was that guy. And I point to the head. That asshole did that. And I'll whoever else I stuffed in the bag to save, I'll pull them out too. Like systematically.
What happened? Looks around in confusion.
AJ gestures at the head. Sorcerer, man.
Oh. Also, when he searched the body, there was a heart on him also that he ripped out of the other guy. If you want that too. Still bloody.
I'll keep the vials.
Okay.
Isabel will take that heart and just drink it. Probably get next to nothing from it, but you never
Like
know.
a juice box.
Yeah. She's like, oh fuck food, thank you, God. Oh.
What, is it over? Did we save him?
Don't
yeah.
know who you are, but I would like to ask that you and your sorcerous ways leave my estate.
But, my lord, we're not sorcerers. We kill sorcerers.
Gestures to the head. Pretty effectively, even.
We do it with the power of science.
And you claim to not be sorcerers, yet I see that southern man explode my room with his mind, and you give me a mountain of alchemical concoction.
Yeah, it's not magic. It's science. I can show you.
That's just powder, dude. Whatever. I can make your soldiers way the fuck better. Way better. Like, imagine if one of their swords could poke somebody, but from like 1,000 meters away.
Yeesh, tough crowd. AJ drops, tosses the head on the ground like it's a piece of trash.
Well, it is.
But you'd respect the whole decapitating your enemy's head and showing it to you.
He looks at it. Looks at it, looks to you. I owe you my life, but he kind of shakes himself off. But it seems I have much to attend to and much to clean up.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Can help you with the repairs. That's kind of my thing. Part of my thing.
Yeah, I'd be happy to stay back and help you repair everything, my lord.
After all, I'm sure your current blacksmith is not anywhere near as good as I am.
Yeah, give me a manipulation persuasion after blowing up his house.
I actually have a dime persuasion.
A small price to pay for dead sorcerer.
Difficulty. Say difficulty 9, just because he's also really confused and probably angry at the moment.
Well, we're not in combat, so
I get 2 successes.
persuasion aptitude applies, so 4 successes.
Perhaps after I see to my other guests. And he looks around and gestures. And he kind of goes and he gestures for you to be dismissed, and he starts heading towards those that are surviving and starts conferring with them and yelling at what servants are left to just do shit.
He'll come around.
Yeah, it's fine. We should probably go find our boss.
Yeah, well, he's probably going to appear to blast of lightning anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, we're inside. We should probably go outside.
Oh yeah, well, not really. He points up at the lack of ceiling.
Oh right, I thought it was just a big asshole.
Fuck, this was easy. Like last time, I had to kill like 100 dudes.
Was it the same one I was on with you the last time?
Wait,
No, you. What game were you on last month?
I think I was on the one where I had to. I was like playing on top of this fucking crashed space station, and we had to kill like 200 giant dudes. Those fucking mutants. Those fuckers.
I wasn't a computer last time. It was weird.
Oh yeah, I wasn't on that one.
I feel like some ghost guy won, but I don't actually remember who.
Wait, mutants? Where the fuck were you fighting an army of mutants, bro?
Those fucking. I was out in this fucking wasteland place. And like, there's these mutants. They're fucking waving like the spiral banners around and shit. And they're like trying to kill all the dudes living there. And it was everyone's got like an accent there.
Wait a minute, spiral banner?
Yeah, dude.
Dude, can you take me there?
To the battlefield?
No, to the realm.
Oh yeah.
To the neighbor, at least to the neighborhood. I can find the battlefield on my own.
There was. Yeah, this ritual. You get a Victoria beer and you say dog gut.
Oh shit! It happened there.
Yeah, it was fucking nuts. It's like I've been there like 4 fucking times, like fighting armies and shit.
There's fucking war over there.
Yeah, I've been fighting fucking mutants and like these huge, like 10 feet tall mutants that are like green and shit.
I haven't really been there much lately, but I'm gonna go. You know what? I think I'm gonna go over there and help Pete out. Fuck the spiral banner. He says that like out loud, and he looks at each of you in turn and says, "Fuck the spiral banner."
Wow, what's up with that?
A look of incomprehension across Chris's face. He has no fucking clue what you're talking about.
The black spiral is a symbol of those who wish to destroy not just humanity, but the world itself, everything. They just want to turn everything to shit and then eat it because they're shit-eating maggots.
Zane turns and looks at Chris. I gives him a look and then looks back. Is that?
Oh, dude, I need the world. If the world is dead, then Patient Zero has nothing to eat. It's not quite that simple. It's just all the fucking maggots.
So these mutants worship destruction?
Yes. Yeah, they worship destruction.
Fuck, that's
well, more accurately, they worship a being called the pattern breaker, right? The pattern breaker, the worm, the great dragon, the storm eater, right? It just destroys everything.
Fuck. I mean that's kind of fucking awesome actually. Like
I mean it is
dudes...
no. He says, hang on, no. You think the fighting is awesome. You think the battle is awesome, right? But think about the end. Think about the ending. Think about what happens if they actually win. There's nothing. There's no music. There's no drugs. There's no people. Nothing. It's just gone. All of it. Everything is just gone.
I mean, if they win, these mutants and shit. No offense, Chris, and they fucking. Yeah, that would fucking suck, but like worshipping destruction, like my god is the god of destruction, that's kind of badass, but yeah, you know, if they get what they want, it fucking sucks.
Well, there's 2 other gods in their belief system, right? There's the pattern weaver, or the tapestry weaver. What are they called? Franklin, help me out here, because AJ has eidetic memory, but I don't.
Oh yeah, he was explained the Geral's terminology.
Yeah.
Yarn spinner. Give me a sec.
Yeah. So it's yarn spinner, tapestry weaver, and pattern breaker.
So yarn spinner, like let me spin you a yarn and then it fucking plays.
Yes, and also it actually does like spin the raw stuff of nothingness into being.
Okay.
Right.
Alright.
It's also called the Wild.
Wild, fuck.
With a
Tapestry
Y
maker.
though.
Tapestry
Yeah.
maker.
With a,
I
with
think you've also had this conversation with Darkblood. And
yeah with a Y though instead of an I because whoever wrote this stuff was pretentious.
So
Dude, my name's Wild.
Well, maybe you should look into that. I know a guy.
pretentious?
Who's the guy?
You never said
I'll take you to meet him. He's a guy named Hank.
Oh, God. Hank, I'm going to fuck your forest up so bad.
So-
Unintentionally.
It's good that we always meet in the bar.
a stark flame red and orange bird
Weaver's
catches your
spears will
eye
fix it
as it
eventually.
flies in through the roof. Kind of like circles over you and then caws at you and then flies out through the door.
Oh, I think that's a signal.
Yeah, we should probably go out that door there, and I'm gonna start. Anything I've pulled out of the bag, to include Isabel, gets shoved back in the bag. Oh, well, okay, not anything. Obviously, I don't shove the Duke back in.
I lied. I do know what's in that dart.
Okay, what's in the dart?
What's the name of that shit? The fucking zombie drug?
Oh, scopolamine.
Scopolamine. Yeah. So you ever heard of scopolamine?
No, nope.
Well, you take a little bit of it, you blow it in somebody's face, and when they inhale it, it turns them into a fucking zombie. Like they just lose all ability to control their mind.
That's fucking powerful.
Yeah. So he like gestures. You want to go maybe magic me up like 190 pounds of that shit, and then we fill some darts with it, and we go mutant hunting.
That's the smile is all you need.
Yeah. You want to go prove you're not a spiral worshiper? Let's go bag some mutants.
I worship at the fucking temple of ass, and that is it.
So you guys go outside. You see the old man standing there. The bird lands on his staff.
Hey, we did
Well.
it. We did the thing. We
Oh, fuck. You're the old dude. We did it. We saved the dude.
Not
Yup.
as subtle as I would have liked, but he's alive.
What are you talking about? It was plenty subtle.
He started it.
Yeah, the feds don't know a thing.
Fuck the ATF.
Fuck the ATF.
This is how these heavy metal worlds go. You fucking... Sure you know now, Pops, that, like, you bring us in here and we gotta kill a fuckload of people.
AJ says, wait, look at it this way. You're Mitra, right?
He gives you a knowing smile.
Yeah, okay, so look at it this way, Mitra, right? Yeah, sure, it wasn't discreet. It wasn't subtle. Our bad. Okay, I got a little bit overexcited at the giant mountain of cocaine. Normal human reaction. But think of what a great story it'll make. Think of how you can spin this to be a symbol of your divine beneficence. Because one of those women in there is your priest, right? You can come to her in a dream, tell her you sent us, they'll write a song about it, they'll write a ballad, and then the world will know that Aquillionan is protected by Mitra, and Mitra will send psychopaths to ruin any Setite who comes to play.
You need help writing that?
Oh yeah, and Zane actually writes songs. Be bitching.
I don't really write, I just kind of hit whatever notes. The music comes out.
That's writing, man. It's just free form writing.
I think tales of your exploits need not my assistance to spread.
Well, I mean, you can use it as propaganda for your people, is what I'm saying.
Of course, but
Also,
that is not why I do such
if
things.
you're being especially generous, tell that chick to hit me up. You know.
We could just slip her a shitload of MDMA.
No, man, that's wrong, man.
That's where you draw the line.
Chris just fucking.
I mean, no offense to Chris here, but you're gonna be hearing a lot of that. These dudes have extra arms and green skin. They're all like, they all just like talk about fucking destroying shit and like violating stuff. It's like all they fucking talk about. Also, they cry a lot.
Yeah, they're boring.
Well,
George is gonna
old
gather his
dude,
boys.
Pops, are we done? Is it time for payment?
Yes. What do you want?
I need the ability to call any, like, dude from the other side. Like, I wanna, like, call someone, like, someone that can heal. I wanna call them, like, wherever they are. I need, like, they're like spirits. I want to call spirits to where I am.
Oh fuck.
Exact. Yes. It's time.
He nods and withdraws a very ornate, like entirely gold, almost draconic-looking, like war horn.
Nice. Baller as fuck.
Fuck yeah. Wait, did he give me a horn or he just blows on the horn?
No, he gives you the horn.
Do I need this to call people? Or do I or is like the power inside?
Use it like a
Like-
bong, bro.
I mean, like what? Do you want to just like be able to just play it like on your song, or do you want like just an item that summons them like as a gift? Because
Yeah, like I just want that sorcery pad.
yeah, that's fine. Just take it.
Just take the horn as a focus.
Yeah, the horn's gonna teach me how to do it.
There you go.
Like I'm gonna learn how to.
And then the horn's gonna teach me how to do it, and then I'm gonna turn into a fucking bong.
It's literally the bong. It's the fucking.
I'm gonna summon a fucking Nexus crawler and then I'm gonna hit it like a bong while I die.
Alright, who's next?
Alright, AJ just says, well, you're a god, right? Can you tell me something? Am I the smartest being to ever exist? Because I mean, I was thinking about it, right? Think about how far the normal human is from like a monkey, right? In intelligence. And then think about how far I am from a normal human, right? Well, I want to be further above myself than I am above a human right now. Out of character, I want potence, but for intelligence. And I'm calling it brilliance. And I'll put it in gifts.
Fuck it, that's a good name. Alright, cool.
Oh my god. How many power points is reasonable for a single gift of FOMO power, specifically size? It goes up to 6.
I would normally allow it, like... I would say 6 is definitely reasonable. And maybe even on the weak side.
I gotta think of what I want. 6 is rhino sized.
But I would say that like 10 points of Fomor powers is a good gift. What do you think, Dag?
Well, for Erwin, I just took a power. I always assumed that like if you took wings where there's multiples of it, multiple levels, that you get the first one. But that kind of sucks.
Yeah, that is pretty fucking weak.
Yeah, because I mean, like.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, since nobody's ever asked for this before, but it's going to be asked for, do you think 10 points is a good standard for a gift, or do you think that 6 points is? Because 6 points is regen, and regen is a gift.
6 is like the highest one.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, so I think 6 points. 6 points of powers, if you're just asking for Fomor powers, if you're already a Fomor, is good for a gift, because that's enough to get you Garu regen.
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
And yeah, fuck it. I want to be bigger. Like, a lot fucking bigger. And that's out of character. I'm asking for size 6.
Wait, are you gonna be like 9 feet tall walking around in broad daylight?
Well, I mean, Chris doesn't exactly go anywhere.
So you're just getting bigger. That's your gift.
Yeah. Which I'm not. How much do you think that weighs? I mean, that's got to be because it says considerably large. Rhino, great white shark, small tree.
I
Oh, you can
mean,
go the opposite direction too. Huh. I didn't know that.
However, there's one thing to consider about the 6 points of Fomor powers. Is Fomors have access to Garu gifts.
Yeah.
At
Oh, damn.
PowerPoint of the gift +1.
Mm-hmm.
So 6 points of Fomor powers could be 3 rank 1 gifts, and rank 1 Garu gifts are pretty fucking good.
They are. That's true. I almost feel like that's kind of cheating the system.
Well,
Yeah,
with the
I think that's
caveat
something
that
to consider.
you have to be a fucking Fomor to even get that gift. Like,
Yeah,
so it does
that's-
require the template change.
yeah. Or, we could just back it up and say, like, yeah, a 6-point gift is a 6-point power is 1 gift, like, because regen's the base I'm using because it is its own gift, and it is definitely worth a gift.
Yeah, I can agree with that. So
And I think that the Garu gifts need to be evaluated on a more individual basis.
Sorry, just putting it out there because
No,
that's something.
that's an excellent point, and I think that I'm glad you thought of it.
Yeah, because even rank 1 Garu gifts can get pretty fucking ridiculous. So,
Yeah.
What do you want, Franklin?
To be decided. Something counter magic, maybe. Let's say counter magic for now.
So you know what this means, right? Now that I have Potence Intelligence, anytime somebody uses a mental power on me, they get fucked.
Oh God. Oh Lord.
Zane still doesn't even know that's why it was happening, so he's just gonna keep using it until he dies.
All right.
Did
so,
you
Well, you won't die. It's just bashing.
Hey Franklin, did you look at the rites and rituals for Hellfire
Oh,
Angels
the
Revised?
smoke? Yes,
The
I did see
smoke.
it.
Drowning Tide's pretty funny. Like it's situational, but it's just hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, so there is smoke in the older version of Sorcerer, but it does not have that thing about it being poison, but it does do ag.
Which basically
Well,
makes it poison.
Yeah.
The thing I like about this
I
one
mean,
is it also
smoke's poison
states that
anyway if you breathe it in. you
right,
know.
oh,
but
and
it
when
chews through gas masks.
when we get Rainbow Bridge back, AJ's gonna suggest that we all put on gas masks, make an assload of scopolamine, and then gas Pete's wasteland while we ride through hunting mutants.
So what I want to know, since there's a
Oh,
couple,
so the sea fire is real.
how large does size 6 make me? What height and what weight?
Oh, fuck.
How big is the fucking the were rhinos war form?
Oh fuck. Big.
And just a rhino standing up, he's like 9 feet or 10 feet.
Yeah.
Probably like
Size? Is
1,000
it just called
pounds?
size?
Yeah.
When you just increase your size.
Because Patient Zero is a size queen.
Oh man, she is no longer a giant monster girl GF. She is just normal.
She's tiny small monster GF.
Yeah.
Alright,
She can
6.
ride me.
Considerably larger.
It's the size of a rhino or a great white shark.
Rhino, great white shark, small tree.
A rhino is 5,000 pounds.
Holy shit. I mean, I don't want to game the system. But you guys tell me how many pounds.
How big is a great white shark?
Good question. Small tree's the dumb one. How's that?
Yeah, who the fuck knows how much trees weigh?
Great white shark's about max
2,400 pounds.
2,400
It's a
pounds.
small tree, though.
That's half the size of a fucking rhino. What the fuck are these size measurements?
How many pounds?
Alright,
Because
you know what?
no. It's because sharks are more cartilage and probably
Yeah.
have more void space. compared to a
Okay,
rhino.
well I'll tell you what. Let's say you weigh as a compromise 3,000 pounds.
Fair enough.
3,000 pounds.
That drug you
Damn.
just wanted a whole bunch of, you're gonna get 3,000 fucking pounds of it.
We have 300. We have 3,000 pounds of
3,000
scopolamine.
You know,
pounds.
when I did a game for them,
Holy
it was a
shit.
really low level game where they basically had to just get a hold of it for the Harbinger from some fuckbag cartels. And this is how far one handful that a guy stole from them gotten. It's being converted into 3,000 pounds of the drug.
Are you for real though? Am I adding 1,500 pounds of scopolamine to my inventory?
I mean, that's how conjuration works. It's based on the conjurer size.
Oh,
So
That's
ha,
fucking
ha,
nutty,
ha.
dude.
boom.
That's
Is
really
it?
nutty.
Yeah.
How much is a dose?
Which-
How much is a single dose?
Wait, which conjuration?
Vampire conjuration.
Oh, fucking Jesus.
He did this to create gold originally.
Wait, yeah, Franklin. Fire's
How-
real. Lets you soak fire bashing damage at difficulty 3.
How much is a single dose
Oh.
of scopolamine?
That's
Like
pretty
fire
good.
damage as bashing damage at difficulty 3.
Yeah, my werebear can do that with the Master of Fire gift, but still, that's fucking, that's good.
Patch dose. I'm gonna look at what the patch is.
Master of Fire is also a pretty spicy gift.
Oh,
Rank
well, the
1
patches
Hamid gift.
they use for surgery are not the kind that actually causes you to like go crazy.
Oh well, then let me just do this. Scopolamine dose.
By the way, what's that black liquid that
Hang on, I'm gonna put up
Lawrence is
lethal.
making
I'm gonna
off
put up
with?
lethal dose
You're
of
you're
scopolamine.
familiar with Conan, right?
So. Like, I watched the
It's
movies.
Black Lotus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the patch.
Yeah,
Roger.
he was dousing his blade with that.
Okay,
So if he actually got
maximum-
close to you guys, it would have been like,
Maximum daily oral dose is 80 milligrams per day.
So make it 90 milligrams. How much? Okay, how many milligrams is in 3,000 pounds?
An unrealistic amount.
3,000 pounds to kg. That is 1,360 kilograms.
Well, here you go. You can have all of that.
Oh my god! I'm just gonna put.
That is 1.36 million grams.
I functionally have infinite scopolamine now. All right.
Christ.
I'm just gonna put mason jar of scopolamine and just never run out. That's how I'm gonna do it.
Alright, need another gift to increase size even more so I can summon that.
Imagine
big
just
old
throwing that mason jar at someone.
Bruh. Well, what I'm doing is I'm mixing it with other drugs to just completely erase people's minds.
See, some people get mythic manipulation of mind wipe. You just use drugs.
Yeah, I mix scopolamine and homemade acid and fucking blank.
Why the technocracy put these drugs here in the first place?
Chris is now pretty much stuck to Umbral Realms.
That's why you need to get the fucking hidden powers merit, you dumbass.
Yeah, well.
How do you
Actually, I
hide
can
being
spend
9
XP.
feet tall?
Actually, wait. I can just spend XP to buy Fomor powers because I'm a Fomor. I could
Yeah,
just
you fag.
what does shape change cost? That's the one I need.
All right, guys, that was fun. Thanks for drugging the entire party.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you take rollers to a party. I don't know why you seem so surprised.
I mean, it's either the high rollers drug the entire party, or the high rollers get drugged and the entire area gets nuked. You know, it's a coin flip.
Right. No, that reminds me of there was another game that Gengyo was on with Chris, and that's where he got all his drugs. Is we were just summoning trash bags full of LSD and spiking all the wine and shit.
All right, I'm gonna buy. What is the XP cost for buying Fomor Eye powers with XP? Is it times 3?
Times 3.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm
guys,
buying
I'll catch you
shape
later.
change.
Bye, Ben. Thank you for the game.
Thank you. It's just 9 XP, which
You're
I
welcome.
have now, so that's gonna be shape change. Gives me one alternative form, which will be my normal ass human size.
So we need to. While you're doing that, well, 2 things we need to figure out is do you actually point Zane towards where Hank is?
You gotta tell Hank beforehand.
He would call Hank and be like, "Hey, yo, Hank, I got this psychopath here who wants to learn about the wild."
Psychopath.
A psychopath? I mean,
He's a hair
Alright.
metal musician. He tours Florida. Maybe you've heard of him.
Oh wait, is that the if he's toward Florida? If he's been to Jacksonville,
Actually,
Yes, he has.
yeah,
you remember that? You see those two Roger Dean paintings? That's what Jacksonville looks like after he helped the Marauders there.
it's like is he the one that made all those?
Did
That
he
weird
make the fucking
disturbance.
pyramid appear?
I'm pretty sure
He's the one that made
Jacksonville has a pyramid, but yeah.
Probably.
And AJ's gonna be like, I don't know. I thought that pyramid was always there, but yeah, that was him.
Those paintings aren't even too far off. That's like Umbral, Jacksonville.
You know, I wouldn't even mind it that much. It doesn't look that bad. That actually it looks pretty nice, honestly. Big pyramids, looks, you know, the cool buildings and stuff. Looks pretty radical.
We can meet up with him we can meet up with him in the bar. We can meet up with him in Pizza Realm.
Bar works better.
All right, yeah. So AJ would broker that meeting.
Hank will show up.
We're having the meeting in the bar.
Yep.
Yup.
Ah, that's gay.
Unless I am muted. Maybe.
No.
Alright, well. I mostly just wanted to go to Hank so I could destroy his forest unintentionally.
I mean, it wouldn't really destroy it because it's a forest already. So it's already like it is a wild area.
No,
Inherently.
No, we can go wilder. It's not moving enough. You know, like, the wild doesn't care what it kills as long as it can create more.
He just summons all the dryad tree spirits and has a fucking orgy.
Well, that too, but it's also gonna, like, I want people to know how fucked it is to destroy the gauntlet and then blast everything with unlimited doses.
Yeah, Hank will meet them at the bar.
Alright.
Yeah, what did you guys... Something about the wild...
Oh, he
yarn
just wants
spinner?
he wants instruction about yarn spinner because he's had run-ins with pattern breaker.
Yeah, what the fuck is yarn spinner, and what does it have to do with the fucking mutants?
So there's a triad that keeps it's supposed to keep the world in balance. Yarn spinner, who creates. Tapestry maker, who takes what the yarn spinner's created and gives it an order to it. And then the pattern breaker, where after the yarn after the tapestry maker's creations have after their time has come, it is the pattern breaker that takes it and breaks it back down, so the yarn spinner can take it once more and create again. And that's how it's supposed to be, the triad in balance. But the tapestry maker has become more and more constrictive.
Okay, so shit is getting fucked, right?
Yes. And in the tapestry maker's madness, it encased the pattern breaker, causing the pattern breaker to go mad. So now it seeks to destroy everything.
So these mutants that like worship the spiral and shit, they're destroying everything, and that's why they keep talking about killing people. Is that right?
The pattern breaker, while a destructive force, when it's properly balanced, is meant to. It's a necessary thing to keep the universe ordered. But currently, in its madness, it is decided it is now just a force of destruction that brings out the most negative in everything. And it's these negative emotions that manifest as spirits known as Banes. Normally these are... all the members of the Triad have spirits affiliated with them. So these spirits originally served a purpose in fulfilling the pattern breaker's will. But now, because the pattern breaker has fallen to madness, these spirits have also fallen, and they follow the pattern breaker's new will to do evil. So they possess mortal vessels and create fomors, which you might call mutants.
Okay, so forces of destruction possess people and turn them into mutants to spread bad vibes and like destroy like the world.
Yeah.
And where do we stand in that? In like,
Well, AJ says, well, I mean, you stand wherever the hell you choose to stand, right? But for my part, I support the yarn spinner because tapestry maker has gotten really restrictive, pattern breaker's gone insane. Yarn spinner is the one we need to keep alive.
Yes. The hope to create a better balance is we need to defeat both the pattern breaker and the tapestry maker. And by allowing the yarn spinner or the wild to do this, we can hopefully restore the triadic balance.
so if I go out there and I clean shit up and I break patterns and stuff, like, then I'm helping the little guy win.
It's
AJ says, well, I think it depends a
more
lot on
complicated than that, but
yeah, I think it depends on the results of your actions. If you go through, all right. I mean, I've seen what you can do, man. I've seen you turn people inside out with noise. I've seen you fucking yank spirits across the gauntlet, right? That and like the destruction it causes, right? That empowers the pattern breaker, and it empowers the fucking the tapestry maker, because pattern breaker comes in and feeds on the wreckage, and then tapestry maker fucking uses that as an excuse to clamp down. So I mean, be judicious in how you apply it. Good vibes only.
That's
that kind of
I
shit.
know. So it's like, the squares, like the buzzkills and the bad vibers. I just got to make sure that they don't benefit from a situation.
It's yes, but also make sure that the people who are good also benefit from a situation.
Well, that's
it's best not to do what you do to. The best way to do this would be to try to defeat those who are constrictive, but without hurting innocents and creating cycles of pain and harm, which is what the pattern breaker feeds on.
Yeah,
okay.
basically.
That's exactly what I've been doing.
You might be too drugged out of your mind to realize it, but you do realize that every time you leave somewhere, I saw this happen in fucking Jacksonville, man. Every time you leave somewhere, shit's always fucked up in your wake.
Yeah, but like, what's the alternative, dude? It's like, the city has never looked better. Everyone's fucking free.
Yeah,
no one can tie them down.
For exactly as long as you're around. And then when you're gone, the fucking bad shit comes in and starts fucking things up, right? And then the cops come in and start fucking things up. I did a little tally after your first concert in Jacksonville. Do you know what the tally of innocent people's lives was, man?
What is it?
Well, of the people estimates were that about 1,000 people total at some point were attending your concerts, right? Well, of those, about 250 died.
Oh shit!
Yeah. Now think about it. You go through a place, and then a quarter of the people that you're vibing with, that you have good vibes with, die. I mean, think about that, man. Well, a lot of people died. A lot of people got beat to death by cops. A lot of people got killed by criminals, right? It's fucked.
Well, what the fuck else are you gonna do? Like, if you stop moving, you fucking die anyway. And if you die, then you die.
Well, what do we do, Hank?
Well, the best thing to do.
We plant
Say,
seeds, man. We plant
exactly.
seeds.
You can do what you do. You're the way that you know. I get a certain energy off of you, Zane. What you're doing has good intents, but it's the aftermath that I worry about.
Can I say something real quick?
Of course, of course.
So, I talked to a man whose name I can't mention because he made me promise not to mention his name. Good dude, right? Wore a suit, black sunglasses. He used to be a Fed. The guy's an ex-Fed, right? So he told me a lot about what's going on, and he told me a lot about what we are. Like, he helped me understand. He looks at both of you and the unique condition we all live in. Now, I could explain it, but it's not really that important, right? The important thing is this. And he looks at Zane hard and he says, you say you stop moving, then you die. Well, in your case, Zane, you keep moving the way you're moving and you're going to die. Or you're just going to stop existing. Because you know that's where most of us end up, right? Most of us, and he points at the bar and high rollers. Most of us get so crazy that reality itself, the universe, above the pattern breaker, the tapestry maker, and the yarn spinner, the universe above them just kicks us out. Sorry, you can't come back to this club, and we're gone. You keep doing what you're doing, right? You keep doing it the way you're doing it, and either you're gonna get killed by the fucking feds, as in like the reality cops is the best way I can explain them without having to go into a whole thing. The reality cops will kill you. Some pattern breaker shit will kill you, or reality itself will just blink you out of existence. And you know what the really bad thing is if they blink you out of existence?
What's that?
Do you want to know the real problem with that? Well, if you die, right? If you just fucking died today, like you had a heart attack or whatever the fuck, right? You would still exist in a way. Your soul goes to the afterlife, and your memory lives on Earth, and the effects of your actions still occur, right? Like the effects of your actions plant a seed. They still have effect, right?
If the universe erases you, it erases the memory of you.
Yeah, like you never were. Like you never were. Ever. Everything you did, everyone who ever knew you. Except maybe us. But that's because people like us are sort of immune to that, but most people aren't. All the cities you help, he air quotes when he says help. All the people who saw your shows, they'd forget about you, man. You wouldn't have ever been.
Well, what's your fucking solution? That I should live in fear of that? That I should
No.
let them drag me back down? Just because of what might happen?
No, I'm not saying what might happen. I'm telling you that's what will happen, dude. It's kind of like, look, if you're driving a car, right, and you see a big fucking rock in front of you and you're going really fast, are you living in fear and being a retard if you turn the car to avoid the rock and drive around it? Right? If you're getting shot at by some fucking big mutant with a gun, right, and you try to duck out of the way, are you living in fear because of what might happen, or are you just avoiding the obvious negative consequences of your actions? Right?
Well, like, because dodging a bullet's like it's like a second thing. It takes like 1 second, but this other shit, this is like some bullshit that like makes us like cower in fear. Like, what if I am forgotten? I need to control myself. Like, what bullshit is this?
I'm not talking about controlling yourself, man. I'm not talking about cowering. I'm talking about modifying the way you do things to ensure that your goals are met. Absolutely. Right? Because you don't want the pattern breaker to win. You don't want the tapestry maker to win. And what I'm trying to get through to you right now, and what Hank's been trying to get through to you, is that your current mode of action also empowers that which is evil. But if you if you modify it a little bit, maybe you can come up with a way to make sure that doesn't happen, right? It's not about hiding. It's not about being afraid. I mean, Hank and I don't hide for shit, right? It's about modifying your action, right? Like, I don't have to shoot somebody in the face to get my way if I can talk them into it, you know? I don't have to fucking steal something if I can buy it, right? There's many approaches to every problem. Like, okay, for instance, when you're fighting the army of mutants, you going absolutely full fucking hog with no regard for any collateral damage is the right thing to do, right? Because you're in a battle. But, you know, if you're trying to actually help a city get stronger, right, it maybe pays to do something broader reaching and a little bit less intense at any given moment so that you actually see growth, right? Because growth is the big thing that's missing from the whole equation. And growth is what the yarn spinner needs to live.
Hank's gonna chime in. You know how all those bands back during like the Summer of Love and stuff, you know how they wanted to use their music to empower people, you know?
Yeah, I know about it. I think I was there.
Yeah, it's like that. You know, it's try to use it in a way that can
It's what
actually
I've been doing this, man. It's like, as far as I can see, shit never stops fucking growing. Like, I fucking watch, like, this. I watched, like, a basketball recursively duplicate itself, like, into infinity, into the horizon. Like,
No offense, Zane, AJ. Like, no offense, and I don't mean to cut you off, man, but I understand that in the moment when you're doing the thing, it works. I understand that while you're there, it works. What I'm talking about is the aftermath, man. I'm talking about the effects it has on people other than you.
so if
And I know
can keep it going, then everyone's happy.
that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is, and he holds up a finger, what if you do it in such a way that it doesn't break everything around it? Because that is the way of the pattern breaker. What if it doesn't break everything around it? What if it keeps going even after you stop playing because you made a difference in people's minds on a long-term
exactly.
basis?
Yeah, because you can break, you can break we call the membrane that separates the spiritual world from the real world. We call it the gauntlet. You can break the gauntlet, but that's too much disorder too fast, right? Most of the other Farah, the shape changers, a lot of them have caused more good than bad because they want to change things too fast, too quick.
Did you mean more bad than good, Hank?
Yeah, more good. Yes, more bad than good.
Wait.
Because they try to change things
Who are those
too
guys?
fast and too quickly.
You talking about the Ratkin? AJ just says, you talking about the Ratkin?
Selective, yeah. It's some here, some there. It's
Rat dudes.
I'm not
Rat dudes want to go really fast.
Listen, do you remember? I don't know if do you watch the news at all, Zane?
Yeah, sometimes, you know, they got it
Well,
playing.
there's one group. You remind me of something. There's a group of shape changers out there called the Ratkin, right? And the Ratkin are, well, they're shape changers like Hank here. They're totally devoted to the wild. They're totally devoted to the yarn spinner. They're terrorists. They're fucking terrorists. Now, I don't necessarily have terrorism. I'm not that hung up about it. But the thing is that, and this is what they don't realize, they go in, they kill a bunch of people, right? Because they believe that humans are agents of the tapestry weaver and therefore bad. They go through, they fuck a place up. They use chemical weapons. They use AKs. They use bombs, right? They use their war forms to make sure people don't remember it, right? They infest areas with disease, right? They're doing it.
It's effective against the tapestry maker.
Yeah.
Because it does break down the tapestry maker, but it also empowers the pattern breaker.
That's way fucking different, because I don't just fucking... I mean, it's like only on these games do I gotta, like, kill people a lot, but...
Yeah. But I'm not accusing you of that. AJ waves his hand. He says, you're not as...
I'm saying so we're clear that I don't do that. Like, bring... Like, all that needs to happen is change, right? Like, creation. And if I have things just creating, like, and just going and going, then that's exactly what needs to happen.
What I'm saying is, Zane, the problem is not death. The problem is not necessarily destruction, although those matter. The problem is shock. Right? The problem is shock.
Well, fucking
Look
creation
at
is
this way.
shocking when,
Ye-
like, you know, you
AJ
gotta get people out of their cage, and it's shocking to them.
AJ reaches in his pocket and he takes out like a small piece of metal. He says, "All right, check this out. Little object lesson." It's like a piece of silver, right? Like a spoon he grabbed off the bar table, and he says, "Object lesson." He slowly bends the silver, right, until it's almost bent in half. And he says, "This is change." And he takes it and he straightens it out, and then going the other way, he just snaps it in half with a quick movement. He says, "That is shock. Do you see the difference?"
Yeah, you're saying I go too hard, but like that's how you do it. That's the only way to bring like some good chaos back to the world. It's like
No,
this, right?
it's bringing the exact opposite of good chaos, man. It's bringing bad chaos.
Yeah, there's a little bit of it going around, but it's mostly the one that I'm selling. It's like you can't fight everyone perfectly all the time. Like if some scumbags come to your concert to push some like some methed out shit, some street shit, like it's just gonna fucking happen. You know, that's the fucking it sucks that it happens, but some people fucking you can't save them all.
I'm talking about what happens after your concerts, man. Your concerts are great. I've been to them, right? I'm talking about what happened afterward. You left town to go to your next thing, right? You went on the road. I got to sit and watch what happened to the neighborhood, man. I was there. I saw the after effects. You're never there to see the after effects of what happens after you leave, dude.
Well, it's like I got to bring it to more places. I can't stay in one fucking place. Like if
You don't have to.
I can't stay in a fucking place. I don't want to.
Here's an idea, Zane. Just an idea, right? What you have is power, right? What you have is power, right? What you don't have is, what's the word? Precision, right? You don't have control of how that power affects the world around you, right? Now, we're humans, man. We're not creatures of the pattern breaker or the tapestry weaver or the yarn spinner. We're creatures of all three. And so we can use all three forces. And we can control which way they grow and which way they shrink, right? And the way the world's all fucked up now is mostly our fault because we let things get too far in one direction. But they didn't get so far in one direction because of one terrible incident. They got so far in this direction because of slow corruption and slow restriction, right? You trying to knock it back the other way by just poking holes in it doesn't do anything because the spiders spin webs over the holes. Because I was there when I saw you leave, and I saw the spiders in the spirit worlds weaving everything up. It tipped bad slowly. It tips back slowly. The nuclear bomb didn't ruin the world, right? The invention of electricity didn't ruin the world. It was 1,000 things all stacked on top of each other. And you can't stack that fast, man. You can poke holes, but you can't stack.
Well, it's you know, you're just telling me what I already know, and that I want to affect more people, like bigger areas. I want like what we're doing right now, like us just talking like this. This isn't even enough for me. Like I want more. I want things to like keep going. Like I'm already sick of talking.
I'll tell you what, man. I'll hit you up. I'll call you because I have a couple of ideas. I'll call you and we'll do my idea, right? We'll see how it works. And then if you like it, we can keep doing it. And if you don't like it, forget it. But I am the smartest man alive on earth today. So I think that I have a point.
You know, I'll come around when I come around.
Yeah, no, look, for now, he knocks on the table. You guys want to go to Pete's room and fuck up some mutants?
I'll have to see what my schedule's like. He doesn't have any downtimes, and he has like a billion other promises to go and fuck other stuff
You know,
up.
I want to save that place, but doesn't it feel like we go there a lot? Like I want to spread I want to spread chaos to the world, and I was doing a lot of it in that place.
I've
Well,
only
that
been
place,
there the once, but
Yeah.
it was pretty bad.
well, that place needs it right now, man. That place needs it. It was taken over by the Pattern Breaker, and it has Pattern Breaker armies running around. I feel like they need your energy, man. I feel like if any place would benefit from you doing exactly what you do, the way you do it, it's that place right now.
Well, you know, I'm gonna have to change that place up though. One type of landscape and gravity. I get fucking sick of it. I get sick of gravity and talking.
Oh shit! You get sick of gravity and talking? You know what, buddy? I want to show you something. Hank, you have a good day, man. I'm gonna take this motherfucker. I'm gonna take this motherfucker to Flux.
Alright. Hank will stand up and offer to shake both of your hands. Well, it was good meeting you, Mr. Zane Insane.
Zane pulls you in, fucking bear hugs you.
Yeah, AJ gives Hank a really respectful fucking handshake.
Well, even if even if I don't agree with everything, I do respect your attempts.
Yeah,
Hopefully
dude.
you guys can work something out, and the world will be better for it, right?
Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, no, and he says, don't get me wrong, Zane. I also respect what you're doing, and I admire what you're doing. I just want to see it work.
Well, so do I. I mean, let's check out this thing you got. Also, where do you live, dude? Not AJ.
Oh, Hank.
Yes.
Well, you know where AJ lives.
Yeah.
You've slept on his couch.
Hank will say he lives in Florida.
You live around Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Are you in reality or like another dimension?
Reality.
Is it like a real forest? All right,
I mean,
I'll look for you out there. I'll come to your forest.
I mean, see, like, I don't really do visitors well. I've only had a few, but I mean, sure.
I mean, if we're out there, we'll stop by.
AJ's just kind of giggling.
Whatever, I mean, the forest just gets more foresty. So.
No. Like, can you just imagine like an unimaginable phenomenon happening in the Umbra? Like, can you imagine things that you can't imagine because that's what's gonna happen?
I just imagine it becomes more like like the Umbral Wilds.
Yeah, I was gonna say the fluff doesn't actually depict the wild as being that fucking retarded.
Yeah,
The Wild
the
is
Umbral
that
Wilds,
fucking retarded. I just read Book of the Wild and it's telling me that. It's like, if you expect anything from the Wild, no.
Yeah, but the Book of the Wild's also kind of shit, but also like that's the only place it's actually depicted that way in the whole fluff.
I just imagine it like it's the Umbral Wilds.
I thought it was solid. I liked reading about the Gorgons and the Wild Thresholds. The Wild Thresholds are exact. That is fucking perfect. It's a good description of when a place has no gauntlet and everything's just been merged and blasted with gnosis. Just an utterly abstract, surreal, like cartoonish, like almost nightmare that just keeps going on.
Yeah, I mean like every ever depiction I've read of the gauntlet going to zero, it's like it's not as crazy,
Well, the idea is I don't just drop it down to 0 because it becomes a broken land if it's 0. I also blast the shit out of it with so much fucking gnosis that like the wild energies just act up and basically cause a threshold, which is like a cairn, but like twice as surreal, drug trippy, and cartoony.
Yeah, it still doesn't sound that nightmarish though.
Yeah.
But it would be like I want you to imagine like the worst anxiety you've ever had, and that never goes away. Like
You're
like,
you're overselling how bad it is for everyone involved because it's not that bad every time.
But the thing is that you don't know that. You don't know what's going to happen. That's the point. That's the picture I'm painting with Zane. Is like this is what real chaos is.
Yeah, but it's temporary. It always is.
Yeah, but if just concede to me that until the pattern spiders patch it up, that place is fucked.
Well, if it is, then I need to start sending the actual technocrats after you.
But yeah, that's why I've been saying that.
But I mean, I don't want to just execute Zane.
Well, the thing is that because he was in Scar, he is like phasing in and out of reality all across the third world and the Rust Belt. Like keeps teleporting away, and he keeps being surrounded by like countless spirits and mind controlling everything around him. That at least buys him some time.
Well, I already know what the technocrat solution to Zane is, but it's fine.
It's a bullet.
No, actually, not a solution, but a countermeasure. Because Zane's been doing this for how long? Like a while.
Zane's been doing this for
the countermeasures.
10 downtimes.
Yeah, the countermeasures are already in place.
Well, tell me how to fuck the countermeasures.
Well, the simplest version of the countermeasure is that if he goes into a place where they have the space formatter set up, he basically just gets shunted sideways, like basically into like a half pocket realm.
But I destroyed the gauntlet.
That's the thing. You destroyed the gauntlet. They put in a second gauntlet.
This is exactly how Conrad's Machine City operates too. The exact same idea.
Who do you think they bought it from?
Yeah. No, I accept this. I want my characters to fuck each other.
But the best part is, right, they don't actually fucking shunt him, right? Because he would notice and he'd fucking rage. So they just fucking they just beam, they use some NWO bullshit and they just make him vividly hallucinate that he's doing the crazy shit.
Okay.
When what's happening in quote unquote reality is somewhat tamer.
Good. So I am an actual marauder now.
Yes.
With my quiet going up.
And you can't get away from them by dicking around in Scar, and you can't get away from them by porting around the world. They know where the fuck they got tags on your people. They got tags on your instruments.
Okay, but I can call a spirit and have it open me a moon bridge.
They're fucking technocrats, dude. They can be anywhere.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they're gonna have some trouble containing that mess.
Well, that's the thing, right? They just contain you locally. They don't contain you. They don't chase you through the Umbra, right? They just make sure using advanced statistical models, i.e. the time sphere, they just make sure that wherever you're going is fortified enough to not cause a mass casualty incident.
Yeah, because Zane has obliviously killed like thousands at least by now.
About 400.
400,000.
Yeah, you hallucinated a bunch of the rest.
No, I'll accept that because Zane, from the beginning, I want to teach people about how chaos can suck, and then I want to also I want to have the worst fucking quiet, like the most destructive quiet in the entire game.
Well, we're going to Flux, bro. AJ's gonna drop off at Pete's realm. He's gonna grab a car and he's gonna drive you all the way to Flux.
Yeah, he'll fucking. That's where he wants to be.
And AJ will even fucking go around telling spirits that we're having a rock concert in Flux. So you'll have yourself a spirit rock concert in Flux.
Yeah, and because my retainers have gnosis pulls, I can blast. I can shoot. I already fucking typed it, but I can basically shoot them with like 8 gnosis per hour.
No, Zane is the truest marauder, that's for sure. His quiet is higher than everyone else's.
Has to be the fullest retard quiet. That's. I had to do a lot of thinking on making a wild character.
Well, me role-playing my hidden technocrat general is still trying to figure out a solution to that, but it's working on it.
Also, on the matter of
Playing Technocrat General?
Do what now?
Who's playing the Technocrat General?
So here's how I've been doing a lot of the meta plot and the behind-the-scenes shit, Franklin. I've been role-playing, like out of character between games. I've been role-playing that I'm a fucking technocrat general who's in charge of dealing with the high roller issue.
Oh, I gotcha.
So trying to come up with things in character and how he would solve it.
Also, because
with the resources that the technocracy actually can justify having access to.
Well, it's good that the technocrats are biting the bullet on. Well, only the Void Engineers know about him being a Marauder. So it's too late for the rest of them. They're already using Marauder tech.
I mean, who's to say the Void Engineers didn't tell them it's Marauder tech?
Well, I mean, still, you're like walking up to the progenitors in the New World Order, and you're like, we're gonna use this Marauder fucking tech that a Marauder made to affect an entire city.
Well, it's more complicated than that. What it is that they go up to the NWO guys and they go, "Hey, listen, we picked this up off a Marauder, but it works. Can you figure out how to reverse engineer it?" And they hand it over to the IDX boys. And the IDX boys figure out how it works and how it could work. And then they adjust, they jiggle the pins and they adjust the parameters to make it work with consensus and accurate scientific law, right? They remove the pseudoscience gobbledygook and the bad engineering and the potential backlash.
My ass. It's up to spec with the Void Engineers. It's just that they say I'm crazy.
You are. You fucking are.
Yeah, but at least our technology looks about the same. And like, I want to force them into a corner where they're like, so like, prove that I'm insane. Now that we have won against the Marauders.
I was gonna do that, but then Chris kind of took over where Conrad's gonna go.
Well, he's building a second Autochthonian.
No, he's not. No, he's not. What he's building is nothing like Autochthonian.
I'm trying to get there, but it's so when I say that I'm abstracting things that Conrad's doing, I'm keeping track.
You want to know what I mean? You want to know what I mean when I say that Conrad's not nearly as static and can't build the second Autochthonian and all that shit? You want to know why I say that?
Why is that?
Because Conrad still invents things. Conrad has goals, right? Conrad still has goals other than fuck things, like fuck reality, right? Conrad's fighting to preserve reality, which puts him more in line with the Union. If Conrad was really far gone and actually that close to being like fully Weaver tainted and that static, he would be threat null. I mean, and Conrad's not threat null. He's not even close.
That's what I was telling Bishop. Bishop might use this against me because I think he mistook what I told him. But it's like, Conrad looks a lot like threat null. He looks Okay, so tell me about the Autochthonian faction. Do they actually call themselves autocrats?
No, they call themselves the Technocratic Union.
I mean, the Void Engineers' classification of the crazy IDXers. Like, Autochthonian.
Yeah, I don't remember what the classification of each... of each
Talking
group
about
is.
the threat null of like the threat null IDX.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
give me
I'm pretty sure they're called the Autocrats, and Conrad calls his organization the Autocracy.
Yeah, but lots of things call themselves an autocracy, right?
Yeah,
What
but
keeps Conrad from looking like threat null is that Conrad, above all else, right, still, even in his current state, acknowledges and respects the rights and personalities of other living creatures.
yeah, because you got machines. It's about I guess. Well, what about homeostasis, where you got to do a bunch of shit to keep people in perfect psychological harmony?
Well, that's not how threat null gets down.
I mean, if that's not what Autochthonian does, I mean, yeah, I guess so.
No, it's not. Autochthonian is total, violent, non-stop calcification of every single thing. They don't invent anything new because they finished science. They don't care about personalities. They don't care about rights. There is only the machine. A much closer approximation of Autochthonian would be if Conrad died and all of his machines were just left to run wild.
I mean, that is exactly what's going to happen if he dies, because he built a retainer called the Arc Master Computer.
But even then, all of those machines would still have to be in unified sapience. Like, no, I read a fair bit about threat null, and I've read a fair bit about the Weaver's Realm and the Book of the Weaver and all that stuff. And like Conrad's not actually static. What he is he's a marauder with a static quiet. Right? But like shoving vampires into juice boxes to like yank their blood out and turn into gold. All right.
I love that shit, by the way.
Yeah. That does kind of like permanently disqualify you.
But
right?
What that is in service of is to build the Matrix and give me a reason to use people as blood batteries, which is the most static thing you could fucking do. Build the Matrix.
Right. But that's not the most static thing you could fucking do. Because threat null and Autochthonian don't need blood batteries. They don't need to harvest quintessence.
I mean,
they don't need to fucking...
It's so fucking static though. It's crazy to make the leap, but once you get there, you have all of these people lying perfectly still, and they're in a simulation that's just perfectly. It keeps them at peace in perfect homeostasis, and they're just sitting around, not giving a shit about anything because they're like, I already live here.
No, I get it. It's static, but that's the point you're missing, Anna. It's that it's static for them.
Yeah, it's
not static for reality.
I mean,
you're still violating the ever-loving fuck out of consensus, and you're cheerfully doing so hand over fist.
It's what you gotta do for the war.
Right, which makes ironically, right? Like, ironically, Conrad is almost as wild as Zane.
It was really funny when Christian Spook character is like, in some high roller quiets, they're not too bad, but then you looked around at like Conrad's void ship that had like spider robots running around with like more void ships out the window.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is ultimately a fairly like acceptable quiet, and Conrad also did the sensible Marauder thing of being outside reality most of the time, right?
Yeah.
No, he's the kind of Marauder that the technocrats might accept turning state's witness, because he's only barely outside of consensus.
Yeah, it's just the vampire blood battery part. That's the only.
Well, that's one example, right? But like everything Conrad does still violates consensus, right? Think about this. Look at this. Okay, you're a technocrat. All right, you're an Iteration X engineer. Let's pretend you're that. Get in that guy's headspace for a minute. You have a PhD, right? You have like probably 5 PhDs. You're a fucking genius. You're beyond genius. You're so fucking genius that your genius is actually a tangible force in the universe, right? And you use that genius to work your ass off to design and build and test and program things like, say, a hit mark, right? And you're working on your latest iteration of hit mark that's just really fucking good, right? It's got all the bells and whistles. It's almost smart enough to be a human, right? And then you look.
I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
I was reading because I wanted to see what you saw about thresholds. Completely changed my opinion. I want a threshold because one of them is it
The Fountain
Florida?
of Youth.
The Fountain of Youth.
Yes, dude. That can already. First of all, that one probably already exists.
It does.
It does. It's in the Everglades.
Side game.
I'm
Side
gonna
game to
the
go
Fountain of
find.
Youth.
Yeah.
I'm
So-
gonna
Okay,
go
but
to
anyway.
Fountain of Youth in real life. I'll see you guys.
But real quick, let me get where I'm going. So you build your fucking hit mark, right? You and a team of other geniuses who've worked for years to be at the top of your craft. You guys have built these hit marks that are the shit, right? Now, the problem is, I mean, yeah, sometimes they still suffer paradox in the field because their lasers don't fire outside of laboratory conditions all the time. You know, they suffer some other issues, right? But overall, they're fine. And then this fucking Serb, right? This fucking Serb comes out of nowhere. And like a year ago, he was nothing. He was a normal person. And now a year later, he has built up almost as much machinery as your entire organization has, right? Or at least your regional Iteration X fucking conclave has, right?
Yeah.
And that's not even the most insulting part. The most insulting part is all of his stuff works perfectly all of the time. There's never backlash. It doesn't matter what conditions it's under. It works perfectly fine when your shit doesn't even work well in lab conditions. You see the point?
Yeah.
That's what I've been screaming about this whole time when I've been yelling, Conrad's not a real technocrat. Because technocrats have a hard time getting their plasma cannons working. Technocrats still suffer from vulgar effects, right? Technocrats still have breakdowns if they're not in their labs, right? Conrad's just pumping these things out at a rate that even dozens of technocrat constructs can't necessarily match. And all of it works. It just works. And all of them have studied and trained for years, and all of them require absolutely limitless funding. And this cunt is just duplicating gold bricks and fucking yanking quintessence out of vampires like juice boxes and turning it into spider robots that have no actual malfunction, that defy all laws of engineering. Because many of the laws of engineering are based around how often things malfunction. He is an absolute violation of the technocracy. However, that stuff only works for him when he's using it, right? If the Void engineers buy a piece of equipment from him, they realize, they see like how shit's all fucked up and they fix it, right? Because it's not the technology that's wrong. The technology is probably well within established technocrat theory, right? The problem is that he's actually a mad scientist. And they cannot figure out what he's doing, and they cannot figure out where he learned to do it. It's not stable. It's not repeatable. It's not science.
Mechanicus moment when you have something so complicated and wonderful, but you have no idea how it works.
Yeah, Conrad is a tech priest. That he certainly is.
That was literally that was my only concept for him in the beginning is I want to be a tech priest that hoards shit.
No, well, that you have excelled at. But that's why I've been yelling this whole time that Conrad's still a fucking marauder. And in fact, he's one of the craziest. Because most marauders acknowledge they're crazy. He's the type of crazy that insists that he's sane. And by the way, there is a Malkavian in Vampire the Masquerade for whom that is his derangement.
He's convinced he's sane.
He's convinced that every single thing happening, every single thing he witnesses as a vampire has a rational, scientific explanation.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
you can't even roll self-control at that.
Yeah, Conrad is the worst kind of crazy because he's the kind of crazy that insists it's not. And that's why he's a fantastic fucking marauder, and it's also why he's not a technocrat.
Makes it better.
I will improve the technocracy. Well, I have an entire end game planned, and also I don't know if I'll get another gift as Conrad, so I don't really care about saying it. My next gift is to turn robot retainers into drones.
Into Weaver drones?
Weaver drones, yes. And I'm going
Why? That's such a downgrade.
No, it's not. Have you looked at Weaver power, the drone powers?
Yes, it's just still such a downgrade.
I'm gonna call it the nano augmentation, facility. Just gonna call them nano aug agents, the guys that are just gonna police places, because that's what they're gonna be. They're gonna have like +5 to already maxed out to 8 attributes, and they're gonna have regeneration and a bunch of bullshit and these like mind effects to make people forget that they were doing that. It's like they're the perfect police force that he's going to drop everywhere.
You know what also is really funny about that, though? When Conrad's not around them, when they're not around Conrad, Paradox works on them then. Something that nobody's ever considered about having large high roller armies.
Well, what do you
Paradox, well, when they're not sheltered from Paradox by your quiet.
Drones
Paradox
don't get Paradox.
But you
Drones
know what
are
they do
immune.
get? You know what they do get?
What?
They get stasis. And also, they do get Paradox. You know why?
Because that's reality maintaining stasis.
Yeah, it's reality maintaining its status quo, but also drones come from Weaver spirits. Those things came from you.
Like I wasn't. I knew I thought it was so good because it's also going to be shit where like, if you just drop these Weaver drones into cities, that they will lock that city down. That city is fucking protected. They're like Mega Man X fucking robots.
Right.
Like,
But once they're out of your quiet, they'll start suffering breakdowns and all kinds of other fun shit like that. Because then the Weaver will pop in and be like, "What's all this then? I didn't make that." Because the Weaver doesn't give a shit about what it does. The Weaver gives a shit about whether it's under the Weaver's control.
well, they'll at
And
least
Conrad's
think they will.
Conrad's goals do not align with the Weaver's.
I'm aware of that, but the thing is that you can give them programming through their merits and flaws, where it's like it's a core part of their. It won't help much, but it'll help a little bit. That they have to like do what the fuck I say, and then it's only if a Weaver spirit nearby or whatever like needs to take it over. It's like half the time.
No, I'm not saying they'd take it over. I'm saying they'd start being calcified. You'd turn around one day and they'd eventually become just way lesser versions of themselves. Maybe even some would be turned into normal people or piles of junk.
So they'll burn away the robot part because the robot is just wild shit.
Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a reason nothing in this setting has done any of this dumb shit yet, and it's because the shit doesn't work, and there are reasons why all these things don't work. And one of the main reasons why nothing this big happens in setting is because it actually all breaks. Like, sometimes it does happen, and it just breaks. It stops, and then it gets covered up. Right? See Vargo Hope, the man who was once king of the world. Or no, sorry, see Tsar Vargo, the man who was, for a brief moment, the king of the world.
Tsar Vargo.
Is that the Aetherite?
That's
yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Look, he just wanted to ensure world peace.
Yeah. Turned out great for him.
Yeah, well, Conrad's gonna die the exact same way.
No, Conrad's way more subtle than Tsar Vargo. But that doesn't mean that it's gonna keep like the problem.
At least Conrad's drones and stuff. Like you have the robots, the androids that like pretend to be people, right?
Yeah.
And also, you don't fly your spaceships in
low orbit.
over
Unless
every
they're-
single capital city of every single country of the world and hold them all hostage.
Unless they have like 10 successes of being cloaked from like all detection.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I'm saying. The setting is the way it is because like nothing in the setting. Like there are many things in the setting strong enough to tip the setting on its head for a while, right? For a few weeks, right? See Zapathasura in the Week of Nightmares, right? But there's so much fucking inertia in the setting that all of those things eventually grind down and fall apart. They still make changes, right? But there is no like swooping in overnight taking over the world. Because the thing that every faction in the setting wants is change, but the thing that every faction in the setting fails to do is figure out how to make the change in such a way that it actually sticks. Because they all go sharp. They all go sharp, not wide.
and then you become one of the countless plotters and schemers in the
Right.
setting.
And maybe you get big dick and you fucking strike your punch, and then you get vaporized by a satellite sun laser like Zapathasura did. Or you get blinked out by Paradox like Zarvargo did. Or you just kind of get stabbed to death by Jonas Albrecht like Zizek did.
Pour one out for Zarvargo.
Pour one out for Zarvargo. But that's what I mean, right? Conrad is way more in the spirit of Zarvargo than he ever was in any kind of Weaver spirit, bro. Conrad is the new Zarvargo.
Well, see, a lot of high rollers don't have like friends and family and shit to care about. Like some people talk about that. I have it written that Conrad has never been traumatized, and he had a perfect childhood upbringing, and it was just being sent to the pattern web that fucked him up. So it's like he's just one of these countless fucktards where nothing goes wrong with them. They're like, if I had the power, I would just protect everyone on my fucking Facebook friends list.
Oh no, I mean he's doing a great thing, right? He is trying to say he's a marauder who believes in the things the technocrats believe in. And that's why the Void engineers already play fast and loose with the rules, and so they're just like, yeah, like blah 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 blah. Like we're trying to rehabilitate this one. We think we might be able to rehabilitate this one, right? Obviously, they don't mean that, but that's what they tell their superiors, right?
He'll just jump into his own matrix and fucking leave reality after a technocratic victory.
I'm working some things with AJ, and I'm working some things with Gengyo to try to get behind that. Like, whenever you propose doing some big dumb shit, all the other GMs will jump on you and be like, "Hey, you can't get away with that for these reasons," right?
Yeah.
I'm working on some shit with AJ and Gengyo that will absolutely stun every other GM and make it basically impossible for them to argue against it. But the way to do that is to be so subtle and so broad that nobody actually knows it's happening until it's already happened. But by then, the setting will have ended. Because like Chris and I did some writing this weekend. We sketched out how it's going to go down, like what the ending's going to look like. And that's why I haven't been running as much lately, because I'm like, I could tell you, because this is what you would know anyway. What I'm building, what Chris and I are working on building, but it's primarily me. You guys remember the concept of, did I ever tell you guys about the concept of veteran high rollers and veteran testing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we're working on making one, but a formalized one. Not one that is necessarily like just unique to your character, but it is something that exists and is available for all high rollers. And it's called the Crucible, and it will be advertised as the opposite of a Nephandic call. Because they're looking for one worthy. Worthy of what? Well, that's up to you better win to find out. It'll be a series of trials, right? Like some 13 Labors of Hercules type shit. And if your character gets through all of them, you get the prize. And I'm not telling you what the prize is, but it's pretty great.
I mean, I'm on board.
Yeah, it's a challenge scenario, right? Contains like 13 challenges, I think. Let me pull up the fucking. It's big. It's ambitious. It's going to be like, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, there's like 15 challenges. Divided up into no less than 4 side games. Or no less than 5 side games per character that wants to go through it. And you do have to go through alone.
Ooh.
And if you fail one, you don't get to go for the next one. You don't get to try again. You don't necessarily die, but you don't get to try again. You're disqualified. It's designed to test your character on a spiritual, mental, emotional, physical, and most importantly, philosophical level.
To find out if your character is shit or not just dot-wise.
Yeah, it's not just to find out if your character is shit, but more specifically to find out if your character is worthy. Worthy of what? You gotta win to find out.
Ooh.
But I'll say this. The only character canonically who's taken it so far is Garrett. And he failed.
Right.
And that's part of the advertising. Garrett's gonna go around being, do you think you guys can you beat what I failed at? Can you be the only person to can you be the first high roller I've ever seen to succeed at something I failed at?
You know how pissed Garrett Mason would be if Irwin was the only one to win.
Irwin can't.
Yeah, because he's already a Harbinger.
He's not a high roller, yeah. Irwin retired. Irwin's a fucking worm fag now. He sold out ultimate power for short-term gains, getting rode by the worm as its bitch, and he has to live with that.
I mean,
he hedged his bets, and he's got to live with it.
There's a point where you're such a receptacle of toxicity that you're basically just the worm. You won't even notice a change.
Irwin's not even close to that. Irwin's kind of like he's just a really powerful Fomor. Like he's like, I don't know, roughly on the level of like a Galedian Nefandus, right? Like he's not an Aswad, but definitely Galedian. Like he's just a Galedian that's uncommonly like close to Earth. But no, anyone can try it. I'm trying to make it. I'm actually trying to make it so that you don't need to be a certain gift level to go for it.
And it's more just about how you actually think through problems rather than not just smashing your dots at the enemies until they die.
Yeah, it's about how your character thinks through problems, and also, again, I cannot stress this enough, it is paradigm intensive.
Right.
Because
Roger.
We know what the powers that be are. Like, we decided what the powers that be are. That we had the idea first, and then we came up with, okay, but who's building it, who's running it, and why? And we came up with that too, right? So it is a test, and there is somebody at the top deciding whether or not you succeed or fail.
I'm about testing paradigm because people get away with not having a paradigm too much.
Yep. But it all has to do with one thing. It has to do with the end of the Ascension War. The end of the Ascension War is all that the end times is, and it's all about setting up for that. And the end doesn't officially start. Or the end has not officially begun until somebody clears the crucible.
Damn.
Yep. But I also think you guys will greatly appreciate how I intend to end everything. Not just, I mean, you know the basic, you know the basic gist, right? Marauders win Ascension War. You can imagine that. But I don't think any of you are ready for just how it comes about and how hilarious it is. and how much like symbolism there is in it. You know, I'm pretty proud of this story me and Chris have put up.
I think you guys hinted at something where you said like the reality of like Conrad making gold or something. It's just it's a crazy homeless man, like I don't know, throwing candy bars at people.
I mean, no, I think that was a joke I made at one point, but that's not that's not even close. That's what it would be like if we were playing Changeling. No, it's gonna be big dumb. It's gonna get big dumb goofy hard real fast.
Good, because it should be more like Adult Swim, the Marauder Network.
There will be one game, and that game is the actual beginning of the end, right? The actual kickoff point. And you'll know what that game is when I put in scoreboard. No one can make any more new characters.
Fuck.
And there's a complete justification for why you can't make new characters. Although I haven't decided on that. I'm actually a little bit torn on that. Because what happens if somebody, if everyone's character dies? If all of their characters die, whatever. But yeah, no, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's get hype, get lit, get stoked. Hank is a good candidate for the Crucible. Darkblood is a good candidate for the Crucible. I actually really want the Spook to go into the Crucible. Conrad might have a bit more of a problem, but he could still try it, right? And I encourage you to try to throw Erwin in there and see what happens.
Yeah, he never did the. It wouldn't be hard to fuck him unless the worm just has him. He's just a worm now with a meat puppet.
Nah, he's not that. He still retains more of his initial ego. Otherwise, he'd be too boring to play. Because the worm's fucking boring.
No, I don't know if it's boring, but it's just like, okay, I'm going to make you have a telepathic link so you can talk to the Weaver, and it's like, okay, I'm about to put you on the line with her. Like, what do you expect to fucking hear? It's so fucking crazy to imagine.
That's the one thing I don't like about this gen, though, is that the Triot has such a place in the whole thing, and I actually think the Triot is boring as hell. Like every entity of the Triot is boring as hell. Werewolf has the worst fucking cosmology. There are parts of it that are cool, but like the overarching way that the conflict is framed is incredibly boring. And so here's another sneak peek. I am going to put the fucking boot to werewolf cosmology in the end times. It's not to say that your character who values that will be disrespected, because they won't be. It's just that the world is so much bigger than the Triad, and that will become part of it.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm trying to force people to refer to Fomori as mutants instead of everyone calling them Fomori.
That's the thing with the Triad, is it's a lot overused by people who would have no knowledge of it.
That is such an obscure fucking thing. Like,
yeah,
imagine the first time someone told you.
Are you a Pharaoh, or are you a kinfolk, or are you a Fomor?
Are you a Bastiat?
No. Yeah,
what the fuck is that?
No one really would know about it.
Yeah,
didn't know about it until he was he basically had his template shift. Like, he was a gift or two away from the template shift, and he's like, oh yeah, there's this thing called the Triad.
Yeah, but there have been enough Triad-intensive characters running around educating people, right? And that's really the issue. Oh, speaking of education, hey, Dag, what can before I forget, what can Zane teach?
His skills, performance, obviously.
AJ would request instruction in something. What's your Gnosis rating?
3. I think I'll buy it up right now, though.
God damn. That's dog shit.
I had to burn so much XP on this character.
Oh yeah, me too.
Three.
But I think I've been duplicating XP like a psycho because that's what my gifts are for. Also, do you approve that fucking gift for AJ, Dag?
The potence for intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't they have a thing for potence for intelligence? It was like
Yeah, man,
I
it's
think it was ×8.
fucking.
I
Prove that.
think they already brought up potence for intelligence.
What in the scoreboard?
No. I mean, like somebody's petitioned potence for attributes before.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I mean, Dex is ×8. Potence for Dex is ×8. Because I've gotten that, but that's because it's strong as fuck.
Potence for Dex at 9 is what I see in the I search chat all the way up to like January 20th, 2020. Potence for Dex at CR 9.
Jesus.
Wow. Oh yeah, because I got it at CR8 on that one on Garrett. I got it at CR8 on Garrett, but I could only use it when I was using celerity. Like I couldn't use it out of celerity, so that's why I said 9.
Yeah, I remember that discussion before where potence dexterity is a bad thing.
Because I saw it somewhere. But...
Potence dexterity is completely busted.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But it made sense for like the spider legs that like they're always succeeding because they're fucking spider legs.
All right.
Well, also, now that Chris is out of the closet, Conrad has been. I just want to announce that everyone that has a neural implant is being tracked by Conrad, and that includes Chris, and that Chris is going to get his ass beat by androids.
I don't know about that. He's got AJ with him. No, he doesn't. I'm with Zane.
So it depends. It depends. If he's like 9 feet tall, how is he going through the warehouse doors? And
Ducking?
Because
yeah,
if he goes through there,
I mean, I'm like 5.5 feet tall, and I can go through doggy doors.
So
fucking crawl, man.
That warehouse, that's literally like a red herring where he just records what happens there. And so if he sees Chris there, then I'm gonna beat his ass, and I'm gonna fucking I'm not gonna kill him. Obviously, I don't have a way to exercise him yet, but I'm going to fuck with his brainwashing.
I mean, that's fine.
Like, I'm gonna send like the elite androids to beat his ass into the ground, and then I'm gonna drag him into the Matrix.
I thought you guys had already I don't know. I thought you guys had just parted ways. Shit.
No, he's a fucking Fomor. Something's got to be done. He's running around with fucking arc blueprints.
You have the
like your brains.
Paranoid schizophrenic cameras that send commands.
Dude, if you are not doing this when you're a high roller or in World of Darkness in general, you're already gonna get fucked just by a vampire.
No, you're not.
You need to be this paranoid.
No, you don't.
Dude, no, everyone in house games, there's like 5 characters that have mythic manipulation that fuck you just by talking to you.
Yeah, it's because you're all autistic. Like, there's a reason I don't have to worry about any of this. Have you noticed that? Like, how I don't actually have to be that paranoid ever on any character?
Well, I'm not paranoid as Zane because Zane is fucking retarded.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you notice that I don't have to do that on any of my characters, one of whom is actively being hunted by a world leader.
But you're not, it's not like, Conrad is paranoid about the entirety of the World of Darkness, like any of it is going to come visit him. He's going to get hit by a demon or a vampire with some weird power that he can't defend against. He is fucking paranoid.
And yes, Franklin, AJ is being hunted by a world leader. Burns wants him dead.
Oh, okay.
That's why he hasn't gone back to the bar.
That's kind of different because that's the Pope. I mean, I guess it is a high roller Pope.
No, it's the Pope, and with military forces 6.
6
That
isn't
is,
that bad, but yeah, I get it.
nigga. It is bad if you're a heroin junkie whose only superpower is being really smart.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Yeah. Let me see.
Okay, well,
Screenshot for military forces. 6.
if Zane
Several.
is
Yeah.
training,
Okay. Okay. If you have like a few battalions or something of mechanized infantry and air
Yeah,
assault. Yeah.
and that
okay.
is a lot more dangerous
Yeah.
than one heroin
Yeah.
addict. Than one heroin addict and his knife chucking friend and her panther and like his werebear buddy.
you have fucking Mad Max. You have like the Pope's parade float in Mad Max world coming after you.
But it's okay because I've already figured out how to deal with Burns.
Yeah, if Burns got captured on that last game, like
He
you
did
know,
he did get captured, nigga.
I mean, if he got captured by the other guy,
Oh.
like if you want to, like you can leave it up to imagination, but like something like a Zemitzi or like Black Spirals, what that's like to be captured by them.
He gets turned into a flesh slinky.
Yeah, basically.
He gets turned into a Pope fleshlight.
So this thing about how no one cares about like spending a month in jail. Well, if you get captured by someone like this, I'm going to say you have 0 willpower in any other pool when you start your next game. Like that's like when you were traumatized for an entire month.
Man, and I wasn't even that harsh. And then Chris said I was too harsh when I put that on you with Rabbit.
I mean,
I didn't even take your willpower.
I mean taking your temporary points. Just taking your temporary points, like if your character was worse than depressed. I'm not doing that. But it's like when you don't get a night's sleep, when you fucking are depressed, it affects your willpower and stuff like that. And how are you?
Yeah, I get you.
How are you gonna get gnosis?
Getting
yeah. Yeah, it's like
getting tortured.
That's like that's still a slap on the wrist, but it's at least something.
Yeah, well, you know what's gonna happen to Burns?
He's gonna be a good person.
He's gonna bow to his sensei.
It's fucking. Oh, it's. I have this. Oh shit! Do I have that clip where a guy just starts beating a guy up and just starts breaking every limb like one by one? Just that's what's gonna happen to Burns.
Burns is going to become the Kung Fu Pope. Chris's suggestion was to like torpedo Burns so bad he couldn't be on games anymore. But I actually like the idea better of just twisting him so hard that Bishop likes the results. And so that's my goal, is to just fucking snap him in half so hard that Bishop actually likes what comes out of it. But I think Kung Fu Pope is a good start. Insanely ripped Kung Fu Pope.
Be surprising. And he absolutely thinks that he's gonna get killed.
Yeah. Well, that's because Bishop is as unimaginative as Burns, and that's why he doesn't deserve to play Burns. But Gengyo is out here proving the superiority of infernalism over any other Nefandus type. Because by the time this is all over, I will have inverted more characters. And that's really the only measurement of success of a Nefandus, right? Is how many people you invert.
Yeah, not just making things evil, but just flipping everything around.
Yep.
Compulsively
and also,
inverting things.
And the most important thing, and this is the thing that I really am playing hard for Gengyo, is the books say about Nefandi that Nefandi are hard to argue against, They're convincing. They're even likable. So I'm trying to actually make that real. Make a Nefandus. Make somebody that everybody kind of knows that guy's evil. They just don't fuck with him about it because they like him, because he's beneficial, because he's helpful, because he's nice. And that's how he drags them all down.
Oh, well. Conrad doesn't really trust him. It's just like, I can't do anything about this yet.
Yeah, Conrad, I can see not trusting him. Hank, I could see eventually being like, "Hey, dude, listen, I can't co-sign on this, right?"
Yeah, it's like, well, he doesn't like Pentax, so he's not killing people or, not he's not walking into a place and murdering a bunch of children, so.
Right.
Like some characters.
Yeah, like some characters.
But like fairly soon, Genghis will have slingshotted Burns in a different direction than he was ever going to go and neutralized him completely. And I will own Darkblood. Genghis will own Darkblood.
Darkblood wants to be owned like someone's little slave.
Yep. And Hank might not become Gengyo's bitch. Like, Gengyo might not invert Hank. But Hank will help Gengyo achieve Gengyo's ultimate goal. Hank will help him. It's an offer he can't refuse. No, it will be intentional. It will be intentional. I know what it is. Gengyo will walk up to you and say, "This is my plan. Are you in?" And Hank would be like, "Fuck yeah, bro!" Like, he'd be on it.
Oh.
Everyone's a little too friendly with the fucking actual Nefandi walking around.
Well, he doesn't tell people he's a Nefandus. That helps a lot.
See, this is what the fuck
and he
I
doesn't,
mean.
And he doesn't violently torture people. That also helps. He doesn't kill innocent people. That also helps, He's only a Nefandus if you really listen to what he believes, but he doesn't actually do anything horrible. He's friendly. He's helpful. He's beneficial. He's even kind. He's never turned a school full of children into Famorai, right? So it becomes a whole lot easier to be friendly, especially when he outright tells you, "I like you. We're friends. I'm going to donate money to your charities. I'm going to fucking, send people to help protect your Karens,
Oh, you fucking remember the Malpheus game where you're like, "We're friends and I want to help people," and then Conrad's like, I said something snarky to you, or like, it's really about yourself.
Wait, say it again? Oh, yeah. Well, but did he deny it? He did. Not only did he not deny it, he was honest, but also those people still gained from it. Their lives were made better, like infinitely better. No one's life has been made worse by cooperating with Gengyo.
Because Conrad is going right out of his way to make sure people don't go to Gengyo's dojo. Like, everyone that I found later on, they went into the Matrix.
Oh, yeah, because that's so much better, right?
It literally is. It's you're making them have faith in the wrong fucking things. You're just advocating inversion. And in the Matrix, it's paradise.
Yeah, that's so much less selfish here. Like, yeah, it's bad. Don't go to that guy who's going to teach you how to be good and fight for yourself and be strong and be self-reliant. No, come with me while I hook you up to a car battery and put you on an opium machine.
Yeah, you get to go to a simulation where you can do whatever you want, and you're always kept in perfect, like, chemical balance.
Yeah, and how much choice in the matter are you given? What if you want to leave the simulation?
People don't want to choose. People do want the Matrix.
And I'm the evil one. Okay, gotcha. I want to have a trial. I want court. I want Hank to judge. I want to have an audience. If Conrad ever calls me out, I want to have that discussion.
I am willing to have Conrad be the only fucking guy that advocates to centralize everything, have AI take over. It provides whatever provides more utility, is the best, and it just so happens that being moral about the simulation is better, and things like that.
Uh-huh.
I'm willing
Right,
to fucking
but
be
you're
the
over
only
there
one.
talking. You're over there talking shit, and you're fucking worse. You're fucking more evil.
My ass. They get to live in paradise. I ask nothing but them to just fucking lie there.
Yeah,
It's more
like
of like it's like
it's like
yeah, I don't
saying,
know.
man,
I wouldn't want to live
I
in a matrix. I'd rather live in
it's
a
like
world that's not perfect.
it's like saying
but
I
it's
keep those.
the
Look,
ability to choose.
No,
I keep those
okay.
slave prostitutes. I keep those slave prostitutes high off their asses on heroin so much that they're basically in bliss all the time.
My
That's
ass that people
not
want to
evil.
live in an imperfect world. Because people will take a perfect simulation over having to just go to work.
I mean, I don't know.
Having
Me
your
and
back up
Franklin,
against the wall.
me and Franklin, neither of us agree. We'd both take the perfect world over being
My ass.
someone's fucking battery.
Okay, you tell me when, because you know life takes these dips and it's gonna get worse at some point, and you would take a fucking simulation over that because suffering sucks, and that's what Conrad is doing. While you
Dad.
fuckers are running around being chaotic, Conrad is taking care of like the women and children. They're like, I can't survive in their insane world, and he's like, okay, you're safe in here.
You can survive in the insane world
Some
if you
of
learn.
the characters, but
If you learn Gengyo's techniques, you can survive in the insane world. And you don't have to live for anyone but yourself.
Okay, tell me about training babies from birth to like defend themselves in this fucking insane wild ass world.
Well, that's the thing, right? The babies can't train and fight, but their parents can.
So what are you gonna do? Just fight all the time?
Well, Gengyo runs orphanages that are well defended.
You're going to if existence goes
really
towards
ridiculous, but yeah.
If reality goes towards the Marauders more, you can't expect people to fight and want to fight every day. Like,
Well, that's your problem, right? That's your problem. You think that everyone has to just fight all the time. You think that everything is solved by fighting. Take a look around the real world. How often is violence actually happening? You know,
I'm
it's
saying
not
that when
common.
shit drifts towards the Marauders, when the world is more crazy, they're going to be fighting more. Like the wild, just
yeah, and
in
so
the long
what?
run, just make shit to fight.
Who's going to be fighting? Who's going to be fighting? The grown-ass adults or the fucking babies going to be getting into shootouts?
You can't have people fucking fighting all the time. They don't want to just fight all the time because they fucking hate it. That's their entire lives.
If they don't want to fight all the time, then they shouldn't fucking fight.
Then they die.
Like the book.
Not necessarily.
Well, I mean,
I'm
the
sorry,
Mythic
like
Age wasn't like the old Mythic Age pre. Wasn't
the
just
Marauders
constant
take over.
fighting.
Marauders take
literally
over.
don't
You
know
can also
what the fuck that was like.
just get the fuck out of the way.
Get the fuck out of the way, or die.
Hey,
Yeah,
look.
well,
Also, Conrad doesn't know. By the way, you cannot use that in this argument. Conrad has no idea whether or not the Marauders are going to win.
Based on what he sees, he is watching insane shit happen. He watched Florida gain a pyramid building and things like that.
Look, man, all I'm saying is nobody, no one, not a single character, whether innocent NPC or high roller, has had their life made worse by association with Gengyo. And so you cannot tell me, right? Because it's not just about the random people, right? It's also about like the other high rollers. Gengyo's never fucked anybody over. He's never lied to anybody. He's never cheated anybody, right? He's never fucked anybody out of anything. He's been completely upright in dealing with everyone. And that's why I think your protestations, like as Conrad, are funny. Because he is being unreasonably retarded and paranoid, and he's also completely right.
Well, yeah, he's just fucking paranoid about it because obviously that's how shit's gonna go.
But morally speaking, he has no leg to stand on.
He does though. He literally protects the weak. Like Yes, you and whoever you teach, you get to run around in the frontier fighting fucking manticores and tentacle monsters
your
and
argument
shit.
is fucking retarded. You think that making people your batteries protects them?
Yes.
Because you know what you know what gets blown up in War Dag? Fuel depots. And you know what Conrad is? On the front lines.
Well, that's the thing. The batteries aren't on the ships anymore. He
Okay.
moved them.
You find your enemy's logistical depot and you blow it up. That's a primary thing of war, right?
Yeah, well, fucking bring it on. It's harder now.
You can't protect all of them.
He fucking can, though.
Any more than Gengo can protect all the little babies.
Conrad has way more fucking gun hands for protecting everyone.
Gun hands don't protect against shit. There's shit out there that can walk right
run a
past your
bullet.
gun.
I'm really enjoying this entire conversation.
No, look. There's shit out there that you can't even harm with a gun, Dag. You can't even harm it.
Okay,
they can't even see it.
I'll teleport 50 Moabs into its brain.
You can't teleport a Moab into the brain of something that can't be harmed by a bullet. What the fuck are you talking about? Right?
Well, if I'm not equipped for dealing with the bigger shit, you know.
I'm not talking. That's your problem. You're so fucking unimaginative. Like, I'm not talking about big shit. I'm talking about shit that can reach out of the Umbra, reach out of a wall, right? Just pass through solid matter and kill you by freezing you to death. You want to talk about how crazy the world's getting? You're so built up and fixated on conventional warfare that every single thing you have is completely vulnerable.
Well,
you can get ripped apart. You can get ripped apart by a bunch of determined wraiths.
What do you think he's fucking paranoid about? He knows that. He has, like, dots of lore and too much
then don't
bullshit.
tell me you can protect your fucking batteries.
I can. I can protect him better than fucking Gengyo can protect an orphanage.
No one's going to attack Gengyo's orphanage because he's not using them as batteries. You made targets out of every person you hooked up to batteries. Gengyo's orphanages, they're just out there somewhere. If they got destroyed, he would save money. It's actually to somebody's interest who wants to fuck him over to leave them up. Just make them more expensive, really. He doesn't train the kids at the orphanage. That's not his dojo.
I like the implications of high roller war logistics. of the one person's assets is just orphanages and the other one's is human batteries.
I know, right? No, but as far as plotting war logistics, right? I have a leg up on everybody else here. And I can tell you quite frankly that last gen's bookkeeping, last gen's war logistics made everything this gen has done look like piss. Like, we've already had these fights. We've already had these throwdowns. The big, large scale, everybody using everything. And you know what happens to large conventional armies in battles between high rollers?
They just destroy each other.
No, they don't destroy anything. The large conventional army gets completely sidestepped. It just gets sidestepped. It's not a factor. Because if you teleport where it is, it can't shoot you. If you can pass through its bullets, they can't shoot you. If they can't fucking see you, they can't shoot you. High roller warfare is not warfare, right? It's only warfare if you're dealing with shit that's not high rollers. But there's also shit out there that's just as hard to fuck with as high rollers. I have yet to see anything this gen, including Irwin, that could stand up to one pissed off Earthbound demon. And it's not because you can't shoot the Earthbound demon. You can. It's not because you can't blow it up. You can. But you'll never know where it is. You'll never know where it's coming from. You'll never be able to deal with it in a way that will stop it. And it can do that to you.
Yeah, I'll concede that Conrad is kind of vulnerable to, like, the final bosses of the setting being thrown at him.
Earthbounds are not final bosses of the setting. Earthbounds are not final bosses of the setting. They're just fucking weird. Earthbounds are generally about as strong as an 8th gen vampire in terms of dots and shit. They're just weird. And that's the problem. Like, you're so fixated on conventional warfare.
I guess that's the same reason. That's what I mean, that's what I say about Wraith. It's like, you know, it's not a complicated setting. It's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
And it is kind of weird.
I am aware that Conrad is absolutely fucking vulnerable to this shit.
Well,
It's just that
okay,
physical.
But if you're aware of that, then stop making the case that your faggots and the batteries will be unstoppable when I'm talking about how you make them targets, because you're trying to win this pathetic pissing contest, right? All I'm saying is you have no moral leg from an ethical perspective. You have no moral leg to stand on. Now, your character has made his choice, and he's made the choices for the reasons that he has, and the choices are valid within his paradigm and his quiet, and I respect that. But there is no objective moral superiority of one over the other. That does not exist between Gengyo and Conrad, and no amount of trying to argue immaterial facts and hypotheticals will make it so. Because yes, Conrad is completely right about Gengyo, and that's why it's so funny.
I mean, I'm just selling you on fucking. I like arguing from almost basically the technocrat paradigm, and it's always fun to dish that out on people.
You're nowhere fucking close to the technocrat paradigm. Do you have any idea how horrified they'd be?
I don't think a technocrat would ever do that.
without giving them choice, you're preying upon them the same way as everything else.
They want everything.
No, they get a choice. They do get a choice, right?
I mean, more like. Well, yeah, they do get a choice. He does ask them.
But the technocrats are fighting a civil war over it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, they're fighting a civil war over
And you know what?
The people want everything to be more orderly.
If they don't want to train under Gengyo, then fine. You can have them. Hook them up to your batteries, right? But don't act like Gengyo's a bad person for offering them a life.
Yeah, but it's just not good enough. And it doesn't look at the big picture, like what's going to happen to the world.
Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you to say it's not good enough? What gives you any stance to make that claim? What gives you any fucking bearing or any fucking authority to make the claim that's not good enough, but getting plugged into a wall is?
Getting to enjoy paradise while your body is used to build robots that are way better than you ever could hope to be, keeping you safe.
Yeah, so keeping my slave hookers doped up on heroin at all times so that they never feel bad. It's the same fucking argument.
It's not even just drugging them up, because they get to live in a fucking simulation that makes them. They're like, I'm fine. I'll just sit right here. This is great.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sure, you can argue that all you want, but there's no system of ethics in history that agrees with that. You're doing that. You can say that, and there's a measure of logic to it, but it's not human morality. It's not humanity. There's no humanity there, and it's not moral. Sorry. And even then, what you're arguing, saying okay, the simulation is better than going to train under Gengyo. Isn't that up to the individual person to decide? If they decide to go train under Gengyo, then they get to do that, and if they decide to go into the simulation, they get to do that.
See, even if I say, okay, fine, you can have some of them, then it's like you're Nafandi ass taking people away, me letting you in.
Oh, so it's not about choice. Because you know what? If somebody wanted to leave Gengyo's school and go be hooked up to a car battery, Gengyo would allow it. He wouldn't try to make them stay. Because quite frankly, he doesn't want to train the kind of person that's willing to be hooked up to a battery. Right? Just saying, Gengyo hasn't gone Nefandus yet. You haven't seen Nefandus yet. Your metagaming is fuck, because you're talking about it from an out-of-character perspective.
No, because you don't need to have the fucking meta-knowledge to know that, Gengyo it doesn't look at the fucking big picture. It doesn't handle, how do you stop the world from getting more chaotic. It's probably better to, fight the shit than, make people react to the shit.
You're completely wrong about that. He has examined the big picture. It's just stopping the world from being more chaotic isn't his goal.
But that's the problem, because that's what's going to make people have to fight for their lives more, and it's going to fucking suck.
Not necessarily.
Well,
because remember, Dag, what the
chaos of the wild doesn't inherently imply that everyone's just going to be killing each other.
Yeah, Dag, what is the ultimate aim of the martial arts? according to Miyamoto Musashi.
I think that's a really specific question.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. The ultimate aim of the martial arts is not having to use them. And that's true of every martial arts style.
Like, Conrad isn't going to take out Gengo. He's just fucking paranoid of him and he doesn't trust him.
I know.
But it's like, training
I
people is okay, but it's just that in the big picture, like putting here you go, you get to live the life that you'll get to feel good all the time, and we use you to protect you. We use your blood to build robots that protect you, and so
Until
we can go out and tame the world.
Until the facility gets hit by an earth-penetrating weapon and explodes violently, you know?
Well, if that happens and they get past the defenses, it happens.
Yeah, all right. And if the guy who trained his whole life to be good at fighting gets shot, then that's what happens. See, your arguments apply to both of us. Your arguments
I just
apply
think
to both
that
of us.
mine helps more people, and it
Your argument
makes
is
it makes their life
entirely-
more easy.
Your argument is entirely subjective, and it's just bullshit utilitarianism.
Yeah,
and
that's
fine.
exactly it. Because Conrad's a fucking utilitarian. I
Well, that's fine.
I don't know if I believe in it.
That's fine, but now you are making moral judgments based upon subjective criteria. End fight. It is all still subjective.
Well, it is subjective, but the way that Conrad looks at it is.
But what is not subjective is that Gengyo has harmed no one.
That's
not subjective.
He harms if you believe that what could have been, like improvements that could have been made that don't get made, is harming. It's like,
well, you don't know it. You don't pay any attention to the improvements he makes.
It's not about if he does good. It's about if you do good enough, and if you don't do as good as we could have done, is that harming?
Well, we'll see where it ends up, right? Because also Gengyo's been in business a lot less time than Conrad.
Yeah, so it's just about. He views it that overall people will enjoy existence more his way.
Well, just wait and see. Because that's the other thing, and this is where we get into the insidious part about Gengyo. Are you sure people will enjoy living in a simulation more than they'll enjoy fighting for their lives if Gengyo psychologically rewires them to like fighting for their life?
Well, if you go there and you. Mythic manipulation, yeah.
No, augmented mythic manipulation.
I mean, I guess, but it's a derangement. It's not.
No, it's not.
It's
no,
an
it's not.
abnormality.
Look at the most recent thing I got for Gengyo. It allows me to remove flaws and install merits. I can just pump people full of merits. It's hilarious.
Right. But it's still the problem that, like, you have to create abnormalities to make people prefer your way.
Right, and living behind a computer screen. First, fuck you, in that most people would actually choose that. Right, go like take a survey of 100 people and ask them, would you rather be hooked up to a simulation, getting your blood harvested, or would you rather go train at a martial arts school for a month?
Well, see, that's the thing is that.
First of all, ask that question. That is abnormality. Second of all, do you really think it's normal to want to be hooked up to a computer and have your blood drained? Fuck off with that.
I think it is. I think people fucking hate working at Burger King and shit. I think people want to, like, if you find them at the worst point in their life, they're like, you want out of this? They'll say, yeah, put me in the fucking sim. I'm done.
Okay. So you're saying that I have to create abnormalities, but you're going to go find people who are at their most vulnerable, which is what every professional psychiatrist
give them
to a cult.
You're talking about deranging them. The world hurt them. I don't give them the derangement. I'm just like, hey, I see the world gave you a derangement. Do you want out?
Yeah, instead of just curing the derangement. Yeah, but like I can.
Well, what are you going to do? Cure the derangement that makes them like fighting?
No. I can cure that too.
Yeah, but
I don't need them to.
Now it's about flaws,
That's the thing you're failing at, Dag. You're still so obsessed with this conventional warfare shit. I can install merits. Who doesn't want to? I don't need to install flaws to make people happy to be
like higher purpose. Give them the +2 dice whenever they get to fight and shit.
Well, I mean, you're looking at it so bluntly, because honestly, I wouldn't do anything that unsubtle or that blunt on Gengyo. Because honestly, everybody who comes to Gengyo has their own higher purpose, don't they? They get to pick their higher purpose. I just help them get there. Martial arts is a tool for self-development and self-discovery. What it comes down to is that no matter what happens, maybe Conrad's even right in some cases, but no matter what happens, is Gengyo will always be a better salesman.
I mean, yeah, Conrad is going to be the most unpopular character. Because
he's not, but that's only because I thought of because I know the meta plot. There's gonna be one more character that's gonna get way less popular than Conrad really fucking fast. Really fucking fast. It's gonna be great. Everyone in this setting will be temporarily trying to kill this one character. It's gonna be amazing. Literally everyone. Conrad's gonna be bombing him. Erwin's gonna be bombing him. Everyone's gonna be gunning for that one guy. It's gonna be amazing.
I want to think that. I don't think it's Burns, is it?
It's a Harbinger. No, it's a Harbinger.
Oh.
Everyone.
Alright. Well, I didn't know if it was a Harbinger.
No, it's a Harbinger.
I thought it was a player character.
No, nobody will ever be gunning for Burns again because I'm going to completely defang him.
That's true.
See, you want to talk about doing the most good for the most people and making the world less chaotic. Just watch what happens to the nuclear-armed Tel Aviv wanting to destroy Tel Aviv ass, having an army of psychopathic religious militants ass Pope. Watch what he turns into and tell me I'm not making the world a better place. Because Conrad's not doing anything to stop Burns. And Burns is talking about openly starting World War III.
Has he been on the news saying like I will kill all the fucking Jews?
No, not necessarily.
I mean, if you ever did like Conrad's retard android strike
and also,
force.
Let's talk about what Gengyo's doing to Pentex. It's about what Gengyo's planning to do to Pentex. Again, making the world a better place. Gengyo's going to
Pentex.
Gengyo's going to gut half of Pentex, stick a puppet on the board of directors and make them go green. And he's doing it as revenge for his friend. Tell me he's not a great guy. Who has Conrad ever avenged? Who's Conrad ever fought for besides his fucking nonsense view of reality?
His lab partners that got corrupted.
Yeah, he did a great job saving them, didn't he?
Yeah, well, I don't see Gengyo exercising people.
Oh, well, you want to know why you don't see that? Because I got that gift vetoed multiple times. I've argued for that gift so vehemently. I've argued so vehemently to be able to punch the devil out of people. I was willing to stick 5 or 6 fucking gifts on making it work. But Chris will not fucking have it. So, that's why. Gengyo's not exorcising people because I'm not fucking allowed to.
Yeah, and I gotta figure out, pretty sure, if not the drone robots, I really need either exorcism or some kind of mind control.
But yeah, no, that's why. However, I have figured out a backdoor way to do it. And Gengyo is going to offer this to Chris and Darkblood because he's friends with both of them. Figured out a backdoor. Have a power I want to get that allows Gengyo to manipulate people's chi and block certain powers from being used. And with the caveat that obviously if it's on a Fomor, if it blocks powers, it blocks an equal number of flaws. And so they just have to come back every now and then for a shiatsu massage to get their fucking Bane subjugated.
Fuck, if someone doesn't have a way to exercise Honestly, Skag can probably do it because they say that Alchemy 5 can kind of can theoretically cure vampirism.
But
That's
why?
bullshit.
Wait.
That's bullshit.
What?
No.
Did he
No.
say that,
No.
or
No, it's in the book.
Yeah, no, that's bullshit. It does not do that.
Like I looked at
Okay.
that and like I'm not sure, but maybe
You want to
this.
know why alchemy can't do that? Because it explicitly says in Mage, that awakened archmages can't cure vampirism.
Okay. Yeah, it does say the like theoretically like
Yeah, theoretically.
if
And you know what?
theory, an alchemist? Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Well, you know what the books in Mage say? In theory you could do it. You would need archmages and they would still have to get more successes than God.
Ooh. Getting more successes than God. That might be
I don't know
difficult. What is God's prime rating?
Sounds like a job for high rollers though.
What's God's essence?
What is God's what is God's essence?
If you add up the essence of everything in existence and then add 10, that's God.
My character's paradigm for regenerating his gnosis is I just like reach up and like grab some of God, like cotton candy, and eat it.
But no, wait. You just watch. Genkyo
Add
is going to make the world a
add the
better
essence
place.
of everything in creation and multiply it by 4.
I mean,
Genkyo is going to make the world a better place. Starting with Burns, then moving on to the High Rollers, then moving on to Pentex, and then finally, when all the pieces are in place, the end game. And there's a good chance that he'll get all the way to his end game without anybody even realizing what an actual bad guy he is. Without even Genkyo realizing that he's a bad guy. But the end game's all that matters. And if I pull the end game off, I don't give a fuck what happens to him.
I do know out of character, but I already have Conrad being snarky to you and not trusting Genkyo.
No, being snarky is great, and being paranoid is great. But like the whole arguing that he's actually hurting those people is garbage.
I see where you're coming from, but it's still about stabilizing a world for like people that can't.
That's what I'm saying. But you made your mistake was you made it sound like you're fucking arguing with me out of character and not like just arguing Conrad's point, right?
Well, yeah,
which I figured out later on, right? But
no, it was like okay, I'm gonna argue for Conrad as hard as I can to see what happens.
Yeah, well, it turns out he's just arguing preferences, like every other faggot who wants to impose their paradigm on somebody else, just arguing preferences.
That's going to be part of the purpose of Erwin and Zane is like, you want chaos, okay? Either of these will make it infinitely, and then I want to hammer it into people what infinite chaos is like.
But Erwin doesn't make Erwin and Zane don't.
Or I don't think most people want chaos.
Erwin and Zane don't want chaos. They just shit it out and run away. They don't actually make it. They shit it out and run away. Like, especially Erwin. Erwin's pathetically predictable. He's not chaotic at all.
The way I see high rollers is they're like it's a reaction to it's the dynamic reaction to stasis and entropy. You know? They're not shitting out chaos just because they're doing it as a way to establish a balance.
Well, a balance that is their sense of balance being ridiculously skewed. I say chaos because those two are fundamentally opposed to things not moving. Like one predictably because destruction is pretty predictable. It's just that the wild is literally Zane doesn't remember shit from 1 minute ago. Like that's how fucked he is, and he's going to infinitely generate hyper reality to the point that like people cannot comprehend it. Like I'm trying to explain it to you. This fucking sucks. The wild and Gaia are not allies for a reason. because the wild, you won't recognize Gaia.
Shit, what happened?
I don't know. Just saying. I want to make it clear why the wild and Gaia are not allies. You will not recognize Gaia.
Enemies.
Like, the wild will fuck things up so badly, you won't even recognize Gaia. Gaia will be a distant memory from an infinite amount of time ago. There will be new cosmic forces, like beyond, like things like time and gravity, that exist, and you have to deal with it. That's it. They list a few times like the Garu got to do murders on wild shit all the time for being too fucking crazy. Fucking with the gauntlet is like one of the greatest crimes against tribes. They want harmony. That's what the Book of the Wild is basically about. It's just selling you that the wild can be an antagonist, and it's about challenging the morality of your players.
I mean, yeah. I get it. But,
There's going to be so much shit, but the reaction to unlimited creation is anxiety, which is the thing the Weaver saves you from. Here's some ground to stand on.
I mean, that's why all of the Pharaoh, they're not, like, all of them save Ratkin don't worship the wild, even though they're wildish, whatever, you know.
Yeah, they worship Gaia.
no one's dedicated to, none of them are dedicated to that, because it's just, it's a part of a whole, you know.
Because worshipping the triad is fucking retarded, excluding worshipping the worm if you're a school shooter. Because then you're basically agreeing on that point. They're insane and they're not supposed to be worshipped, and there's 3 characters that are manifestations of them running around.
Yeah, because they're not, I mean, that's where Mage does it well. You know, it's that they're not living beings in the strictest sense, or in the sense we would understand something to be alive. They're just forces of nature. They're not, you know.
Yeah, it's just that
it's a means to an end. That's the way I see the high rollers unintentionally are doing it. They serve forces of dynamism because it's a means to reestablishing balance.
Yes, that's a great take.
Like they're the injection.
That's literally Hank's paradigm. Is like, well, if I'm one of these so-called marauder things, because I think he got the rundown about that. It's like, my purpose is the same as as it was before he knew that. It's just reestablishing balance.
Yeah, but the 3 assholes, their way of restoring balance is like, it's just a patchwork where it's like, here is super entropy, here is super stasis, here is super dynamism, and it's just a patchwork.
I joked about between the differences between Buddhism and Satanism IRL, right? Is one, the Buddhist seeks to have balance by standing perfectly in the middle of a seesaw, right? Like learning all the technique necessary to distribute his weight and everything, and like maintaining perfect posture to stand in the direct middle of the seesaw so that there's no imbalance, right? And the Satanist just tries to do the splits far enough to be on both ends. And so, like, that's the 3 fucking triadic goons that are like maintaining balance by all going so hard in the opposite directions, that they balance the scale just by their very existence.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's one
But-
of those things. That's a mechanic like that's going to be turned into a bitch because it's like, okay, I'll throw out these 3 characters to bring balance, and they bring no fucking balance.
But yeah, of the 3, Zane is the one that is the most crippled because he's not actually counterbalancing the subtle influences that the other ones have.
Oh.
Right, like, because I mean, think about it. You got Irwin, right? You got Conrad, but those aren't the only forces for stasis and entropy, right? And in general, outside of Irwin and Conrad, the forces of stasis and entropy are way stronger than the forces of creation. And so, like, yeah, Zane might even be able, like, on a good day, after a few more gifts, to counterbalance Conrad and or Irwin. However, he can't counterbalance, say, Irwin and Pentex, or Conrad and Shinzui, right?
Right.
And Shinzui is not even that big a factor, honestly. And that's to say nothing of the technocracy, right? Just like in Mage, right? The fucking technocrats are by far the strongest, with the Nefandi being a close fucking competitor, and then the Marauders are way off, like minuscule compared to them, and then the traditions who are trying to be in the middle are also fucking basically nothing.
I was always under the impression the traditions are the second largest of the mages.
Well, it's second largest in the mages in terms of numbers, but I'm talking about in terms of power, right?
Oh, gotcha.
The Nefandi have a leg up on the traditions.
Yeah, I gotcha.
And the Nefandi are also on the inner circle of the technocracy.
Debatable. That's suggested. It's never actually stated.
Unless that was just a fucking paranoid ass progenitor, which they would
yeah,
be.
no, it is. Like, I don't hold to that. I don't agree with that piece of fluff.
It's mentioned a few times as like, it's mentioned as like a possibility for storytellers to write it in or something.
Yeah, but that's
It's
honestly
never confirmed.
faggotry.
I honestly like it because it's so fucking bleak. It's like
it's complete faggotry because it completely ruins the technocracy as a faction. Because the whole thing about them is that they are that strong because they have a point.
Yeah, I believe in the more believable route is that the inner circle of the technocracy are what's it called? They've succumbed to their static quiet.
No, they're just stodgy. They're just stodgy old dudes that don't actually have like, mages are all humans. They're not expressions of a triadic thing, right?
No, I meant like
they're just stodgy old faggots and control freaks, which, yeah, you could say it's succumbing to your static quiet, but I want to make clear that I don't think, like, that's the important thing about mages. They're supernaturals, but they among all other supernaturals are not controlled by the supernatural influences that they wield. Among all over the supernaturals, they're the only ones that are ruled by simple human failings. And that's what makes Mage good, and that's why I'm such a crusader against those plot ideas. Like, they're failing because they're people. They're not failing because of the Weaver or the static resonance or whatever. They're failing because they're fucking people. And people do get stodgy and out of touch and be control freaks,
Right. And I think I'm not saying it should be a certainty. I like that it's a possibility because there's so much potency in, like, the metaphysics of World of Darkness that it's just this combination of being suspicious of people at the top, like, I hear they're all child traffickers, I hear they're fucking Satanists and shit. And it's just like, even it just manifests that way in the technocracy too.
But that's the thing, right? It's not supposed to. Everything else written about the technocracy contradicts that. Right down to the fact that fighting human trafficking is one of the few projects outside of space where the technocrats will work openly with the traditions, the Children's Crusade. You have VA motherfuckers and Iteration X motherfuckers and Cult of Ecstasy motherfuckers and NWO motherfuckers all working together to break child trafficking. Like,
well, yeah, it's good and all, but it's still like, It's
No,
present in our culture to just be paranoid that way.
It's present in our culture, yes, but that doesn't mean the technocracy is guilty of it.
But
There are
it's supposed
plenty
to
of
be. It's aligned with an actual technocracy in real life, having faith in machines and everything, and you just get. It's just everyone is fucking paranoid that they make up shit that like there's Satanists and shit at the top, and so
Yeah.
it's like I get it. Why, if you said the inner circle has Nefandi on it, I would be like, yeah, it makes sense, I guess.
Well, the real take is that the Nefandi are the ones who spread the idea that the inner circle of the technocrats are corrupted by Nefandi
Well, exactly.
because they benefit from that hatred.
No, let's see. This is one of those things that it sucks to have it ruined because it's so much better to like speculate about it.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, I like presenting the technocrats with their best foot forward. I like presenting the traditions with their best foot forward. I like the Nefandi presented with their worst foot forward, right? Because it means that their failings are not unnatural, right? Like, the traditions failed because at one point they were arrogant and now they're just ineffectual, right? Like all hippies, right? The technocrats fail because they just get stodgy and become control freaks and are too traumatized by the war, right? And the Nefandi fail when they do because they don't understand that they don't understand that humans are good a lot of the time. A majority of the time, humans are good. Humans will reject the Nefandi of their own free will, and 9 times out of 10 they fucking do.
Well, it's not unnatural. It's totally natural how like a Nefandi happens, and it's just like some guy. It doesn't even have to be an infiltration. It's like someone on the inner circle just became one somehow.
Right, but there's that. Also the other thing that pisses me off about that entire thing is that like, dude, the technocrats have so many fucking controls in place to prevent anything like that from happening. Like, it's just writing off fucking 20 years of established fucking lore. And the reason it was put in there was because Phil Braccato, who is scum, hates the technocrats. And it got so bad that in M20 he made the traditions too that were more like the traditions than the traditions. Like, that's purely just bad fucking writing on Braccato's part. And so that's why I fucking crusade against it. Like, it doesn't belong in the game, basically. Like, the metaphysics and the dynamics and the faction struggles exist perfectly without that bullshit.
It's just like Nefandi. There's so much more. It's like an incarnation of like antagonism, where it's like because they're mages and they will work. It's like the bad guy has to be like the baddest of the bad. And
right.
That's what you expect of people in power because you're paranoid of them. Like,
but that's exactly the problem, right? Like, the technocrats aren't the ones in power. That's another mistake that a lot of people make when they read the books, but it explicitly calls this out in the Guide to the Technocracy multiple times. The technocrats do not run Earth. Normal people run Earth in Mage.
They would like to.
Yeah. Normal people dictate reality. Right? The technocrats don't run the world governments. They don't run all of the financial sector. They don't even run a majority of it. Right? The technocrats are just as marginal as the traditions. They're just marginal smarter. Right? They're in smarter marginal positions.
I know all that, but it's like, come on, like, you look at the technocracy and it's like they're supposed to be powerful. They are literally the system. Like, they
exploiting and raping humanity is in the exact opposite of what technocrats stand for. And they're literally mind controlled to stand for that. Technocrats are the bad guys not because of how they treat people. They treat people great. They're the bad guys because of how they treat mages. And that's why, in Guide to the Technocracy, they got that write-up. They got that humanization. Technocrats are not bad people. They're not supposed to be. They're mind controlled to not be. They're mind controlled to not exploit humanity, right?
Sorcerer's Crusade was probably the best book for the technocrats.
Well, it was the best time to be a technocrat.
Yeah.
Sorcerer's Crusade is just the shit in general. I fucking love it.
Yeah.
After I run my first real mage campaign, I want to run a Sorcerer's Crusade campaign set in the set in the 1615s, where you actually get to be like mages in the 30 Years' War.
Baller.
Yeah, dude. Three Musketeers, but with spheres. Three Musketeers, am I right? Just get fencing tech, get sword fighting technocrats on the roof of Notre Dame or some shit.
Premium armor, premium rapiers, and unleashing the hit marks on the Templars.
Well, they didn't have hit marks back then.
They had something. I think they did actually.
No,
I think they did have hit marks then.
No, they did.
No, they didn't.
They had ancient robots. And plus, they used them on the Templars. It's part of the Templar story.
Yeah, I think they did.
Fuck the Templars. They're not mentioned in fucking Sorcerer's Crusade. The fucking hit marks aren't.
I don't remember where it was, but I could have sworn they mentioned it somewhere.
It's not in fucking Sorcerer's Crusade, because basically the benchmark Sorcerer's Crusade runs off of is that the technocrats are 150 years ahead of everyone else. Meaning that in the 1630s and shit, they're running around with fucking Gatling guns.
Yeah,
Which is enough, honestly.
I know, I've read part of it. Yeah, they have the fucking concealed automatic crossbows.
They have like steampunk weaponry and shit.
Yeah, they're just going off of Warhammer Fantasy logic.
Well, what's in?
They're just going off Warhammer Fantasy. They have steam tanks and they have flyers.
Well, no. Do you fucking remember? There's that one news article that gets brought up about the ancient UFO battles.
The Nuremberg incident.
Yeah.
Nuremberg.
That's fucking etherite UFOs and shit, battling fucking dragons in space.
No, it's not, because back then the Etherites were still part of the technocracy.
Well, that's what I mean. They're like
Yeah,
fucking ether ships.
Etherites.
They got ether
was,
ships fucking blowing shit up.
Celestial Masters.
Yeah.
Celestial Masters.
What the fuck? Hang on, I never heard about this before. This is wild.
We talked, Dag and I talked about this like a year ago with, I forgot the guy's name.
Yeah, no.
1561. I'm reading this. Hang on, let me read this.
And there's also a similar incident that happened a few years later, nearby.
That article...
No fucking way! No fucking way! No fucking way! This is ridiculous!
Yeah, no, that article is like one of the things that came into like reading about Mage on. Is like, oh, I fucking... So like the technocrats had like UFOs back then. Well, here's this fucking article where they're flying UFOs in medieval times.
Oh my god, I need to put that in a Sorcerer's Crusade game.
Yeah, it's baller.
Oh my god!
That's why I brought
That's
it
fucking
up.
great!
Yeah, you could put it into your, you could probably put it, into your game about the 30 Years' War.
Yeah.
It's fitting.
There's your 30 Years' War in the sky.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, very similar apparitions of knights fighting in the skies were frequently reported during the 30 Years' War.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's probably why they fucking wrote that in the game book. Because there's a UFO battle that happened.
They didn't put... What did they put in the game book?
They
Wait,
had stuff
I thought
about
that's what you
airships,
said. Wait, is just the article saying that they saw knights in the sky?
Yeah,
yeah, that's in
the
the
article.
Oh, I thought you were quoting from like the book.
No, there's nothing in Sorcerer's Crusade about that. That's fucking amazing. But I mean, you know, the technocrats had zeppelins and shit during Sorcerer's Crusade.
Zeppelins, yeah.
Well, there's a lot of fucking crazy... It's kind of hard to wrap my head around, because, like, the fucking Euthanatoi have been on Pluto forever.
Fucking technocrats with their fucking zeppelins and their Maxims in, like, the 1460s.
Have to ask, what side would the Order of Reason have taken? And what side would the not traditions have taken?
In what?
In the 30 Years' War.
Oh, no, so that's the fun thing.
Is that it doesn't matter and it just crosses over all the sides?
Yeah, they would just be everywhere, dude. That's why I'm drawn to the 30 Years' War. It'd be like one of the first times since the actual fighting started between the two, where you'd actually just have Order of Reason niggas and tradition niggas meeting up and going like, "This is fucked, guys. We need to figure out a way to stop this. This war is garbage."
Oh, I gotcha.
And I mean that, or you'd have Order of Reason niggas and fucking tradition niggas in the same trench going, "Yeah, okay, I don't like you and you don't like me, but let's go kill those fucking Spanish." And then in the other trench, there's a Spanish traditionist and a Spanish Order of Reason nigga, and they're both like, "Yeah, okay, I mean, I get it, but let's go fight those fucking Dutch."
Oh, so it's just basically like World War II.
No, it was, but it was,
I mean, that's basically every time that happens, there's a big global war, is that it just crosses their lines anyway.
It was very nearly a world war. The 30 Years' War, like.
I think it was like, wasn't this? There was no, this was the one. It's the Third Silesian War that I say was the first truly world war.
Yeah.
Or the what the fuck do they call it? 7 Years' War. That's the fancy name. 7 Years' War is the first true world war. Because it was fighting on almost every continent.
Nice.
Yeah, they had like it wasn't super major in Asia and Africa, but there was fighting in Europe and in North and South America and in the oceans, and it was all over.
But like, I mean, think about it. The 30 Years' War popped off over religion, right? And think about how bad it must have been to be a celestial chorister during the Reformation. All right,
I'd
like,
play that.
and that's what I'm saying. Like, the 30 Years' War was a whole lot of fucking brawling over religion and questions of religion and national sovereignty, right? And so, like, there's really no way that anybody, like any tradition or any fucking faction, falls in on any of that, with the notable exception that the Akashics, being so rare in Europe, would just stay the fuck out.
It would be interesting, to say the least, between the Horus and the Cabal of Pure Thought.
Yeah, no, the two of them were probably...
Those are the two big religious factions.
Yeah, they would have been beating the fuck out of each other, and they would have also been helping each other beat the fuck out of other ones of their same faction.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be like basically the way I view it is in big conflagrations like that, but especially ones that have so many different lines. It would basically just be every chantry is making its own fucking policy. Like every chantry, every fucking amalgam, right? They're all making their own fucking conventions. They're all making their own policy. Because like what? You're gonna listen to that fucking faggot? Like, oh yeah, orders just came down from the council. Yeah, well the council are a bunch of fucking papists. They can eat my ass.
Every minute of being a chorister is suffering.
Choristers, sword fighting choristers. See, no, there you go. That's the Three Musketeers, right?
Well, that was the fucking Crusades.
Yeah, but the Crusades are fucking lame compared to the 30 Years' War. Like, what I'm think about the Three Musketeers, right? In the Three Musketeers, you have the King's Guard, the Musketeers, right? They're sworn to France and the King. Then you have the Cardinal's Guard, which is the exact same thing. It's also an elite military force of well-trained, well-equipped dudes sworn to the Cardinal and the Church. But it gets tricky because the Cardinal is weaponizing the Church to strengthen France, but he's undermining the King, who is France, to strengthen France. And the King is trying to establish control over the Cardinal and the Church to strengthen France. You see how fucking messy that is? You're some dick-ass verbena out in the woods. Do you pick a side? You're some dick-ass hermetic in Paris. Do you even know how to pick a side?
Well, as the technocrats said in World War II, we don't take sides, which means they take all the sides.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm getting at, right? You'd have dudes landing everywhere. You'd have fucking mages in every group. To say nothing of vampires and Garu and all that other shit. The 1600s are a right fucking time for just everyone to be getting into everything. And it sets up a lot of really good excuses to have sword fights on rooftops. That's all I'm saying.
Be interested in the musketeer paradigms.
Exactly. Musketeer paradigm. Dude, yes. All right. Look, imagine you're playing mage. All right. Hang on. Let me find a good.
Are you pulling up the ritual thing?
No. But that's also a
Oh.
good point. But that actually predates the fuck out of all that.
Oh, I know. I know we talked about it, so I didn't know if you were gonna bring that one up.
But I mean, imagine, right? Everybody in the game. Imagine each one of these guys is a different mage with a different paradigm, right? But that's the fucking world you live in. You have that much.
Shit.
You have that much drip, right? This is your fucking mage party.
Yeah, and you're almost uniformed, but you're still unique enough. And
Yeah, you see what I mean? There's so much drip and there's so much fucking potential.
Did TM show you a Spanish movie about the Musketeers? Or did he pass that around?
I mean, I watched Alatrice, which is basically that.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh, well, fucking, I'm pretty sure I passed that to him through Chris.
Well, I saw it eventually.
Yeah, I'm a giant faggot for that movie.
So, like, you would have... It would be kind of cool to, like, they're kind of uniform, but they have different paradigms. So, like, one guy pulls out his fucking Tree of Life twig, and then the other pulls out the fucking crucifix.
Yep. You could tell who the fucking Verbena is because they're the one wearing the little Tree of Life necklace underneath their crucifix that everybody has to wear to blend in. Right? Yeah. I mean, look at this guy. Can you imagine, right? You're in the chantry, and then this guy says, "I'm with the Order of Reason," and slaps your girl's ass. What do you do?
And you're fucked.
Nice
He's got
premium armor.
Yeah, he's packing premium armor. Too.
Yeah.
And a sword.
You know, this fucking guy just tells you, "Hey man, I got a bunch of mushrooms. You want to go fucking talk to spirits?"
Hell yeah.
Like, I love that time period, honestly, like not gonna lie. I love that time period almost entirely for the outfits.
I really like the outfits.
But it's because they look so swag. Like, yeah, like you said, they're almost uniform, but they're also unique enough, you know? To where like there's character fucking like expression.
You get to stand out and feel special.
Yeah, without actually like, but also still look unified, right? Like, it's 100% the tradition's whole fucking swag.
It's all about just, it's like the squad fashion.
Yeah.
Like, we all look like we're part of a squad, but we're all unique.
No, it really was. But that's the whole thing. I mean, I don't know if you've ever read The Three Musketeers, but that's basically the whole book. We're four unique, big personalities, but together we are the squad. And I mean, this is what the average combat encounter would feel like, right? This is just your average combat encounter in that setting. Only, honestly, if I was GMing it, it would look way less brown and way less boring. Be a whole lot more feathers in the hats. And then all of a sudden, that dude on the right, the dude on the left is your Order of Reason faggot who's slaying dudes with this superior enlightened fencing, and the dude on the right just goes Krenos. Because, you know, there are Garu up in there too. That guy on the right's obviously a Glasswalker. Look at what a savage he is. Guy on the left is some Order of Reason guy who's about to put that motherfucker down.
I don't remember where the fuck I saw it though, but the Templars got wiped out by hit marks.
I mean, I believe you, but didn't they also get wiped? Like,
Oh wait,
I believe you.
I have
They also got wiped out by a bunch of internal struggles and
right.
their
I
micro war with the Order of Reason that made them jump over and join the chorus or something.
fuck. I don't have all of them.
I know Templars are part of the chorus now.
Until M20, when the Templars joined the Disparate Alliance, which are the Traditions 2. The Traditions Part 2. Because the Traditions are too stodgy and rigid for Phil Bricado. I fucking hate him. If society collapses, I'm going to kill Phil Bricado in a sword fight on the roof.
He doesn't want to, but you're gonna force him to.
Get on the roof! Get on the roof! Now take this! Now fight me!
Okay, I think I found
No,
it.
I mean,
Yeah.
I believe you that it's in the fluff. It just isn't anywhere in Sorcerer's Crusade. And I also think that in fluff, the Templars got wiped out way later than Sorcerer's Crusade, even though in real life that's not what happened.
I mean, they never really they still exist in the modern day because
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. Got crumped on.
Yeah, because the chorus book still talks about them.
But they're not part of the Celestial Chorus. They're part of the Disparate Alliance now.
Oh shit! I thought it went back farther. Like,
do you ever? Hey, if you ever want to suffer, Franklin, if you ever want to actually like be a masochist, go read M20.
I've read W20, and I mean,
No,
I
Dub
like all
20
the
is good.
stuff. Yeah, I like all the stuff with the UN. I don't think he wrote it.
No, Phil Bricado did not write Dub 20, but that's why Dub 20 is good. Just like Phil Bricado did not write the Technocrat chapters of Mage 20, which is why the Technocrat chapters are good in Mage 20. But everything that Phil Bricado writes in Mage 20 is dog shit. I really hate that man. I want to pop his jaw out of socket with my fucking elbow. Oh yeah, you know what else we could bring in? Fucking sword and cape.
I am looking through my copy of Sorcerer's Crusade because I want to see if I missed something about the Templars.
they say that for the hit marks thing, they say that like the Terracotta Army is a hit mark army waiting to be activated.
Undoubtedly, Terracotta Army is an army of hit marks.
How though? That was built way before the Order of Reason existed.
It's very possible Iteration X planted them there later.
They used time spheres to go back in time and turn all the clay dudes into hit marks.
I mean,
that's what time is for, right? Hit marks. I'm pretty sure they're like Mythic Age.
Like golem shit.
Yeah, they're golems. Because that's what the idea of hit marks is based on. Anyway, it's golems.
I thought hit marks were based on Terminator.
Well, you know what I mean.
Let's see.
But yeah, it's like in the Mythic Age, they had golems, right?
Yeah.
And hit marks were just Chinese golems.
Well, when I say hit marks, though, when you say hit mark, I think robot with metal armor and fucking gun.
I mean hit mark as the idea of it.
Iteration X used to be like the artificers, and those fuckers built like the bronze minotaur and shit.
Yes, the bronze minotaur. Yeah.
But the Daedalus is mechanical
I like
minotaur.
How they looked. I like the section about them.
Obviously, the artificers. Obviously, the artificers are also the guys who were putting guns on everything in like the late 1500s.
Dude, that Aladdin villain is like the ultimate artificer.
Leonardo da Vinci was an artificer.
Hit a button on your rapier. Pop out a 6-shooter.
Does it say somewhere in the book about Leonardo da Vinci? Because he's an artificer, right? Like.
Mm-hmm.
You don't
It's-
you don't make all those designs for flying machines and tanks.
Okay,
and
so hit
builders
mark-
and shit
Wait a minute.
without
Hit
being
mark
an artificer.
Hit Mark IIs were developed 1356. Took the form of clockwork automata covered in premium plate and fashioned to resemble knights. And they didn't make a new iteration until 1837. So that means that
They
if you're
just
running
adjusted
around,
the armor.
yeah, that means if you're running around in the 1600s and you see a dude in medieval plate walk up, you run because that's a hit mark, and it's gonna fuck you in the ass. I fucking love goddamn hit marks.
so fucking funny to imagine. Because like Iteration X would have had to have planted the army there, because otherwise, like they're like, oh shit, this is where the artificers built a living bronze automaton. Let's just awaken it with like golem magic and shit,
Yeah.
because it's just a
I think
robot, right?
I mean, I'm of the belief that they're probably not by definition hit marks, but they're like mythic age. Some Chinese mage during the mythic era decided to just make an army of
You want to hear
clay
you want to hear
golems.
something that's really funny about the terracotta army?
Sure.
They've almost proven conclusively that it was actually Greeks who supervised the building. Like it was actually Greeks who did a lot of the designing and concepting for it. Because Greek sculptors and shit did trade with the Chinese along various routes. And
No,
Oh god.
yeah, there was
And
something
so-
about
and
these
so
more
there's-
Roman, like early Roman warriors winding up in like Western China, and
Yep.
Oh yeah.
they figured this out because the way that they described how they fought was like interlocked shields, like how the Greeks and Romans would fight.
yeah. Well, also like Buddhism spread to
Right.
Greece, and
Yeah,
there
and
were
they had
entire colonies of Greek Buddhists, like in India. And then like they found Greek coins in Chinese markets, and then they also found Greek inscriptions at the terracotta army.
That would piss off the Chinese government so bad that they would just fucking
Probably
lie about it.
does.
You're not allowed. You're not allowed to like. They believe there was some. It's probably not fair to just use some teacher in one of their most prestigious universities, but he was basically like, Western history is like entirely fabricated just to demean China. Like that hyper nationalist bullshit.
Yeah. As far as I know, the Chinese are actually pretty open about it, because it got commandeered into being like a sign of like, look, we've always cooperated. We should still cooperate, you know?
Yeah.
Because also, it's not like obviously the majority of the work was still done by the Chinese. Just there were Greek dudes there helping out, and
Yeah,
like specifically with regard to like pottery technique and whatnot.
Oh, I'm wrong, by the way. Leonardo da Vinci would probably have been a craft mason, not a artificer.
Who fucking cares? Those who can even keep
It's
track
the
of those
same
early?
thing, but
Who can even keep track of those early technocrat fucking names? The technocrats have gone through more name changes than Prince.
it always fucking works when you're looking at
void seekers, explorators, celestial masters, void
when
engineers.
you're looking at like a prestigious university or like a government building and you find the Final Fantasy name. That's a technocrat every fucking time.
Every time.
You find a weird, like an actual nerd snowflake name.
That's your random technocrat.
You find out that, and then you look into it, and there's no
John
pictures of him.
Zoo.
No pictures of him, and he was the mentor of mentors of scientists.
Cloud Strife. John Courage.
A bunch of X's in your name, and you sound like it's a high elf name that they usually have. It sound like I'm serious
The
about like the
high
dork
elves.
part because it's like Xander Zalario or something like that. That would be a technocrat name.
You see, when technocrats name their children, they go on to elven name fantasygenerator.com and they just pick out the first one.
Like, I don't know why they do it and why it's been going
I don't
on
know.
for so fucking long.
The best technocrat ever is John Courage, and that's a pretty cool name. It's still a protagonist.
Harsi.
Obviously, not all of them. A lot of them, they're exceptional citizens, so they're named Bob Johnson or something.
The other historical campaign I really, really want to do is 19th century Hunter.
Would do.
Like straight up cowboy shit.
Bloodborne.
No, Bloodborne's way early. Bloodborne's actually more like analogous to 1630s, ironically.
Yeah. No,
Maybe
you're
even
right.
maybe even late 1700s if you really want to get you push it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. It's like, there's no revolvers.
Yeah.
All I know is I had a dream once that was Hunter, but it was Bloodborne. Like Hunter the Reckoning, but Bloodborne.
I mean, I'll run that. We can do that too. I'll do 1630s Hunter. Let's go. It'll just be Bloodborne. Man, the earliest hit marks were made really fucking far back. Can you imagine being a fucking Viking and running into like a stolen hit mark?
Oh fuck! This is exactly like the campfire stories. I'm fighting the robots now, the automatons. Yeah, no, but it's fucked up. It's fucked up to imagine seeing a skeleton now. Like if I actually saw one running down a hallway, I would die. Like because it blows my perception of reality like to pieces. Like I could not imagine being a Viking fighting a metal skeleton.
Well, what's funny is that they had a much more mystical perspective of the world. They probably wouldn't be as blown away. They'd just be like, "Oh fuck, skeletons are real." Well, thank God it's not a Draugr then. Like they had a much more adaptable concept of reality.
I don't know because it's like.
Well, prime example of the Vikings. Here's one about the Vikings. There's one culture close to them that they did not raid. Like they did not make war on. And that was the Finnish. Because they believed that all of the Finnish were evil sorcerers. And that comes up several times in their sagas, right? So whenever they had to raid Finland for supplies, they'd pull up at night, sneak ashore, take whatever they could, and then bail, right? And when they didn't have to raid, they'd stay like 2 miles away from shore, which is pretty fucking far in those boats, right? So like, why did they believe all the Finns were evil sorcerers? Who knows? But they obviously believed it hard enough. They obviously believed it hard enough. So if they saw a skeleton, they'd probably panic. But they also believed it was entirely possible to run into dragons and giant sea worms, and they were still on the ocean, Yeah,
but it's. I mean, I guess. Like if as a child you're told you believe that it's real that you're going to encounter a dragon, whereas now if I saw a dragon I would probably kill myself because I can't live in this reality anymore because I will never understand it.
That's what would snap you is you're told that those things don't exist, right? Whereas being a Viking you're just not told about them at all. Right,
or
monster.
Just be cautious about it because it might eat you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of like being fucking a predator's prey in the wild, where it's like an animal doesn't, epigenetics, but an animal doesn't really know that a tigers are gonna jump out and what a tiger looks like. That a tiger's fucking scary.
They just see big moving scary thing and run.
Yeah, and they react in some way, like run or hit it with an axe.
Yeah. And if you're a Viking, you see a skeleton running in the hallway, you're gonna panic, you're gonna shit yourself. But that doesn't mean it's gonna snap your ability to function in the world in half,
Right. It's just I wish there was a way to really fucking simulate that where it's like
just like honestly, Dag, you're saying like, oh, you'd kill yourself. I don't think you would, dude. I think you'd freak the fuck out for a little bit. I mean, you'd be a little bit you'd be traumatized.
I would be traumatized.
You'd be traumatized. But you get over it.
But it's just I wouldn't kill myself. But it's like, I don't know what happens after that. Like I saw
for instance, I've experienced
dragons are real. Cool.
I've straight up experienced shit that is impossible, like physically impossible. It did snap my conception of reality. For a little while, I freaked the fuck out, and then I tried to ignore it, and then later on, I started internalizing it, trying to adjust to the new reality. I mean, that's the process for everyone.
Yeah, it just sucks at first. Like,
Yeah.
even if I trip out and time starts getting fucked up, I'm already going insane. But
Yeah,
eventually you sit down again.
Yeah, time dilation does. I hate that shit.
Time is fucking terrifying.
But yeah, like you see, you know what's gonna happen if we see skeletons, Dag. If you and I are walking down the hall and we see a skeleton just sprinting, we're gonna run, we're gonna scream, and then we're gonna go find a spot. And when we've broken some line of sight, we're no longer running and screaming. We're gonna like, what the fuck was that? I don't know, dude. I saw the same shit you did. That's fucking crazy. All right, listen, we gotta go. We're not going back there. We're not going back to that place, and we're gonna leave, and we're gonna not talk about it. We're not gonna say anything to anybody. And then a little while later, when the trauma wears off, especially if we're drunk, we're gonna be like, yeah, you know what? You want to know why Dag and I have been weird ever since we came back from that place? You're not gonna believe this shit, bro. But we saw a fucking skeleton sprinting down the hallway.
Like, it would be it's so fucking scary to imagine the reality of it. Like, it would be so fucking bad.
No, and of all things, like skeleton, I think a skeleton honestly would fuck me up worse than a dragon.
Because I want to say skeleton because it's people make it sound so stupid and silly, but in reality,
that's why it's terrifying.
It's fucking horrifying.
No, because I think a skeleton would fuck me up worse than a dragon for one simple reason, and that's that like it would look, first of all, it would look so weird and ungainly because it's a human missing pieces, but also it is missing all the pieces. Like, the more you think about it, the more it would be bad because it's missing all of the pieces that enable it to move. And so, like, it just gets worse the more you think about it. Whereas, like, with a dragon, you'd be like, okay, that should not be real. But, okay, maybe they're underground. Maybe the old legends were true and they've been hiding somewhere. You'd rationalize it pretty quick. You cannot rationalize a skeleton because you'd be like, you get to the step like, okay, that's real. And then you get to the step like, okay, but physically, how is that physically possible? It can't, there's no muscles. Yeah.
It's got to be like spirits or something. It's got to be bound somehow.
So I think it's easier to rationalize.
What, than a dragon?
No. I say it's easier to rationalize based on like your worldview.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, certainly, right? And if you don't know as much about physics, it's also easier to rationalize, right?
Yeah.
That's one of those, like, where in Call of Cthulhu, some knowledge checks, if you succeeded them, you got insanity. And so it was beneficial to have at least one person in the party who was really fucking uneducated, so they wouldn't spaz out and could save everybody else who was.
No, that's exactly it. Is because in Lovecraft, it's all about you know too much. Because of your ability to understand things. That's why you're fucked. Because you're like, well, how? And then you're going insane because it unmakes everything that you believe in.
But belief system matters, temperament matters, personality matters. I have a pretty flexible belief system, right? My belief system is, I'm not like a kook or anything, but like, if I see something, then that means it's real. I start from there. I see this, it is real. I cannot deny that it is real because I have seen it. Therefore, I have to work backwards and find out what else makes it, what makes it real and how, right? But I don't have the moment of going, this should not be happening, right? And that, I skip the denial phase and I move right on to, like, what's it? Denial, anger, right? I skip the denial and move right to the anger / terror, right?
This is running at you.
It would be worse if it was walking at me.
It's also, that's funny because when Dag said imagine like a skeleton running in the hallway, that's basically what I pictured. Like that exact kind of like absolutely bizarre movement that people don't do.
That's why I hate that, like, tabletop and media, you can never bridge that gap to, like, to make people really, like, grasp the reality of it, like how badly that would fuck you up. It's I don't know, dude.
I think I agree with Franklin. It would, or you guys, it would scare me more if it was walking at me, Because if it's running at me like that, I am going to default to just try to fucking fight it. And if I win the fight, then I'm not going to be scared anymore.
Well, if it's running at me, I'm probably just going to freeze up, and then it's just going to hit me.
Well, I'm
First
going
of
to
all-
freeze up until it gets in striking range, right? I do have that instinct built in.
Yeah, if it runs, it's more it just makes your adrenaline
Yeah,
work enough.
If I step
Yeah.
It
in,
makes you like, oh shit, this thing's going to hit me more so than this thing. There's a skeleton just moving towards
Yeah.
me, you know.
Right, your brain defaults a level down from what the fuck is that, and then it defaults a level down further to movement, fight, move, fight. It's threat, fight. Right, like
right.
you don't have time to think about the existential underpinnings because your adrenaline has hijacked all of your RAM into get that thing away from me.
Well, I picturing it, I'm really running it through my head. First of all, it is like a new level of traumatizing. It's like being traumatized as a child. But once you get past that, then I can like kick it in the ribs. I can like drop kick it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like once it gets within striking range, or once it grabs you, your instincts are going to take over, and you're just going to be fighting it, screaming the entire time, as I would.
Yeah, it would mentally fucking scar you forever.
And also, I think the other thing is that like I'm also probably not the person. Like I'm probably not the average person on this matter, because like I am trained to fight, and I've been trained to fight since Babby. And I've also been through some of the most horrific trauma you can imagine. And so, like, at this point, I'm pretty fucking jaded. I'm pretty fucking jaded.
Yeah, I'm pretty jaded, but it's like, but if you say like, well, okay, what if I utterly unmade your conception of reality? And then I'd be like, okay, I'm less jaded about that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's the kind of jaded I am is specifically about my conception of my life and the reality. Like, well, doesn't matter what I think. That thing's real. Can it fight though? I don't hold my conception of reality very close to my identity. You know, like I don't hold it as being very important.
I've had to retreat to I think therefore I am in very desperate situations where it's like that's how you know it's fucking bad when you have to fall back on that.
For me, it's more like the worst level that I've ever been to was I wish I could cease to be. Like not die, just cease. Because dying itself is still existing too much for me.
Yeah, that's what everyone wants.
No, it's not what everybody wants. I don't want
To die
that.
painlessly.
No, that's what I'm saying. Dying is too much. Dying is still existing too much. Like it's the level where you want the impossible. You want to be even more out of reality than being dead.
Well, there's nothing more away from reality than having your body parts destroyed and your brain destroyed.
You fucking hope so.
That's what I lean on. I'm open to things like reincarnation.
Yeah,
But,
you fucking hope so.
I mean, I hope it's the end. I don't want to reincarnate. That's fucking terrifying.
Well, then be a Buddhist, nigga. It's all about not reincarnating.
Well, reincarnating, it's something like, for me, I think it's a possibility, but it's not something you want.
I'll put it like, I think it's such a possibility that if I think about it, it'll fucking scare me.
But like when I say like the level you default to, right? Like I think therefore I am. I never defaulted to that. Not because I think I've been to a lower or a higher level, but I think it's because like I went down a completely different tree, like a different tech tree for coping. And my tech tree was don't think, don't think, don't think, don't think. And so like that is my default when things are really bad, is I just shut off my higher thought centers and turn them on one at a time.
I'm actually, too fucking curious when shit's hitting the fan. I'm like, I need to see more, even though it hurts.
But it's also professional training. Like I have professional training in that department, right? It's built entirely around don't die, don't freeze, don't die, don't freeze, don't die, and that's it. That's my only. Like it's been beaten into me since I was like 5. Doesn't matter what you do, doesn't matter how you feel, just don't freeze. And it leads to you having the existential breakdown way after the fact, and in a much slower way. Like it's not as intense at any given moment, but it lasts forever.
Yeah, I guess I can see that being how I could have normally gotten out of those trips instead of freaking out.
Yeah. But I come from a tradition of soldiers and martial artists and fucking Buddhists and fucking Stoics. Like, mind spheres, managing yourself, like high willpower. Those are the traits that were like just fucking savagely beaten into me. It's not like Franklin to leave without saying goodnight.
Probably didn't think he was gonna get a word in or something. But
doesn't matter. He's a cool dude. But I also need to take off. Yeah. I need to take off, dude. It's like 1:15. Holy fuck.
It's been too long. I'm also leaving.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, Dag.
See ya.
Peace.